All right, guys, let's go. Showtime.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Monster Mile.
Larry, what are you doing?
It's the Monster Mile.
I told you guys he's weird.
Hey, it's Miles. It gets like this every spring. They show up. Fans. Hordes of them. And they think I'm cute or something. All smiling and taking pictures with me. Can't they see how scary I am? I'm holding a car in the palm of my hand. You know how frickin' ripped you have to be to do that? Now the drivers, they are a different story. They are properly scared of me. Why? Oh, because I have routinely chewed up and spit out the best. Rowdy has nightmares about me. Some of the greats have failed to tame me. And as for all these kids with hot heads and big ideas, well, today, we're gonna get to know each other intimately. If you're lucky enough to survive, you'll be clutching a mini version of me in Victory Lane. Cute, isn't it? But trust me, it will come at a cost. Fondly, Miles.
So as Miles the Monster focuses in on his next victim, drivers focus in on 400 miles around this 1 mile track. And hey, there's something that will add to the drama, the speeds. The previous track record was broken by 5 different drivers in qualifying. And even Kyle Busch, a 3-time Dover winner, said they are approaching the danger zone with the speeds they've seen this weekend. And with that, we welcome you to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola Orange Vanilla. Welcome inside our Race Hub studios. I'm Shannon Spake, Larry McReynolds, Bobby Labonte, and Jamie McMurray. Okay, so things that we've heard this weekend from Dover. We've heard too fast, very fast, really fast. Bobby, a lot of people will say, hey, you guys are racers. You guys want to go fast, but what's the concern at this racetrack with these speeds?
Yeah, you know, I really love going to Dover. I've been there for many years and just loved it. Just love going fast. But I've also hit that wall, and I've hit a lot of walls. But when you hit that wall at Dover, especially the speeds they're going now, and I've never experienced those speeds, but at the speeds I've hit the wall there, it hurts so bad. It's like, gosh, so I can understand these guys' concern.
Yeah, I've got a new one for you, and I actually heard Kurt Busch say this about a track a few years ago. At Dover this weekend, drivers are reaching ludicrous speeds. It's a 1 mile racetrack, and corner entrance speed is almost 180 miles per hour. If you look at final practice yesterday, race practice, the majority of the laps that were turned are faster than what Kyle Larson set on the pole 1 year ago. Ludicrous speeds.
Ludicrous, and not the rapper. Chase Elliott was in the media center, however. He did say, hey, we're drivers, we're racers, this is what we get paid to do, so let's go do it. So what about that comment?
Well, look, first off, it is fast, and it's going to be very physically demanding for all of the drivers in the field today. Probably the hardest 400 miles we'll have all day long. Chase Elliott's comments, that is not as much experience as some of the other guys. And we talk about experience in this sport, and sometimes not having that, in this case, hitting the wall or blowing a tire, not having that can be a good thing. When you hear Kyle Busch's comments, Martin Truex's, they've been there. They lived the years that maybe tires blew out, and they've hit the wall, like Bobby said, and it hurts it over.
They actually added more safer barrier because of one of your wrecks, so you certainly...
I appreciate that.
Yeah. It should have been before. Okay, well, it's been a busy weekend at the track. Here are the Gander RV headlines. So Johnny Sauter won the Gander Trucks Outdoor Series race by a comfortable margin. It was his first victory of the season and his 3rd consecutive win at Dover. In the Xfinity Series, Cole Custer led until late in the race. When coming out of the pits, he lost the lead to Christopher Bell. It was Bell's second $100,000 win in the final 4-race Dash for Cash Series. And in the Cup Series, single car qualifying was certainly successful for the younger drivers. Chase Elliott captured the pole, teammate William Byron alongside, followed by Kyle Larson, Joey Logano, and Alex Bowman. Check this out. The average age of the top 5 starters is 25 years old and 3 months. It's the second top 5. It's the second youngest top 5 ever, with 4 of the top 5s in Chevys. That's a big weekend for Chevy, coming off the win last weekend. So the headlines going into this race, Larry, are what?
I'm just going to follow up on what you just spoke about. Chevrolet got that win at Talladega last weekend with Chase Elliott. That was their first win in over 6 months. You have to go all the way back to last October when Chase Elliott won the race at Kansas. That was Talladega. This is Dover. But I will say, to your point, 4 qualified in the top 5. Chevrolet drivers fastest in the 2 practice sessions. I'm watching them today when it counts. In the race, have they truly caught up with the Ford and the Toyotas?
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching Chase Elliott today. He's been really good at unique racetracks. You look at Martinsville, he ran second. He won last week at Talladega, unique track. Dover, super unique track. And his track record here at this track, that's a lot of tracks.
That's tracks.
He's
Yeah.
really good. He won this race last fall, and he's been in the top five of the last 6 races. So really good
That's
track
a lot of
record.
stats,
And guess
too.
what? He starts first today.
Look at you. You're taking Larry's notes over here?
Just maybe stole a little
Yeah,
bit in our
couple of
previous
them?
meeting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to look at a couple of. I like what you guys talk about, but I think the racetrack. You think we had some rain last night. There's a competition caution at lap 40, but you think when a new track, this place especially, when you go out there on a green surface like it is, you're always concerned about the right front tire. You're always concerned about the groove. Is the groove going to move up? A lot of different things are going to take place this morning, I think, and it'll be tough to get these guys to go up the racetrack and see how that rubber lays down.
Drinking words, speed and track.
Yes, those them, that's 2 of them. It's going to be a long day for everybody at home if we've got 2 words. Okay, do you guys know who won the first race ever at Dover?
The King. Richard
King.
Petty.
And guess what? That was 99 races ago. Today, Richard Petty's going to wave the green flag as the honorary starter. I think they should let him drive the pace car again. What do you guys think?
Absolutely. It didn't work
Yeah.
too good at Darlington.
I think they should just do it. So a lot to talk about. Here's what's coming up around the turn.
Race day is just revving the engines as we have lots more around the turn. Jimmy Johnson hasn't popped the champagne in quite some time, but the future Hall of Famer is a monster at Dover. The 11-time champ at this track joins us.
There's those boys with the kind of moves you ain't supposed to get.
Last week, Chase Elliott put the Dega fans in a frenzy, and he also happens to be a past Dover winner. We'll sit down with number 9 to talk about his family legacy and his future expectations. Plus, a wonderful story about the sport of NASCAR created a fast friendship between driver Daniel Suarez and one of his biggest fans. All that and Michael will surely scare the drivers on the grid as the terror from the Monster Mile continues.
A little bling bling for Miles the Monster there. So on Thursday, a historical marker was unveiled honoring 50 years of racing at Dover. And Jack Whitby, who drove this actual pace car in that first race back in 1969, he took to the track to do a few laps. The old 442 car was discovered well-maintained in a family garage in Wilmington, Delaware. In addition to being driven on the track, the car was also placed in the zone right near Miles the Monster. Welcome back to Race Day, everybody. As we get ready for the 11th race of the season, we've raced on short tracks. We've raced on super speedways, mile-and-a-halves. But, Larry, today it's all about the 1 mile monster.
It's actually all about the banking, no treble. Get that? See what I
Oh,
did there?
look at
See what I did
you.
there?
It's like, welcome to 2019, Larry McReynolds.
This 1 mile racetrack has banking all the way around it. The straightaways are banked 9 degrees. That's more banking than a lot of tracks have in the corners. But when you get to the corners and you spend a ton of time in the corners there, it goes up to 24 degrees. All of this banking all the way around this racetrack, it's the reason they call it the self-cleaning track, and it's the reason that normally a single car wreck turns into a multi-car wreck. That's the racetrack. Getting on the pit road, the entrance to pit road is right in the middle of turn 4. And you see that orange box, the commitment box. To come to pit road, all 4 tires have to be below that commitment box, and it never fails under green. A driver misses the entrance to pit road.
And pit road has been a very busy place the last few races, so that's something we'll be watching all day. So I know most talk about Bristol as being the loudest track on the circuit, but I feel like Dover really gives it a run for its money. Some say like you're in the middle of a beehive, obviously a really loud beehive. And because of all the metal seating, you just hear the sounds. It screams. Drivers do agree, but there's a lot more to deal with than just the sound.
Here at Dover, not only do you have to be incredibly focused because it's the monster for a reason, it's just a very rough, aggressive racetrack.
Dover is a fast track as it is, but with this new package, it's definitely the fastest I've ever went around here.
You know, there's no complaints. I enjoy going fast. I enjoy the speeds.
Dover is a pretty tough place to save fuel at. When you come here, it's such a short track.
You just got to try to stay off a wide open throttle seems to be the best way to save some fuel. All clear.
Dover is probably the hardest place on the schedule to get on and off pit road under green.
The toughest entries we have.
The most challenging place to get onto pit road. It's just a very challenging, slick apron.
You got to stay on the banking until the last minute and then hope that you can kind of get off and peel off to the apron, not lock up the tires and miss pit road.
You know, Jamie, it's only been 5 months since you were getting ready to get in that car at Dover and hit this track. You just heard what those drivers had to say about the challenges. For you personally, what were some of the biggest challenges in this race?
Well, as we've talked today, everything's tough at Dover. Like Larry's description of the track, I mean, there's nothing easy that happens at this place, but I think the surface being concrete, and then we talk about those little expansion joints, and they're not like big bumps, but they're like little fine bumps. And to be fast here, one of the reasons I think that Jimmy's been so good here in the past is that he can drive a really loose car. So you spend all 400 miles with the car hitting those little bumps, kind of like trying to keep it underneath you, death gripped on the wheel. Bobby talked about it earlier. You can't really see around the corners. There's just so many factors that make this a really challenging track.
What's the sound that it makes when it goes over those bumps? Okay, there you go. We'll try to get you to do it. You did it. All right. For you, Bobby, what was it?
Yeah, there is a lot of challenges there and a lot of difficulties and all that. And, you know, one thing that I was thinking about the screaming, I think that might be some of the drivers every now and then screaming.
It's the right front tire.
Right front. But, you know, pit road, as a driver, you know, your crew chief calls you in, you don't want to be on pit road under green, but you have to get to pit road fast.
Yeah.
And so to make that transition as fast as they're going right now is so hard, and it's just so easy to make a mistake there. We've seen this happen in the past, and we're going to talk about it more and more, and somebody is going to make a mistake. It's just hard. One thing, like you said a while ago, I always thought coming off the corners, because you do have to be loose and you can't be tight. You're driving up off the corner and you can't see, and you're like, by yourself, you're okay, but there's 30 other cars, 35 other cars down the straightaway, and you're like, something's going to happen, and you're always looking up off that corner.
Yeah.
And next thing you know, you're in the fence. So I think today could be the Dover stripe, not like the Darlington stripe, because you are on that fence every time you come off the corner, and as fast as these guys are going, you got to commit to that throttle.
I know you feel so bad for these drivers, right?
I had to fix all the stuff they hit the walls with.
Coming down pit road, that is something that you brought up, something that Bobby just brought up. And it's not just challenging for drivers, it's the crew as well.
Yeah, I do believe track position is going to be king today, and I think pit road will be a difference maker. We've seen it be a difference maker all year. In fact, Christopher Bell, who won the Xfinity Series race, in his post-race comment said, had my crew have not won the battle off pit road that last stop, I would not have won this race. And when you get to pit road, it's barely wide enough for two cars to run side by side. Under caution, with 20, 25 cars, there's always another driver banging in the side of a driver. Pit road speed is slow, 35 miles per hour. And if you go back to this race of last year, a lot of uncontrolled tires and a lot of speeding penalties.
The one thing about getting on pit road at Dover that's different than any other track is that you have to lift before you normally lift on the track. Every other racetrack we go to, you drive in further or you go more around the corner before you get on the brakes. At Dover, you get in those long, really like long green flag runs, and then all of a sudden you come to pit road and you have to lift earlier, and it's just an easy mistake to make.
The speeds are higher, but the speed on pit road remains the same. Okay, every year before all the noise of the weekend and all the challenges of the weekend begin at Dover, our Fox family gets together for the Drive for Autism golf tournament. This year was the 18th annual event. We raise money, we have fun, and of course we help bring awareness to those affected by autism. Adam Alexander was our on-course reporter.
We're on the 18th tee box of the DuPont Country Club in Wilmington, Delaware. It's the 18th annual Drive for Autism golf tournament. The NASCAR stars are out as we raise money for a good cause.
We are so appreciative of the wonderful support that you all give us. This is much more than a golf fundraiser. As I always say, this is a gathering of friends.
Welcome to the Drive for Autism. It's hard to believe that this is our 18th year hosting this event. The big news is that I got my first paying job this past February. How about that?
I'm Joey Principe, and last year at the Drive for Autism, I let you all know that it happened. I got a job at Marshall's department store.
You see these kids out here and what they're doing, enable them to go out there and get a job and really enjoy what we all get to enjoy on a regular basis.
Over the years, hundreds of golfers have come here, raising $7 million for lifespan services for those dealing with autism.
We can come here for a great cause, have a lot of fun, raise a lot of money. That's what it's all about.
A beautiful country club. The golf course is great, but again, the kids, seeing their excitement of getting jobs.
We mark it down early on in the year. We know that Thursday before Dover, we will be here playing at DuPont for autism.
What this community has done, the money they raise, the impact it has, and it makes you just want to come back.
My golf game in one word, Titanic.
Somewhere between Charles Barkley and garbage.
Interesting. Terrible. Frustration.
It sucks.
Iceberg, dead ahead.
If you would love to be a part of this great organization, you can contribute. Go to delautism.org.
Thank you so much, Adam. So coming up, 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson has struggled to get things going this season. However, his last win was right here at Dover in June of 2017. And by the way, he's won more races here than any other track. Can he turn things around today? He joins us when race day continues right here on FS1. Welcome back to Race Day. So the McDonald's golden moment belongs to Jimmy Johnson in the 2017 Dover Spring Race. In overtime, Johnson took the lead, and after a wreck caused a caution, he was the winner. It was his 83rd career win, but he hasn't won in the 69 races since then. And a lot has changed for Johnson since that victory. The biggest, of course, was the crew chief change that happened in the offseason from Chad Knaus to Kevin Meendering. But you know what? One thing remains the same, and that is the fact that Jimmy has 11 Dover wins and is the best driver ever when it comes to this track. So we now welcome the 7-time champion Jimmy Johnson to our show. Hey, Jimmy, thanks for joining us out there today at Dover. I heard you say this week in the media center that you're happy to be back at this place and that you're hoping that Dover could kickstart a string of good weekends for your 48 team. Wondering for you, what would a successful few weeks look like to you right now?
For me, it's getting back to victory lane. You know, that's the expectations I have for myself and this team, our organization. And the last 2 years have been lean and tough. But you know, we can't work any harder. We can't try any harder than what we have. And I see us putting the pieces of the puzzle together right now, which is really encouraging. And we're at my favorite track and a track that I've won the most at. So hopefully that all kind of stacks up to a really strong performance for us.
Jimmy, yesterday after final practice, you were actually asked this question, and I found your answer really interesting. But what has changed for you between race weekends in your life, but mainly your race preparation over the last 16 to 17 years?
Yeah, for me, and I know you race this way too, like you could go during the week and work on your stuff. You can go to tracks and make laps. If it wasn't a NASCAR sanctioned track, you can make a lot of laps. But we still had, I think, 7 for an established team test sessions and 12 for a rookie team. And I can recall a year that we tested 22 times, and those were 2-day test sessions. So you can go work on your stuff. And now we might get, the 48 car might get 2 times to go to the track and test all year long, and the racing's really one and done in boardrooms or in offices and on computers, so that element has changed a lot in my time here in the sport.
So, hey, Jimmy, looks like you got a really fast race car today. You and Kevin worked really hard on that. I want to know, what's just the difference between this year and then the past years to try to get the feel for your race car?
You know, I feel like we've been able to get the feel and have a balanced driving car, but we were 2 to 3 tenths off. And then at that point, as you know, Bobby, you kind of, all right, boys, loosen it up. You know, let's try to squeak a little bit more speed out of it somehow, some way. And then spins happen and mistakes are made, and we're just living too far on that ragged edge. And this year we've been been finding ways here of late to produce speed with a comfortable driving race car, and that's key.
Hey, Jimmy, we talked earlier in the show about how physically demanding the track was going to be on the drivers today. You're clearly one of the fittest guys in the field. Do you think that's going to be an advantage for you? And I've also read where fans have almost been critical of you, saying that you're working out too much and that you should spend, more time worrying about racing and less about training. So I wanted you to tell us, like, what's your response to those people?
Yeah, I mean, I use social media to show a different side of my life, and there's so many critical people in those spaces and love to voice their opinions. But my race stuff, is kind of shown through the big lens and the one I'm talking into now. But during the week, I try to use my social media outlets to show the other interests that I have in life. I can't show a lot that goes on behind the scenes at Hendrick Motorsports and the meetings that we're in, so I assume that people are forming an opinion that all I think about is training. It's not the case. It's certainly an outlet for me, and I think as time has gone on, our cars and tracks and our series has become much more physically demanding, and there is a need for that. So I'm sure I spend time doing it, but it is not my primary focus by any stretch, and I've had a little fun on social media kind of fighting back on that stuff, but this track will be demanding. There's no doubt about it. I can't wait, I guess I should say, probably to have the summer hit and have my fitness really kind of show up with these physical tracks in the really hot environment.
Well, Jimmy, mad respect for what you've done inside the car and what you do in terms of your physicality outside of the race car. I know you have 11 of those trophies. Good luck trying to get that gold monster today.
Thank you. I'm excited. The Ally Chevy's fast. We're looking forward to it.
All right, so when I asked him the question about stringing together some solid finishes, I think a lot of us thought, based on how they've run lately, he would probably say lead laps, finish top 3, finish top 5. But he straight out said win races, victory lane. How realistic is that for this 48 right now?
Well, McDonald's they have McNuggets. This is a Larry McNugget. You talked about that last win at Dover back in June of 2017. Today, 700 days since that trip to victory lane. But I will, and for a guy that's won 83 races and 7 championships, I cannot imagine how agonizing these 700 days have been. But I will say this. I just saw it in that interview right there. I see some bounce in his step. I see some confidence. And that strictly has come from having more consistent speed in practice, qualifying, and the races.
Yeah, and I look back at the Roval last fall. He was 2 corners away from winning that race. If he could have won that race and not spun out, I think that would have changed a whole lot of complexion in what he's doing right now. But, he was almost ready for a win, and I think that he still has that, and it's just a matter of putting everything back together again with Hendrick Motorsports.
All right, so, Jimmy forever has been the guy at Hendrick Motorsports, and I know that he's happy for Chase Elliott. Of course he is. It rises the entire ship over there when Chase does well. But when you look across the hall and you see your teammate winning races in the place of you winning races, what is that like for a driver?
Well, I know he's happy for Chase, but it's got to be hard to see the success that Chase is having. Because when you look back through Jimmy's career, even with Jeff Gordon as his teammate, he was winning the majority of the races for Hendrick Motorsports, the majority of the championships. So that's got to be tough to watch. But I like his confidence when we heard that interview, and you said it, like he's not worried about getting a top 10. He wants to get back to victory lane. He's been really good at this track, so I like that. I'm not sure which McDonald's Larry is going to, because the one I go to, they don't have McNuggets, they have McNuggets.
Well, we have McNuggets, and we're happy that we do because he keeps us all a little bit smarter. Jimmy's getting closer to his goals. We're getting closer to the race as we do time now for the Twisted Tailgate, sponsored by Twisted Tea. Here's Jamie Little.
So I'm here at Dover International Speedway alongside Ty Dillon. And as you guys know, before you hear drivers start your engines, it's all about the tailgate.
Yes, and tailgating starts with Tea, and so does Twisted Tea. And here to show us what it's all about is our tailgating pro and host of Man vs. Food, Casey Webb. Wait, where's Casey at?
Hey guys, I'm over here.
What are you doing over there? You're supposed to be over here grilling.
I am.
Looks like you're chilling to me.
Well, I am chilling and grilling. With Twisted Tea canned chicken, it's all in the prep. Look. Oh. See?
Wow. Wait, Twisted Tea can chicken?
Yeah, you just said it and forget it. It's less grilling and,
more chilling.
You're fast.
I know.
It's a rainy day in Dover, Delaware. Dover International Speedway celebrating 50 years of NASCAR Race Day, brought to you by Coke Orange Vanilla.
I know you've had a lot of fast race cars here at Dover, but I remember a race you were in where you had 1 horsepower. What was that like?
Oh, my gosh. Well, of course, I'm from Kentucky, so I know a lot about horses. And when they said they want to have a race on the horse track, I thought, well, that's right in my wheelhouse right there, because, I know a thoroughbred when I see one. I know a jackass. I know a thoroughbred. I know the difference. So we go down there, and you got these little things you sit on, a little bicycle seat, 2 wheels, and a pair of reins, and there's a horse in front of you. Now, I'm not good with a horse in front of me. I've always been on the horse.
You're battling Dale Earnhardt, Cale, and Bobby Allison.
Oh, and was there a ruckus? Bobby he stretched the rules a little bit. So then we're getting about ready to line up the horses, and Bobby's horse axes up a little bit. It's not any big deal. He prances around a little bit and acts a little bit silly. And Bobby says, time out, I got to have another horse.
Uh-oh.
So Mel goes to the barn and brings out this, I'm talking about a racehorse now. I mean, the rest of us got a nag. Bobby's got a racehorse. And you know who won the race?
Bobby.
Cale was so upset because Bobby cheated. I mean, that's bottom line. Bobby set us up.
Did you have fun?
Hell no.
50 years at this place, and there have been so many great moments. And there is the tent where they have the drivers meeting. And unfortunately, because of the rain, we have had to come inside. I'm with Darrell Waltrip and Jeff Gordon, a combined 7 victories here. And you almost got a horse win here, huh?
Well, almost. Yeah, but, you know, what's funny sitting over there is Bobby Allison. He was watching that on the monitor, and he was, I got this chill. I like, something's going on here. I look over, and Bobby's staring at me. So Bobby didn't cheat. He took advantage of the rules.
I just love
the right person. He knew the right guy to get the horse from.
I just love your categories of horses. You know that? Yeah. We won't go there again. Let's hear from the guy that won that race. Bobby and Michael hanging out down the road.
And I will tell you, Darrell, Bobby said there was horses involved, but it was horse manure was what your story was based on. He said you had an illegal horse.
Well, he always cried about something.
What actually went down that day? You just rode well, right?
Yeah, you know, I went out there and got ready to go race, and they had me a pretty good horse, and so I beat him.
The rest is history. You know, you just reminded me of something, Bobby. Let's walk over here because I won a bush race here for Darrell back in the day, and I never got paid. Didn't get a dime. Took his car to Victory Lane. Let's go straighten that man out.
Yeah, let's straighten him out, sure.
All right.
Hey, but now look, you were really good friends with Mel Joseph, right? I mean, you and him were good buddies.
You bet.
Now, is it true that you came up here and practiced for a week? Is that true?
It was longer than a week.
And is it true that the horse that he brought out for you was like a lot better than the ones we had? Is that true?
No, that part's not true. But listen, while we're talking about things, why didn't you pay your brother for the race that he won for you?
Man, by the time I did a Bill Gardner on him. I pulled a Bill Gardner, and I said, expenses, crew chief, travel, lunch, all that. But I did let him keep the trophy.
Yeah, and then he sent me a bill for $1,000. Said he helped my career along the way.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. That sounds about right.
Well, you know, that's brotherly love. Oh, brother, where art thou?
What a fun day.
What a fun day.
Good reminiscing.
I just can't believe all these years later, Darrell's still bitter about losing that horse race to Bobby Allison.
It was the way we lost it. It really was. See, they said, hold on. I said, well, hold on to what? You got 2 bicycle tires and a bicycle seat. That's it. And a pair of reins. I didn't realize I had the brakes on. I was pulling back.
Isn't it funny how we remember the losses a lot more, and sometimes we remember the wins? Speaking of trophies, man, look at this thing. That's going to motivate some drivers today.
Wonder if I could grandfather one of these into an old guy.
I think the answer is no, Shannon.
24-karat magic right there from Miles the Monster out there in Dover. I don't know about you guys, but that was pretty cool watching all of those Hall of Famers have a conversation. I don't care if they're talking about horses or cars. It's still cool to watch. Time now for the right combination, sponsored by Coca-Cola Orange Vanilla. And today, Jamie, that combination is Daniel Suarez and the Dover track.
Yeah, Daniel Suarez at the Monster Mile has been pretty impressive. He has 4 straight top 10 finishes. That's the longest current streak of any drivers at Dover. This is one of his best tracks with more top 10 finishes than any other. He finished 3rd in this race last season and won the Xfinity race here the year that he won the 2016 Xfinity Championship.
He's been pretty good at Dover, and we all know NASCAR drivers have a special connection with their fans. For one fan, his connection with Daniel Suarez went one step further. Kristen Sanchez is a teenager with autism, and he was able to meet Suarez back in March. That special day demonstrated the power of sport.
All brains work differently. That's why we're good at different things.
He will be the first ever international champion in NASCAR.
Sponsors, drivers, numbers, manufacturers, teams.
Autism is a spectrum condition, which means every person with autism is affected in a different way.
You're not nervous, right? No. Are you? Nope. Are you nervous? Nope. Well, a little.
For Christian, autism meant lack of communication and isolation. That is, until he met NASCAR.
Él era un niño que estaba un poco recluido en su recámara. Él no platicaba.
Jeez, look at the engine.
Sí, ha cambiado bastante, la verdad.
I usually like the nose of the Ford. You like it? Yeah, the Mustang.
NASCAR fue un motor muy importante en su cerebro. Y lo veíamos bien feliz. NASCAR es un mundo maravilloso.
My name is Christian Sanchez. I'm 17 years old. I live in Whittier, California.
I'm Karen Ritz. I'm Christian Sanchez's teacher, high school teacher. When I first got Christian, he was pretty nervous. He didn't really work unless you sat with him. One day we were doing a puzzle together of the United States, and he showed me a state, and he says, oh, that's where Richmond is. I said, what? And he started telling me, and I said, well, do you know where all the tracks are?
Tricky Triangle. It's in Pennsylvania, of course. They can't lump on Pennsylvania.
Do you know what order they come in? And I found out he knew a lot about NASCAR. It was a huge eureka moment.
So yeah, Richmond is located in Virginia, aka the capital state.
So I used that to get him to write. I could say, hey, write me a review of the race. Tell me what happened. And he would write turn by turn, who got into who, everything that happened.
Just look how many pages I did, like a lot.
When he talks about NASCAR, he's in his element and he lights up. It's his thing.
At the race in California, he had the chance to hang out with his favorite driver, Daniel Suarez.
What's up, Daniel?
How are you? Hola, ¿cómo estás? Bien.
I don't want to tell you this, but what happened last week?
Last week?
Yeah, between... at Arizona. What happens between you and McDowell anyways? What's going on?
After round one of qualifying, Suarez went looking for McDowell to have a conversation. Heated words and punches thrown.
Well, qualifying is very important, right?
Yeah.
The second lap is the important one.
Yeah.
And he got in my way in the second lap.
He got in your way, right?
Yeah, he was just on my way in the entire lap.
So that's why you got a fight between him, right?
Yeah. It's not the best thing to do, but, sometimes happens.
Yeah, right? Sometimes happens. Happens all the time.
Si se trata de NASCAR, puedes durar todo el día y toda la tarde.
Oh, Clint!
Do you know that guy?
Yeah, you're Clint Boyer, right?
He likes to box. He likes to fight.
Boyer! He's so funny.
It was really fun seeing him chat with drivers like he's known them forever.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Hey, Eric.
Daniel, nice to meet you, man. Doing good?
You're a rookie, huh?
That's what they're telling me.
Huh?
That's what they're telling me.
Yeah. Good luck out there.
I need all I can get. It's going to be a slick racetrack. It's fun, right?
Yeah, good luck with the RLTY. Hey, Leo.
Hey, how's it going?
Doing this on your hat? Huh? I'm good. Yeah, but good luck out there. Stenhouse.
Me siento muy feliz que haya encontrado a NASCAR él porque pienso que le dio el impulso para él salir a socializar con las personas.
Yeah, good luck out there. Try your best.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Have fun today.
Yeah. Tell your brother good luck.
Yeah, man. Tell him I'm going to be there.
Kids with autism are often sensitive to sensory experiences. So when Christian was asked to join Daniel for driver intros, he hesitated.
Yeah, ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
You go over there?
Yeah, let's go, Dang.
He said, there's too many people, I can't do it. Too many people. I said, you know what? Once in a lifetime opportunity, you need to do this. You'll remember it forever. And he did it.
Excited?
When I found out his specialty, which is NASCAR, it was huge because I knew it was in there. Just had to find a way to get it out.
Oh my God!
So yeah, my weekend was amazing.
Muchas gracias. Gracias a NASCAR.
And thank you to you as well for sharing your story. And happy birthday to Christian. It's his birthday today. So all of us here at Race Day definitely want to send you a lot of love on this special day.
Happy birthday,
Happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday.
I love that he reserved that hat for one guy and one guy only.
Not William Byron.
And that was Daniel Suarez. Way to stick for your guy. All right, after the break, he had a monstrous win last week as he ended the Penske and Gibbs monopoly of victory lane this season. We hear from NASCAR's most popular driver as we get ready to go racing at the Monster Mile. It's next.
Drivers, start your engines!
Those Fords are strong.
Toyota has set the new standard.
In a world dominated by Ford and Toyota, one manufacturer came together for a single purpose.
Chevrolet has not won a race since October of last year.
Put a Chevrolet back in victory lane.
Their plan, keep those Chevys together, start to finish.
Chase Elliott, the first Chevrolet to go to victory lane this year.
The Chevengers.
That was Chevy domination.
All right, Brendan Gaughan, what about this? Look at he's the Hulk. This is really good, actually. The Chevengers. What a day it was for Chevrolet, and what a day it was for Chase Elliott. His fourth career win and first of the season last weekend. And with his win last week, Chase continues to prove he is much more than just the son of Bill or more than just the winner of the sports popularity contest. He is making a name for himself as a winner and a championship contender. And as Adam Alexander learned firsthand, an Elliott victory always sounds a little sweeter.
Here we are in the Dawsonville pool room with Chase Elliott. They started celebrating your dad's wins here in the early 1980s. And he got that big vintage win on Saturday down at Road Atlanta, and he thought they're going to sound the siren for me again. And you went and stole his thunder at Talladega, didn't you?
Yeah, it was a good day. 2 races, 2 wins, same weekend, so that's pretty cool.
So take me to the front straightaway at Talladega. A Georgia boy celebrating a win there and the fans enjoying every minute of it.
For me, it's always felt kind of a little bit like a home race just because of how close I am to there. To be accepted by the people over there, I feel like it was just really cool, and they made me feel right at home. Never felt that one with the crowd before. Those moments go by way too fast.
Your fourth win, and at 4 totally different types of racetrack. But is there one that stands out to you that's bigger than the rest?
Your first is always going to be special. Just the mountain we had to get over to get that first win last year. That was such a big hurdle and such a big win because of the road to get there. You know, I think that'll always kind of stand out to me.
And when you came home here to Georgia after that, all those fans were at the airport greeting you.
Wasn't expecting that many people down there. There was a ton of people at the airport, and yeah, just excited. You know, it was obviously a lot of great support around home is always a good thing. So I'm just glad to have that, and you know, all the folks that pull for you, trying to make them proud and, you know, do them a good job.
We know when you and your dad win, it's all about sounding the siren. I am saying that, right?
Close enough.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a super cool tradition to carry on, and Gordon's been doing that ever since I was racing legend cars and stuff, which is pretty neat. So I was wondering if it was still working or not. But
so you've never heard it?
Well, I've heard it on videos and stuff.
But not
I've
here to actually hear it when it's happening.
That's probably not a good thing. I don't think I want to be here to hear it. It might mess something up. Like I said, there's a lot of history, and I feel like obviously it was all built because of my dad and my uncles and my granddad, and everything in here is really because of them, not because of me. I'm just lucky enough to have something like this to carry along. To still call this home, you know, I think is special, and like I said, all built because of them. You know, he won 44 of them, so got a long ways to go.
That's cool. We got to take a field trip to the Dawsonville pool room.
I'd like to see that place.
That'd be
I just want to
awesome.
meet Gordon Perkle.
That's the owner, I'm assuming.
It is.
I love that last name, by the way. Okay, so listen, Jamie, you were in the field and on the track when Dale Earnhardt Jr., the longtime sport's most popular driver, won races. Chase Elliott is the sport's most popular driver. What's the effect in the garage and with the fans when he goes out and gets a victory?
Well, I remember back in the Dale Earnhardt Jr. days, it was huge when he would win a race. And it's a lot of pressure to have your most popular driver win a race. So Chase Elliott being able to do that is huge for our sport.
How convinced are you, Bobby, that he can make a run for Miami, a run for the championship this season.
I'm very convinced. Obviously, he's won 4 races now on 4 different types of racetracks. He's fast everywhere he goes. Chevrolet is catching up. I think that Chase is set himself up. You know, after the last couple of years, he's getting closer and closer. I just feel like when you're that close and you're that talented, I hope that he's not being held back by something else. I think he has the talent to get there.
You know, aside from what he's done on the racetrack or what races he's won, as I watched that video, it kind of resonated with me. His dad, Bill Elliott, raced in the Cup Series for roughly 38 years. And after every race, he got on a plane and he flew home to Dawsonville, Georgia. Chase Elliott could live anywhere he wanted to live. He could live in Charlotte, where all of his buddies live. He could live in New York. He could live in Florida. He could live anywhere. But he elects to go home every weekend after the race back to Dawsonville, Georgia. And Shannon, before that video, you said something, son of Bill. You know, I think finally now, after 3+ seasons and becoming a winning driver, we don't say son of Bill Elliott. We just say Chase Elliott.
He is certainly cementing his name in this sport. You know, I think it's interesting because you did say about, you know, going home to Dawsonville. It's not like this was his first win, right? He's won races, and he goes, and the fans are still there embracing him when he lands on the tarmac at the airport. For you, I mean, you've seen this progression firsthand. You've been in the garage and on the racetrack with him. I always think like just how patient he's been with the progression. We asked him when he was going to win races, and he knew it was going to happen. I think that's led a lot to what we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, when we get the emails post-race about who won the race, all the statistics, I looked after last weekend, it said Chase Elliott, 23 years old. I'm like, man, he's only 23 because he's so mature when you see those videos. And I think like Shannon said, he's very, he's aggressive on the track, but he also makes just smart decisions. And Chase is good at every type of racetrack. I don't know that we necessarily give him the credit that he deserves because he can win at any type of a racetrack. A few years ago, when they repaved Watkins Glen, I did a tire test with Chase, and the track was really hard to get a hold of. Everybody was struggling, and he was like a second a lap faster than everybody there. And then for him to come back and win that race a few years later, be able to win at a speedway race, I mean, he's just all well-rounded.
A couple things come to my mind is that I believe it was in Atlanta. Cumming, Georgia is a little quarter midget track, and I went there and saw he and Bill, and he was out there riding around, and I was like, I almost tried to fit in it because I wanted to go ride it. But
you had a shot.
I had a shot at it, yeah. And then also what they said in the video that was that Bill won Saturday in a vintage race. So Bill's still doing it. Yeah. So and I think that really does bode well for Chase. I mean, he loves what he does. His parents have taught him well. Bill is that guy to say, you know what, Dawsonville is the place for you to stay. And I mean, I think he just has everything going for him right now, and he's definitely a championship contender.
And, you know, Adam asked him about of his 4 wins, which one is special, and I couldn't agree more. You only have one first win. It's always a special win. But, Shannon, last week in our post-race show after Talladega, you asked us, who did it mean the most, to Chase Elliott in his 9 team, Hendrick Motorsports, or Chevrolet? I just believe the timing of that win last week, when all of those groups have been beat up so bad, and they've been in such a funk for so long, I think it meant equal to all of them. Just the timing of that win was really huge, I think.
It was. Chase Elliott on the pole today. We do have some guys that are going to the back of the field, including Alex Bowman, Chase Elliott's teammate. He started 5th or qualified 5th for this race, but will go to the back because he did fail inspection this morning, along with Martin Truex Jr., Matt Tifft, and Ryan Preece. Matt Tifft is also going to have a pass-through penalty. Huge, right? This
After the green flag.
Yeah, this
green flag
huge,
comes
right?
out, he has to come down pit road at 35 miles per hour. That's going to put him almost 2 laps down.
Yeah, we're saying
before the race even gets going.
We're saying the other 3 guys, I mean, hey, it's certainly starting in a hole in the back of the field at Dover, but, you know, we've seen guys come from the back, but Matt Tifft, this could be it.
Well, the thing about Dover is when you have to start in the back, the leaders catch you really quick. It's a 1-mile track, but it only takes 22 seconds to go around. And we talked about clean air is king at this place. So to start in the back is a penalty, but to have to make a drive-through penalty on lap 1, I mean, essentially Matt Tiff's day is going to be over before the green flag ever drops.
All right, we'll continue to monitor that situation as well as the situation out at Dover as we continue to get you ready for racing. You can see it's still raining out there, so we'll keep our fingers crossed. We've got more to come coming up next.
It's a 400-mile thrill ride in the first stage.
You better fear the monster.
Yes. Well, Stewart-Haas Racing has not been to victory lane since Texas. races last November.
Daniel Suarez is new to Stewart-Haas, but in the last 4 Dover races, he's finished in the top 10. Freaky fast Kevin Harvick has won twice here in the last 4 years. Last spring, Harvick and Clint Boyer took on this monster mile and made it out with a 1-2 finish. You better believe this team is hoping to see the same type of results today when the checkered flag flies.
Okay, time for a little game we like to call Hit the Gas or Pump the Brakes. I'm going to give these guys some topics, and they're going to tell me whether we move forward with it or if we stop right where we are. Okay, we just saw the Stewart-Haas racing, guys. Obviously, they have not been to victory lane yet this season. Very good at Dover, particularly in past seasons. So is this a make or break weekend for Stewart-Haas racing? Larry McReynolds, you're up first.
I have changed my feelings on this.
You're not allowed to do that.
Few weeks. Yes,
Yeah,
I
you
am.
are.
Yes, I am. Because a few weeks I would not have said hit the gas, but today I am saying hit the gas on Stewart-Haas Racing. Think about this. This is an organization, they won 12 races last year, plus the All-Star race. This weekend last year was their 5th win of 2018. I know it's more about expectation, but this is a good track for all of their drivers, including Suarez, that Jamie pointed out earlier. I do think this is a good measuring stick for that organization.
Pump the brakes.
Pump the brakes.
Yeah,
we're on time today, too.
They have won 51 races over the last 9 years. They have gone 9 years with winning a race over the past 9 years. Do you really think they're just not going to win anymore? I mean, what the heck?
We keep waiting every week.
Well, I know it, but they're still early. They're going to win. Pump the brakes.
Well, Bobby's getting fired up over there, huh?
Aggressive Bobby
today. Yeah, well,
you told me to get fired up on
Keep
this.
those shoes on. Keep those, yeah, whatever. Go ahead.
So I'm going to say pump the brakes as well. Even though they haven't made it to victory lane, the all-time radio sweetheart champion, which is Tuesday
Clint Boyer?
on the Hub.
Look at you.
Clint Boyer came close to winning the 3 races prior to Talladega.
Close.
Here's the deal. If they weren't close to winning, I would say they're in this make or break point. But the fact that they've been so close to winning, they're going to win a race. I'm with Bobby. How many years in a row?
9.
9 years in a row. How many races?
Not including 2019.
I can see Clint in the motorhome right now saying, "Come on, Jamie, why you got to bring that up?
Why are you calling me out?
Why you got to bring that up?" Okay, so our next topic is, and it's crazy that we're saying this, right? Because I feel like just a couple of weeks ago we were saying Chicken Little, the sky is falling in terms of Chevy. But my question to the guys has Chevy caught up?
Hit the gas. I do think they caught up. I mean, I think what they've done from Daytona all the way to this weekend, front row, fastest in practice. Jimmy Johnson has got a lot of top 5 finishes we saw. Chase Elliott won last weekend. Why wouldn't we think that these guys are on? They're getting it back. Come on now.
They've caught up. What do you think, Jamie?
I think Bobby hit his head at Dover one too many times.
I did crash here once or twice.
I'm going to say pump the brakes right here. The fact they did win last week, which is great. They teamed up. I think they did a good job, all the Chevys getting together. Chase Elliott got to victory lane, but they have to run well at 1.5-mile tracks.
Yeah.
We have too many 1.5-mile tracks on our schedule, especially in the playoffs, that you have to do in order to contend for the championship. So if they can go to Kansas, where Chase Elliott won last fall, and run well or win a race there, to me, then we can say that.
Also, do you need to see more than just Chase Elliott win a race? Is that a question, too?
Here's something to look for today. Kyle Larson has the best car. Now, we've seen him have the best car. Larry is going to point out that it doesn't always come through in the end. Sorry to call you out.
I didn't say a word.
But the reality is their cars are getting faster, and the Hendrick Motorsports has been good.
Kurt's been good?
Yeah, Kurt's been like one of the most consistent guys all year long. I'm surprised we haven't seen him win. But Kyle Larson could be the guy that gets Chevy their 2nd win today.
All right, your final.
Yeah, pump the brakes. Okay.
There we go.
All right. So 1 win in the first 9-10 races of 2019 at Talladega, a specialty racetrack. I even talked to Alan Gustafson, the winning crew chief from last week. He said, we know we have a lot of work to do. To Jamie's point, go to these 1.5-mile racetrack, 2-mile racetracks, and you win, then I can say you've caught up. Think about this. 5 wins for the Chevrolet camp. Only 2 drivers, 5 wins in the last 46 races, and all of them have been at specialty tracks except for that win at Kansas last fall by Chase Elliott.
So to be determined. We still need more. We still need more from Chevrolet too. Show me.
From the show me stage.
Show me. Okay, so stop me if you've heard this one. Kyle Busch is going for another record today. 11 straight top 10s to start the season. It'll be the first time that it's ever done. So hit the gas, pump the brakes. That's going to happen today, Jamie Mack.
I mean, I don't know how you cannot say hit the gas here, right? It's Kyle Busch. And statistics are going to say, or history is going to say, that he does not run well Let me spit that out. In the spring race at Dover.
Yes.
But he does run really well at this track in general. I think he's won here 12 times across all 3 series. So I think to get a top 10, that's a pretty easy statement to make.
I would love to see it. I'd love him to
That'd be
see
great.
the streak continue, but I'm going to say pump the brakes. To Jamie's point, it's not that he runs bad in the spring. He's just had a tough time finishing. In the last 5 races at Dover in the spring, 4 DNFs, 3 due to crashes. Qualified midfield for this week.
Yeah.
In fact, his best finish over the last 5 spring races, a 16th place finish. I'm just looking at numbers. I'd love to see this streak continue, but I think it comes to a halt today.
I'm going to pump the brakes. Because I looked at Larry's numbers. Because I don't have numbers on my paper. I got
Because you write in red pen, you can't read anything that you write.
Over here. But anyway, so I think I listened to what Kyle said earlier the past couple days about Dover, and sometimes you could talk yourself into some bad luck too. I mean, sure, a 31.8 finish this spring race over the past 5 years. Detrimental. This is, you're right, it is Kyle Busch. But what can we say about this? And I don't know, sometimes you can almost talk yourself into a bad finish. So we hope not.
Yeah.
We hope that Kyle can overcome that. I mean, it's hard to say that Kyle can overcome something because he always does. But yet, this is a tough race for him. So
I can't believe we're arguing over Kyle Busch trying to get top 10. It's not even.
I got an idea. Why don't you hit the gas and get us to break?
You know what? I could do that. Kyle Busch starting 22nd today. I'm hitting the gas. When we come back, we're going to go back out to the racetrack. There is rain at the track, but check that out. The Air Titans are out there, so you're saying there's a chance. We'll go out and catch up with Adam Alexander and the guys coming up next.
We're getting ready to do a 2-tire pit stop under green. As soon as we saw him enter pit road, he started spinning right towards us.
At that point, he kind of froze. We weren't real sure, if he was going to stop, where he was going to stop.
Brad Keselowski slid into his stall backwards. Seen the car and seen the right side of the car, then seen the back of the car. And he parked it perfectly in the pit box. I think it kind of surprised us all. There was a split second of hesitation, like, is he going to put it in gear and loop it back around? So I wasn't really sure if I wanted to go around the front of the car. And then Jake, our rear changer, dove down to the left to get to his wheel, and I was like, all right, we're doing it. 2 tires, 2 tires. Sorry about that. Obvious. Let's just roll here. Don't worry about it right now.
We've never talked about a pit stop going bad so much.
I'd be lying if I said we practice it all the time, but the guys, when you have an experienced team, you get situations like that, and they handled it well.
I have always said when you go to Talladega, you may see something you've never seen before. Kind of like here in Dover, Delaware. Let's go back to last week and Brad Keselowski making that pit stop. The crew was unbelievable, but the driver, was he lucky or was he good?
Now, I heard this week on the Hub that Brad Keselowski was on the show, and he said if he had to do it 10 times over again, he'd nail it 7 times. No way, Brad Keselowski. Let's put you to the test, and that's certainly not going to happen here today on this narrowed pit road.
I would throw a BS flag on that. He was so, if he hadn't been in that first pit, he couldn't have done that. So how many times are you going to be in that first pit? And how many times are you going to spin the car around like that and lock it down that way? So I say that's BS.
But it was awesome.
Regardless if he could do it 7 out of 10 or not, it's no doubt one of the best images we've seen so far in 2019. But my number 1 has got to be Fontana, California.
I thought you were going to show me coming to pit road because I maybe had a few issues coming to pit road.
The only thing wrong with that is he should have had a cape on. That's the only thing wrong with it.
That's what drivers look like sometimes when they're leaving pit road at this place, because it is very difficult, right? And could be a huge factor in who wins today.
I think it's absolutely going to be a huge factor. Number 1, getting onto pit road. One of the most difficult, probably the most difficult pit road to get onto. It's narrow, and it's been really, the cars are so fast that it's going to be tough to pass on this racetrack today. So I think there's going to be a lot being done on pit road with these pit crew members.
Well, think about it, Adam. We're averaging 160 miles an hour around the racetrack, and now you got to bring it down to 35 miles an hour to get on pit road. Getting on is hard enough. but it puts so much pressure on the driver because we all know track position is key. So the driver, he's going to try to cheat those lights and get it just right on the money if he can. The crew, they're going to try to cheat those lugs, and maybe I'll leave one loose. Maybe I get them all four tight. So everybody's on call here, making sure they do better than they've ever done before.
What do drivers do when it rains? Do they run and hide a little bit?
They look like Jeff.
Let's find out where the drivers are right now. It's time for the Applebee's Grid Walk. Here's Michael.
Oh, I love the Applebee's Grid Walk. And Adam, you can't hide from me. I'm in the motorhome lot. Kevin Harvick has given me permission to come into his world. We're going to knock on his door and see what last year's race winner is up to today. I hope he answers. Sometimes these guys it's a little touch and go, but he said he would be here, and so the conditions today. Oh man, I don't believe this. I ran right by him. Yeah, my fault. I didn't see you standing there. How are you, buddy?
Well, there's been a little bit of confusion between what we were going to do. So I've had my suit on, my suit off, my shoes on, my shoes off. So I was walking around in the motorhome lot a little bit confused. What are you doing? Why are you over here?
I just wanted to talk to you guys. It's a great broadcast on FS1, and the Fox team is just really proud to be a part of this sport. And speaking of on and off, you were on it a year ago here. Your dominating performance was awesome. Do you think the 4-car has that type of speed when we go racing? And by the way, the ceiling is lifting.
Yeah, it's just a lighter rain now, Mike. I can tell you that there's a cycle of things that you need to listen for at the racetrack, and when the air tight and shut off, it's going to be a minute because they're getting gas.
Well, they just went off, right?
They just went off. So, but yeah, this has been a really good racetrack for us since I've gone to SHR, and they put a lot of effort in because I told them, I said, look, this is probably my worst racetrack, and we've run really well here every year since then. So it's a lot of fun. You know this as a driver. It can be frustrating to race on, but as a driver, when you're out there making laps, every lap is a lot of fun to drive. The sensation of speed that you get at this particular racetrack is really high just because of the G's and the bumps and the downhill, uphill. And so you have to really charge this racetrack. But we've run well. We obviously went to Victory Lane here last year. We've had some weird luck here with lug nuts knocking off valve stems for whatever reason. And, this weekend has been good for us so far. So the cars, our Jimmy John's Ford is running great. It's freaky fast. And it says that on the side.
Right.
So
that was oh no, man down. We lost Hudson there for a minute.
We got a dragon behind us.
I better go check on him.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. Oh, he's throwing you the ball.
Oh, good. Let's play. Here you go, Hudson. Watch this. Watch. You ready? Hey, buddy. He's had his uniform on, now off. You look ready to roll.
I have faith here. You just seen the athletic ability of my son. That's how I know he's definitely my kid. Is when he didn't catch that.
Yeah, I've seen you play a little basketball. You're all right.
It's better than my teammate, at least.
Right.
Maybe not Blaney, the other one.
Yeah. What about this day? How's it been so far? You get up and you get your uniform on. The ceiling's lifted. I told Kevin. He said that just means it's a light rain now. What do you think?
I had a lot of faith in this early in the day, and everyone was saying we weren't going to race, and I said, listen, we need to be more optimistic about it. And I'm still optimistic, but it's starting to fade for me a little bit, but hopefully we still get this done. I think there's still a chance, so I like to see race cars on the racetrack today.
Oh, man, this is everybody I've talked to, all of you have watch this, have talk about this. Let's break it down, play by play. There's Hud.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
What do you think?
As you see right here, he just lets it go.
Yeah, nothing happened really, did it?
He just let nothing. Now, he can throw good. It's the catching piece that's not his deal yet. But we're making progress. We're getting the motor skills slowly but surely.
Right on. I love his outfit.
The little monster.
Hey, great. He's at the Monster Mile. He's a little monster. We're going to go over and say it. Thank you, Joey. Thank you, Kev. We're going to go over and make our way to this side of the road. It says Petty Enterprises on the back. That gives you an idea that maybe we're going to catch up with Richard Petty. And then this is the Ford Performance Center. Chevy, Toyota all have these. That's where they get all their data collected and help their teams with pictures and data that they use in order to be able to help their cars go faster. This is the King's throne, if you will. See what Mr. Petty's up to. got to talk to. Hey, buddy.
Don't you know it's raining out here?
Yeah, I know, but I wanted to say hi to you. And my hair's a mess.
I'll give you a hat.
Can I have that one? I bet I'd look.
Have this one. It's a special one.
All right. Well, how you been?
I have to go with the umbrella. I got my hat with me.
Right on. How you been? What's been going on in your world?
I've been doing good. I've been in and out of the rain. Okay, so everything's going good. Been watching y'all on TV. Okay.
Hey, do you want to tell Daryl anything?
Not really. I talked to Daryl a little bit yesterday, you know.
It was cool. I caught up with Bobby Allison earlier. Now you, my brother, Jeff Gordon. There's so many champions running around here.
Yeah, you got all them winners, I hope.
Yeah,
you know,
that's right.
I'm glad I'm in with them, okay?
Well, we appreciate your time. Have a good day, and I hope the 043 rolls.
Y'all have a good day and stay dry.
It's too late for that one, but thank you, Mr. The King. Across from Mr. the King, last week's race winner, Chase Elliott. We're going to go see if we can say hi to Chase. This driver introduction thing's been on and off, so there's been a little bit of confusion about exactly what was going to happen around here. Let's see what Chase is up to. The track will be crazy fast when these cars do start racing, due to the fact that rubber all has been washed off, and this track is really fast when there isn't any rubber on it. So, hey, buddy, how you doing? Oh, I'll just say hi to you here.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to come by and say congratulations.
Oh, appreciate it. You're staying dry?
No.
I see.
But Joey Logano's out in his uniform. Did you miss a memo or something?
Well, no, I was going to rebel on the that today. I mean, it's still raining. You know, I might need my suit if we're going to race, but it doesn't look good. So.
That was a thrilling victory, and I know how much Talladega meant to your dad and you when you were growing up. Picture you in victory lane there. How fun was it to win at Talladega?
Yeah, it was a good week for sure. They're too hard to get not to enjoy them. So it was special, you know, right down the road from home. So enjoyed it all week, but we're back to work, so time to go.
I was running around the garage Friday talking to some of your fellow competitors, and every one of them had a big smile on their face about that first run around the racetrack. Wow. I went down in the corner just to see the speed through the middle. How crazy is it out there?
Yeah, it was just ridiculously fast on Friday, and the amount of throttle we were carrying through the corner was unreal. We were already going fast here, so it put a whole nother sensation of speed and really just a lot of load on the drivers. I think it's going to be a tough race physically whenever we do go.
You know what I thought was interesting? Everybody was smiling after 2 laps, but what about after 40 or 50? You're right. You better have your abs engaged.
Yeah, you better eat your Wheaties tomorrow morning, that's for sure.
All right, well, I really appreciate it, buddy. Good to see you. Hey, it's going to be today, by the way. Yeah, bye. You're going to eat your Wheaties today. That's the grid walk. We had a lot of fun. Let's go racing, boys! Had some awesome personalities and a good time down here in the motorhome lot. Can't wait until the rest of this ceiling lifts, and maybe we can go racing.
Michael, you just had a birthday, and the 2 things we should have gotten for you, an umbrella or a hat, one or the other.
He might have needed together there right at the end. It got back to perfect.
A haircut would be nice.
Today's grid walk was a bit of a long shot, if it was going to happen or not, but Michael did a great job of pulling it together. You saw the long shots for today's race there. Who do you like off of the betting board?
How are some of those guys long shots? I mean, you've got William Byron starting in the front row, 150 to 1. I think I saw Jimmy Johnson, 25 to 1. He's an 11-time winner here. And then Kyle Larson. I mean, this guy's been super fast. He tested here 20 to 1. I know where I would go with that if that's a long shot.
Yeah, well, Eric Jones, I mean, you can't, you know, he's 22 to 1 for heaven's sake. That's a good one, and he's good in practice.
And Almirola, too, is
Almirola's good. So, I mean, those are some pretty good long shots right there. You can make a little money. Maybe I'll be like yesterday, you know?
Maybe since you guys are betting everybody, just give me your cash and I'll run it over to the betting window. Here are the favorites. Who jumps off to you here?
Well, here's the one. I don't think the guys that are coming up with the odds have looked at Kyle Busch's numbers here in the spring. In the fall, yes, but here in the spring, and he's had a heck of a year. But I don't know. I would put Kevin Harvick as more of a favorite than I would Kyle Busch.
Yeah, I like Martin Truex. I know he's got to go the rear, but I watched him in practice yesterday, and he was always one of the best cars, second, third best on a 10, 15, 20 lap run. So I like Martin Truex, and this is another one of his home tracks.
I want to do a little head-to-head with some of the favorite drivers here today. We start in the Hendrick camp. We just heard from Chase Elliott. Of course, he won here in the fall. Jimmy Johnson maybe the best ever here. He's won 11 times, starting just outside the top 10. Who do you like of this duo?
Jimmy was fastest in the final practice. His averages looked really good, so we might see the old Jimmy Johnson show up here today. But how are you going to get past your teammate Chase Elliott? He's been so hot. He's won, for Chevrolet, more than anybody recently. He's hot off of Talladega, so I still think that #1 pit stall is going to pay off for them, and so I would go with Chase Elliott today.
You start first, you got the #1 pit stall, you finish first. I think it's pretty much Chase Elliott.
Does a Hendrick car win today regardless of who it is? They've won 5 of the last 10 races. This has been such a great venue for HMS.
Well, I think they have a great shot at it. Unfortunately, Alex Bowman's going to be going to the back, so that takes one of their key players in it to the back. That's going to be tough to come back up through there. But, I mean, you got Chase Elliott, Jimmy Johnson, William Byron all running good and all qualified really good, so it's a good chance.
Our next matchup puts Chevrolet.
Chevrolet, I think there's a very good chance Chevrolet wins today.
Next matchup is Chevrolet versus a Toyota. Kyle Larson and Busch. Where are you going here?
To me, I mean, I've just been so impressed with Kyle Larson. I know that he's not had a great year, but we're going to change that for him. But he's been fast. He tested here. He qualified up front. The car just has that look. I think his luck changes today.
Kyle Busch always finds a way. I don't know how they do it, but he always finds a way. I know he's got a lot of top 10s going for him, and today could break that streak. But I'm going to put a little money on Kyle Larson, or on Kyle Busch.
Kyle Busch, top 10 in every race this year, which when you look at the venues we've been to and all the things that can go wrong, that's a pretty amazing stat in this day and age. Our final matchup today, a couple drivers from Stewart-Haas. We've got Kevin Harvick, just heard from him. So much success since he went to SHR against Daniel Suarez. This is one of his better tracks.
It is a great track for Daniel Suarez. If you look at his past experience here, and he has a good feel for this track. I think he's won an Xfinity race here, but it's Kevin Harvick. And Kevin Harvick is not only has he dominated this race in the past a year ago, but he looks really good. I think he's also one of the factors. I think he and Kyle Larson, to me, seem to be the best cars out there.
Suarez said in an interview yesterday, I circled this racetrack. Couldn't wait to get to Dover. I just think Suarez this may be a breakout day for him, so I like Suarez.
We love bold predictions on race day, and you kind of made one. You said Kyle Larson's bad luck is going to turn around today. You're kind of an insider when it comes to breaking bad luck, right?
I'm a specialist, actually. You didn't know that about me.
And we're going to try and break the spell. Kyle Larson joins us next. He and Jeff had a special Friday afternoon trying to turn things around. Welcome to our NASCAR Race Hub.
From the green flag at Daytona to the checkers of Homestead.
In the car, under the hood, and hanging with the drivers.
We've got the drama, the stories, the science. We've got the speed.
NASCAR Race Hub. Weeknights at 6 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
So, Kyle, I mean, it's been pretty well documented. You mentioned it yourself. This year has not gone very well. You've had some bad luck, man. It's just been crazy what's been going on.
I've had a lot of bad luck throughout my career, but not week to week to week to week to week. So hopefully we're changing it.
I think I might just have found the place to get your luck turned around.
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Hey, how are you? My guy here has had the worst luck this season. It's been terrible, right?
Bad. Bad. Yeah. Really bad.
So we need to know what you got that's going to help turn his luck around.
We have got everything. Candles, herbs, oils, crystals, talismans, you name it.
Well, I'm buying, so let's get this guy set up.
All right, let's do it. Thanks. Right up here. This is called an evil eye talisman. Go out of my way.
Oh, perfect.
Lucky rabbit foot.
So that really does work?
Is this a real rabbit foot?
Rub those toenails every time you're like, I'm going to win, I'm going to win.
I got a Buddha here for you. You got to rub its belly, though.
Venturine, pyrite, citrine, tourmaline, moonstone.
Didn't you just have a flat tire recently?
Every week.
We can get you a mojo bag made up.
Like this?
Mm-hmm. Try to get everything cleared out of your way with flying monkeys.
As long as he's not flying.
No flying.
We need a broom.
Yeah.
Drum is always good, right? Maybe
heck yeah. Going into battle, elements of earth and fire and water, because I know you're praying to win.
He just wants to finish. Are we missing anything else?
We still got to smudge them.
Yes.
Absolutely need to smudge. So smudging is used to help relieve you of any negative energy around you. Probably give you a little bit too.
Thank you. Yes. Okay.
Everybody gets the smudge.
Feeling better already. Jackie, thank you so much. I mean, my gosh, I think we got this guy covered now.
I think we do. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
You paying for all this?
I mean, I knew you needed a lot of help, but I didn't know you needed this much.
Man.
With us now, and I think the best part may be the facial expressions. And I would say thanks for playing along. You're a good sport. Maybe you're just that desperate. You needed some of that smudging, huh?
Man, it was fun to be able to get together with you. But what I like, besides the things we did there to help you out, is what you guys are doing on the racetrack. You make your own luck. You guys have qualified good. You tested well here. You're fast. What do you think? Is it going to happen this weekend?
We're trying to make our own luck anyways. We've been trying every week, so just hasn't worked out. But I feel really good about my car this weekend. I was really fast at the test, and I feel like we made the balance a little bit easier to drive this weekend. So I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully all that stuff we did the other day helps. My energy's been great. My mood's been awesome. All those crystals and candles I got in the motorhome are hopefully it'll work.
Is his bad luck making you nervous?
I thought I'd stay a little further away than normal.
You didn't like the black cat?
In here.
No,
well, I was all right until they started smudging him, and then I got a little nervous, you know.
Oh, that was the best part.
Oh, I know. so you go out here today. You got a fast car. You've led every, 10, 20, 15, you've been at the top of the chart all weekend long. What are you worried about? You got a fast car. You've been good in practice. What are you worried about today?
I mean, there's lots of stuff you always worry about at Dover. I think, pit roads is one of them. It's such a slow pit road speed that it's easy to push your limits there or get your car bucking around and lose track of how fast you're going. Restarts off of turn 2 are always crazy. So, and just the track itself. This is a tough place, and adjusting as the line changes and as the rubber lays down is tricky. So that's why I like it, though. I always enjoy coming to Dover. We've always been pretty fast here. So been close to a couple wins. So hopefully today's the day.
Do you feel lucky?
I feel very lucky.
You ought to.
And what is it about your driving style that suits you at this place? And I just go immediately to the dirt deal because, Christopher Bell's been great here as well. Is there a correlation there?
I think so. Friday I kind of compared it to like qualifying at Lawrenceburg Speedway with a wing sprint car when it's hooked up. It's just crazy fast, the loads, how the line changes and how bumpy it is. It's just an aggressive place, and that's why I enjoy it, and I think I run well here because of that.
How physical do you think it's going to be today? I mean, the speeds are really, really fast through the corners, 400 laps here. Traffic's going to be tough, getting on pit road. I mean, how mentally and physically draining is this place?
This place is always tough, and my bones ache really when I get out of the car and get home, and Monday is usually a tough day, but I think it'll be even worse. I think I seen Kevin Harvick tweet something that we're 17 miles an hour faster in the center corner than we were last year. That's incredible. Wow. So the loads are crazy, and just how intense and fast-paced it's going to be is going to be wild, and I think it's definitely going to take a toll on us.
Dude, so when I drove, and I think Jeff probably agreed, I had like my lucky underwear that I wore a lot. I had my lucky shoes. I had my lucky socks. I had my lucky, like one uniform. It really performed. But do you have anything at all that's lucky for you?
I've had all of. Well, I got a couple of things in my pocket from.
I hope you.
From
there you go.
Avalon or wherever we were.
What is that?
It's the. I don't know. I forget what everything's called, but it's going to work. It's going to work today.
Well, one of those items that's on that table or in your pocket is going to work for you today. I feel it. I can feel your energy is good, and that car looks good and fast. So go out and get you one, man.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it, and hopefully your help will help me out. We'll have to find another one next week.
The question becomes, where are you two going next Friday? If Kyle wins today, this is going to become a weekly thing, isn't it?
Now we figured out how Jeff won all his championships and races.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for coming over in the rain, and I just heard the Air Titans fire up. So hopefully we're going to go green in just a bit. Good luck, okay, Kyle?
Yeah, thank you.
Race day is live in Dover, Delaware. We're heading back to the Race Hub studios coming up.
Beautiful scene and a terrific tribute.
Things change.
driver, a team, a track, even a season. But the racing, that never changes.
Turn 3. Checkers will wave for Brett Moffitt.
NASCAR Gander Outdoors Truck Series.
Late last night because their eyes beheld a near sight. For this monster of a track began to rise, and suddenly, to our surprise, the Monster Mile, and all the fans went wild. Jimmy hasn't won in a while. He owns the Monster Mile.
Welcome back to Race Day and welcome back to our Race Hub studios. Do you know how to do the Monster Mash there, Larry?
I do not.
No? Anyone
I
know how
can
to
do the floss. I did learn the floss.
You cannot do the
I did
floss.
learn the floss.
Who taught you the floss?
Our NASCAR Next group that came in here. They did teach me the floss.
I will get that on video, and I will be posting a little bit later on Instagram.
So you can do the floss. It's a little hard sitting down, but I'm gaining.
Okay, with that, we're going to move on. Welcome back, as I mentioned. Okay, we're going to make our picks for the race.
That was Brad dribbling a basketball right there is what that was. I'm trying to do the floss.
So 10 weeks, this is where you and I have come. This is where we're at now.
Well, could you do any better?
No, but I didn't act like I could.
Okay, true. That's a good point. Okay, time to make our picks, okay? Picks for the race as soon as we get it in. As you guys saw, there is rain in the area. We had the jet dryers on the track, off the track, but we're still going to go ahead and pick who we think is going to win. And I'm going to go with the same guy that I picked last week to win, and that would be the 48, Jimmy Johnson. I just think that it's coming, and it's right there, and if he can get it done anywhere, it's going to be at this track. Jimmy wins his 12th Dover Monster Trophy, and this one is gold, as you've seen many times already.
I would love to see that.
It
And
would be a
after
great
watching
story.
the piece with Jeff Gordon and Kyle Larson, I'm about to change my pick, but I'm not. you know, this has not been the greatest track for Ford over the last few years. I know Harvick won there a year ago, but Ford only has 2 wins in the last 20 races there. And I actually found it a little odd that our reigning champion, I spoke about him earlier, Joey Logano, 22 career wins. He's never won a Cup race at Dover. There were 2 years, nobody won an Xfinity Series race there, but Joey Logano. I think it's been more of a Penske issue than a Joey Logano issue. Qualified 4th, finished 3rd there in the fall. I think Joey Logano finally adds a win in the Cup Series to his resume at Dover.
At Dover.
Yep.
Who you got?
Well, I picked Kyle Larson before we saw
You
that
did.
last segment. So I want you make sure you know that. I didn't just change my mind all of a sudden. So I picked Kyle Larson. This morning, well, he's pretty fast. He come from flipping last week, like, I don't know, 25 times down the back straightaway. He come back this weekend to a track that's so fast, so hard. Just goes out there, he's fast.
If he
He's got good
wins, every
speed.
NASCAR driver will be lined up at that woman's
A lot of
shop.
candles in motorhomes if he
And it really sold me when he said those candles are working.
You know
So
why
I
I'm
do
proud of
believe
you?
that Kyle.
You know why I'm proud of you? This may be the first time that your pick didn't contradict pump the brakes or hit the gas.
He's getting on board.
Thanks,
He's getting
Larry.
on board.
I appreciate that.
It's rolling.
Thank you.
Who you got, Jamie?
Well, since we did make this pick a
Yes,
little
we
earlier
did.
in the day.
And you can't change them
and
once you pick them.
I'm slightly disappointed in our coworker, Cole Pern, because he got just a little too much going through tech, because I chose Martin Truex Jr.,
Yes.
who's going to go to the back, but he got his first win here in 2007. He won here again, I believe, in 2016. It's his, quote, hometown track, but he likes this place, and I just looked at his lap times. I thought his car looked like it was hooked up, and I chose last today.
Yeah. Well, there you go. One thing we will mention the guys that are going to the back of the field, as Jamie just mentioned. One of those guys is Martin Truex Jr. for having issues getting through inspection this morning. Here are the other guys, Matt Tifft, who will also have to do a pass-through penalty once that race starts. Ryan Preece and Alex Bowman, who had qualified in the top 5, will also go to the back of the field. So since we have some time here, we're in a holding pattern, as are the drivers in a holding pattern, right? We saw Kevin. He said that he has been in his fire suit, out of his fire suit, in his shoes, out of his shoes. What's that like for a driver when you get ready for the day and you think that it's going to start at a certain time and you guys are all structured, all on schedules, and then it's completely thrown off?
Well, we typically have the same schedule every single weekend when everyone kind of knew rain was coming, but we weren't 100% sure what the weather is going to be today. So, you wake up, you have your typical routine, go do your appearances, you do the driver's meeting. At Ganassi, we always had a team meeting prior to the driver's meeting, so you do the same schedule. Then you go to the driver's meeting, you get back to your bus, you're looking at the radar. Most drivers have about 6 apps on their phone, a different radar, hoping they can find a positive.
Texting each other.
Yeah.
Are we gonna
what do
get
you
in?
think? Are we going to do it? They're texting everybody they know at NASCAR, and they're eating everything in their motorhome right now. I guarantee you, if there's any cookies or anything sweet available, everybody's in their bus right now eating.
And I would assume, like myself and probably you would eat the same thing every weekend. You have the same routine, and so that's what it's all about. It's a routine on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Practice, qualify, practice, race, and you get up on Sunday morning and you see the weather. Like Jamie said, you have all the apps, you have all the devices, you have everything you can think about, but you want to really get to the racetrack. I mean, that's what you're there for. I always said, if it was going to rain, just let it flood, and we'll do it on Monday because it's hard to get pumped up, get that uniform on, and there is a little trick on this. Schrader told me one time, Kenny Schrader told me, if you put that uniform on, you can't take it off.
Oh, so you have to sleep in it?
You have to sleep in it.
Did you ever do that? Did you ever do that?
Luck.
Did
Maybe
you ever,
that's
did you
what
ever have
Kyle
to do that?
Larson's been doing. He's been putting his uniform on and taking it back off.
Did you ever sleep in your?
Don't sleep in your uniform.
Did you ever sleep in your uniform?
I did not do that.
No, I wonder if Kenny Schrader did.
He probably did.
Yeah, well.
We are so cut and dry routine that these guys, they want the race to happen. Obviously, we all do. And when you're having off and on rain, that's just the hardest part about it, I think.
Listen, I know you guys are the ones that are going to have to get in the car and race it, but the guys sitting in the garage right now on that hard ground, your crew guys waiting out this rain, they don't have a motorhome, they don't have cookies, they have the garage. I've been in there many times. They're all just hanging out, waiting out the rain. How hard is it on the crew guys?
Yeah, this is the worst type of conditions at a racetrack, is to have the unknown. If you knew it was going to quit raining at this time, it takes this amount of time to dry the track, we should be racing. But I think with these showers being spotty and more cells building, the good thing about Dover, it's the good news, bad news. The good news is they don't have lights. The bad news is they don't have lights. So you kind of know the window of when this race absolutely has to start. I hated this time at the racetrack, but what I would do is normally go in the lounge of the hall, and I would start working on notes for the upcoming weekend. Now, I've been doing this a long time. So much has changed. Now, just for the record, I never worked on a car that ran on the beach. I've been doing it a long time. But we used to run Dover in the spring on Sunday. And believe it or not, nobody sitting at this desk will remember this. Maybe Bobby is a crew member. We used to have to check in Charlotte the week after Dover on Tuesday.
Wow.
We practiced on Tuesday afternoon, and we did not have an airplane involved. We drove. So, but to Jamie's point, I think the logistics is what starts getting turned upside down from a standpoint of rental cars, flights, hotels. That's where it really starts to get upside down.
It does really start to filter into the following week. And you talk about the racetrack. We just saw the jet dryers out there. I guess the good news is that we did not see the windshield wipers on, so that potentially means that the rain has stopped out there. But it's a green racetrack, and I know we'll have a competition caution. But with sort of the speeds that we've seen and kind of the unknowns that exist there, how anxious are drivers getting into the car on a green track with these speeds?
Well, I would say what their fear is that a green racetrack uses the most rubber, and so the tires are going to wear out the fastest the very first run when they do get on the track. So guys, there might be some guys that maybe take it a little bit easy. The fact that there's 40 cars on the track, that makes it better. I talked to Kyle Larson's crew chief, Chad Johnson, and they did the tire test there, and he said when they first got to the test, green racetrack, they could only make around 20 laps before the tires were worn out. Now, that's only 3 cars on the track, so when you have 40 cars or 37 cars, that will get better. But to me, that's kind of the discussion that's going on inside the team haulers right now is like, hey, are we going to be able to make it to that lap 40 safe?
Yeah, it will darken up really more quickly today, obviously, than a test or even first practice on Friday, but it'll still take some time. But as a driver, always think, especially under these conditions, we see everybody with a jacket on. It's going to be cool. Qualifying speeds is going to be like that for a little bit. So as you go on in that 40 laps, I'm like you, Jamie. I'm thinking, well, I got a caution coming out. I think I'm going to take it easy. I'm not going to take some chances. I might not move up the racetrack as much. You can start working on your car in 40 laps.
The one thing that you can do as a driver, like Bobby said, the track will get black, and it's going to get black on the bottom first because that's where everybody's going to be. the first car to move up will, again, be putting the most rubber down. So if you want to be a little more conservative, it's not necessarily about driving easier. It's about just staying on the bottom of the racetrack. The first guy to go to the top.
Kyle Larson.
Yeah.
So
I took
Kyle
the words
Larson
right
is
out
up
of my mouth.
there.
Kyle Larson is not going to get off the bottom at the beginning. He's going to do everything he can to make sure he makes it to the end.
Yeah, I'm kind of like you guys. I would have liked to have seen that competition caution as much as it has rained, maybe a little sooner than lap 40, because, I mean, a green racetrack, it just eats the rubber off those tires. And then, of course, the other thing that I'm trying to do is be a salesman to these drivers and say, I know the car is going to drive a little bit different when the green flag waves, but it will come to you pretty quickly once this racetrack gets rubbered in.
Okay, well, hang with us.
You know what I'm going to do during the rain?
What are you going to eat?
Work on my floss.
Yeah, well, oh my goodness gracious. Good thing you guys don't have to see that, because we're going to go to commercial break right now. But we will be back with race day. We're going to continue to get you ready for this race as the jet dryers are out there. Keep our fingers and toes crossed, everyone. We'll be right back. Every driver that's been on Race Hub this week has said that is the trophy that they want to win. That gold monster, of course, for the anniversary out there at Dover, Delaware. They want that trophy. They want that monster. And they could potentially get it, because we have been told that driver intros are going to start in about 5 minutes out there at Dover. We've been dealing with weather all day long, but the Air Titans are out there. And Jamie, you said once this track starts to dry, it dries very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it starts to turn white as it dries. And once you see that happening, pit road is actually going to take longer to dry than the racetrack is. Larry talked about all the banking on this racetrack. Well, that helps dry it.
Yeah. And I think, too, the Air Titans, when they came on board, it just changed my whole life, because it's like, I used to sit in the motorhome thinking, well, it's going to be a while. Air Titans, they drive so fast, no matter here or other tracks.
They do. So crews getting ready, maybe starting to kind of go through their routine of getting ready to go out there?
Well, the sound of those Air Titans right there to everybody at that racetrack is like music to your ears. And you know, once you hear those, from the minute they fired them up with the track completely wet, we were told earlier this morning, maybe 90 minutes to the south of 90 minutes, not quite an hour and a half that it would take. And you can see right there, we're starting to see some white. So I think we could be racing if we don't get any more precipitation within the hour.
Are your crew guys on pit road nervous, or I shouldn't say nervous, are you worried as a crew chief about those guys, because it does stay wet down there even when the track is a little bit dry?
I would say they are out there right now with all types of techniques, trying to dry their pit box, just trying to make sure everything around that environment is dry. And I want to make sure these guys are starting to loosen up now. We've heard the Air Titans. That means we might be going racing within the hour or so. Let's just make sure we're ready. Let's don't be scrambling at the last minute because we were kind of lackadaisical and not really ready.
Okay, so in the last hour and a half, we've talked about Jimmy Johnson and his 11 wins. We've talked about Chase Elliott starting on the pole. But one guy that we haven't talked about is William Byron, who, by the way, is working with the crew chief, who also has 11 victories at this racetrack, right? Chad Knaus, who has been excited. We've talked to him. We've had him on Race Hub. He's had this race circled with William Byron, who's starting second. What do we expect out of him today?
Well, look, timing is everything in our sport, and William Byron, I think you said it earlier, has won Rookie of the Year in like everything from a Bandolero through every NASCAR series up to Cup. I mean, he's a really good driver. His timing, however, getting to Hendrick Motorsports was not perfect, because Hendrick Motorsports isn't at the same level that we expect them to be at. But when I looked back last night at cars I was going to pick for today, William Byron, I thought, had a top 3 car today. So I expect he could have a really good day. And I think that when we listened to Jimmy Johnson's confidence earlier, it's not just because Jimmy Johnson's car is good, but it's because he's looking at all of his teammates, and they all seem to be pretty fast today.
Yeah, well, what I was impressed with William was obviously whenever Chase beat him for the pole, he was a little bit ticked off. You know, he was watching, you could watch right there in turn 1, and he was like, golly. But at the same time, good practice speed. Sometimes, you know, when you go to Dover, it's one of those places you go fast at, but you might not race as good. But through practice, after qualifying through practice, it appears that his car is really fast. So kudos to him and those guys for putting it all together.
Well, I gave the number earlier, 700 days since Jimmy Johnson has been to victory lane. That number obviously is the same number for Chad Knaus, who was his crew chief. And you think back to Jimmy's rookie season in 2002. By this time, he and Chad Knaus, they either already had hadn't won or they were about to win at Auto Club Speedway in the spring of 2002 when Jimmy was a rookie. But when I look right now, I just think a solid run for that 24 team. Yeah, you never go to the racetrack not thinking we can win. I don't care who you are. But they're 19th in points. They're below the cut line. And in the regular season, we're closing in on it being halfway over. So to me, if they can come out of there, I know Chad, William, everybody's thinking winning, and that's what they should do. But if you can come out of there with a solid, uneventful day, maybe a top 5 finish, you have to leave this racetrack feeling good about it.
Certainly. And he's a great guy that you could kind of lead on, which is Chad Knaus, knows how to set up a car for this racetrack. And someone else who, we're going to take a look at some of the drivers right now. Joey Logano, this was your, I love that. He's
good thing he left the suit on, right?
Good. He's got some, see, he's athletic. We can talk about Joey being athletic. He just hurdled that puddle there. This is your guy. You picked Joey to win today.
Well, I did. I like what I saw. He made a 35-lap run in final practice yesterday. He maybe didn't cut the fast lap, but his lap times just did not fall off.
Eric Almirola, part of that Stewart-Haas Racing stable, looking to get their first victory of the season, have been very, very good here.
Yeah, Eric's going to start 7th today, and he started off, I think, with 6 straight top 10s to start the season. They struggled a little bit at Richmond, but he ran good here last year, so Eric's going to have a good day.
Does it take a little air out of your bubble when you have to go to the back of the field after starting in the top 5?
It really does. I mean, you have a good qualifying run, you got good practice speeds, and you got to go to the back. You know, luckily for Alex, thinking about this, starting at the back, but a 40-lap caution period.
There you go.
That's going to be helping him a lot. So
yes.
it could be worse. So it hopefully won't be so bad for Alex.
He could be Matt Tiff having to do a pass.
Are we seeing strategery on the part of old Alex Bowman in that 88? Is that what we're thinking? Strategery? He's not answering me. No. Ty Dillon, take a look at Ty Dillon. It's okay, I'm used to not being listened to.
I don't know what that is. I was looking it up real quick.
It's a fun word. Okay, Ty Dillon, of course, he won his 2nd stage last week. So I love listening to him when he has success. It's just so pure and so real, and he's so excited.
Yeah, and it's the little victories, right? We talked about this. I mean, that team does not expect to go to the racetrack and win, and when they can win a stage, that's a huge deal for them, not only for the stage win, but also because of the points that are accumulated with that.
I talked about William Byron needing an uneventful day. That driver right there, Bubba Wallace in that 43 car, he's the one that needs an uneventful day. Crashed on lap 11 last week at Talladega.
That's a bummer. Okay, we've got much more coming up. As you can see, drivers are heading out to driver intros, so that is a good sign. We'll be right back here on FS1.
It's home to thrills, chills, and a whole lot of spills. A cornerstone of NASCAR history, located in the heart of our country's first state. Our forefathers deemed this land the very beginning of the U.S. of A., the first of the 13 colonies to ratify the U.S. Constitution, the first to take the plunge and believe in something bigger than themselves. The small wonder of the North still has some of the best and the boldest. The Monster Mile turns the Big 5-0 this year. Half a century full of new faces making their mark and old ones leaving their legacy. This track was born out of tradition, liberty, independence, and a whole lot of racing. This is Dover.
And down here behind the stage for driver intros, catching up with a lot of different drivers here as we continue our FS1 pre-race coverage. Martin Truex Jr., 2-time winner here. 9 years apart from your first to your last win here, but still it's a special place.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I love coming up here. I hate when it does this, but love coming up here, love the racetrack. It's just so much fun to drive on, and can be really, really tough to race on, but that's what makes it fun.
So how tough is it racing from the back to the front here?
It's pretty tough. You know, I think it might have been 2016 or maybe it was 2017. We had to go to the back for something, and we were able to make our way up through. It's going to be harder this time, though. I think this is probably going to be about the most difficult race ever to start in the back. But our Sirius XM Camry was really good in practice. You just got to hope it's good on the really long runs, because that's, I think, where it's going to get easiest to pass. It's never going to be easy, but when the runs get really long and the track starts to widen out, that's when you'll be able to make some moves. So hopefully our car will be good enough to do that, but it's going to be a long day.
All right, good luck. Jamie?
And Ryan Blaney up here waiting for driver intros to fully begin. So what is it like for you guys? You've been back in your coach. You've kind of been told, you know, fire suit on, fire suit off. What's your mindset as you wait for this?
Yeah, so for initial intros, I just put my fire suit on, and then they told me it's on a holding pass. I'm like, all right. And rain delays, it's not only bad for the drivers just sitting around getting ready to go, but it's bad for crew guys, things like that. They have to sit around, and pit crew flies in this morning. They were getting all warmed up. Now they have to wait, and not to mention the fans that come out and expect a great race, and just Mother Nature not cooperating. But hopefully we get a little window and we can try to do something here. But if not, tomorrow looks pretty good. But hopefully we can try to do it today and put on a show for the fans that came out and been sitting in the rain all day. At least we can do. But even though it's raining, it's nice to be up here. I like this area of the country. But yeah, it kind of messes with you. You just want to get racing.
And I know you got a great seat yesterday for a race. You weren't in the race, but you got to be in the broadcast booth. Nice job. You had a skinny tie that was all about Star Wars. What did you think of the booth experience?
Yeah, for May the 4th, it was nice to have that Star Wars tie I've had for about 10 years. And I like doing the booth. It's cool. You get a bird's eye view of everything. There's so much information up there that you can just look at, lap times, where people are running, fast laps, lap sled, just stats of every driver in the field. I thought that was pretty cool. And you're watching developing stories. When I watch it on TV, you get a lot of that information, but not nearly as much as when you're up there and then you can relay it. So that part was so fun. I was doing that and watching y'all's watch party. I was kind of going back and forth. But that ended up being a great race yesterday, and this racetrack always puts on great shows. But I like the booth. That's my only one for the year. But I do the all drivers broadcast here in a few weeks at Charlotte, so I'm excited for that. But the booth deal I enjoy, and can't thank Adam and Michael Waltrip enough for having me up there.
All right, that'll be fun. Drivers only. And this time when the booth talks to you, you will look at the camera, though.
I'll look at the camera. I got some notes from last time that people gave me a hard time for, so I just got to know when the camera's on me. But hopefully it works out better.
Good job. We'll wait for you to go over. Look at who's photobombing right here.
Basically got 2 camera shoots going on here on the stage behind. This guy has really excited everyone this weekend. Chad Canales told me he's excited. Just like you guys have put it all together here on the Monster Mile.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a step in the right direction. It feels closer to Texas for us. We ran really well there. Qualified really similar to this weekend. So the speed's just been there, which is nice. Hopefully drivability is good, especially if it's a green racetrack like it's going to be if we race today. And, just try to prepare for that, make sure we can get to that lap 40 caution, put some tires on, and I feel like our balance will come to us then. So excited for it. Guys have worked really hard. They were burning the midnight oil this week, so definitely proud of them.
Team has confidence. You've got the speed all weekend. The fun factor definitely up where you can relax and enjoy it and have some fun.
I mean, it is. I don't think you ever really relax when you're driving in a race car, especially at this level. But I think that, when you look up on the chart or whatever, and the speed comes a little bit easier, that's nice. So makes it to where you can just do your job and not have to overreach. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we're as good today.
And Chad told me that basically looking at past notes with Jimmy, looking at what Chase has done, what the whole organization has done, what's the most positive thing that you've taken out of this weekend?
Really just kind of, we were able to go, seems like our best weekends have been, we use the Chevy Sim a lot, and our best weekends have kind of been when that correlates pretty well. So the speed and the comfort and drivability has kind of been the same as the Sim was, and that hopefully will pay off for us later today. I feel like we can definitely take some notes on today and hopefully bring that back for the fall.
Willie B certainly smiling. Keep an eye on the 24, Jamie.
And the 48, somebody to keep an eye on. One practice on Saturday. They had just one practice, by the way. It's good to see you back to your form, what we kind of expect from Jimmy Johnson and the 48 team. How good do you feel like the car is, though, overall in the long run?
Yeah, the car was really strong yesterday, and I think really over the last month we've been putting the pieces of the puzzle together as a company, specifically on the 48 car, and it was great to see that Ally Chevy at the top of the board, and hopefully it's there after 400 laps.
So when you're in this situation, you guys are waiting. What do you do for fitness? You can't get on your bike. I know you're tired of running, so what do you do?
No, Sunday's usually a chill day for me anyway, so I'm taking advantage of it. I do get a bit stir crazy, and then I think the hardest thing is just to not overeat today. I think we're all guilty of it. You're sitting in your bus or the transporter or wherever, and there's not much going on, but there's food laying out, so you may as well try it. So today's going to be tough not to overeat.
Well, good luck, and hopefully we'll be focused on the race and not eating, right?
Thank you.
Ben?
And I'm with Denny Hamlin as we're sitting here. So we got a good view of the fans that are enduring this weather. I mean, it's tough enough for you guys to kill the time, but man, these fans, they've put in an effort today, haven't they?
Yeah, it's pretty easy for us, to be honest with you. I got out of the motorhome and we were watching a little bit of the golf, and I was thinking, well, what are we doing going out to intros? There can't be anybody here, and I was just amazed that many people are actually sitting out in this rain. Yeah, they were excited to see some racing today. I'm not too optimistic it's going to happen, but certainly love their enthusiasm, and hopefully we'll get this race going and with our FedEx Camry and make it a little better than what it was yesterday. Definitely was on the struggle bus for most of the part yesterday, and hopefully we'll improve on that.
What's it take to be good here? You ran second here last October, so you've had good runs here, but what's it take to be good at Dover?
You know, honestly, I've never won here in a Cup car, so I probably am not the right guy to ask. But, you know, we've been close, but never really have had a race-winning car here. And a lot of it probably is whatever feedback I'm given is not equaling speed in the car. So, I mean, we're trying different things. We really wholesaled it overnight because, like I said, we were so bad in practice. But we'll see how it all plays out. We've had a really good season. We've made really good adjustments from Saturday to Sunday each week this year. So I would suspect hopefully today will be no different.
Yeah, good luck. Let's go to Matt.
And Brad Keselowski won here 7 years ago. His crew chief, Paul Wolf, should have, could have, would have won 2 Busch North races here if not for a loose wheel and the track bar basically breaking. His confidence, he's cautiously optimistic about today. What say you?
Yeah, whatever he says, I go with, because as I keep getting reminded, I need to just drive the car. So, no, that's, we'll see. This has been one of our weaker tracks for whatever reason.
Positive. Think positive.
I'm trying to think positive, but, you know, the time to fix that is each and every time we come here is we try different things, and we haven't hit on what we need to win here for some reason. We've had some good runs, and we've, like I said, we won here one time, but we haven't just come to this racetrack and dominated. So we'll see. With all the new rules, there's new opportunities.
You talk a lot about the athletes that go over the wall, and those guys are superstars. Last week at Talladega, I don't know if you have a better shot of winning the Powerball to pull that move off again. Impressive, though.
Thank you. Not intentional, but you try to make the most of a bad situation, and our guys did a phenomenal job. I was really proud of them. I feel like if I had done it just a little bit different, I could have stayed with the drafting pack, but then they all wrecked, so maybe that wasn't a bad thing.
Now, I think Joey Chitwood III, his family, they always had the Chitwood Thrill Show. You know, if this driving thing for you in the Cup Series, you get to a point you want to wind down, I think you could probably rekindle that fun.
Yeah, I think I'm quite happy just being a race car driver, but it's nice to have a backup plan.
All right. Well, good luck. Vince, Jamie.
Well, Daniel Suarez just got called to driver intro, so we're working through it. Alex Bowman sitting back here ready to go. Well, things just got a little more exciting for you. You guys have to drop to the back because of tech. What's that call like?
Yeah, it's a bummer for sure. You know, we've struggled with qualifying this year, and then we had a really good qualifying effort, and we're going to the back. So that's a bummer, but really happy with our nationwide Blue Vine small business Chevy. We've been pretty good since we unloaded. Got a really cool promotion with pitchtowinbig.com on the car. Small business owner can win $100 grand from entering that. So if you own a small business at home, be sure to check that out. And hopefully we'll get the car up front later today or tomorrow or whenever we get on track.
Hopefully that's it. And I've been seeing you smile a lot more coming off the second place finish, your career best last week. What does that shot in the arm do for this team and for you personally?
Yeah, we needed that off weekend to begin with. You know, it had been a miserable start to the season for the 88 team. Honestly, I made mistakes. We had mistakes on the pit crew. We had just a lot of mistakes and not a lot of good executions. So to kind of be able to reset, come back fresh, and have a great week at Talladega was really cool. Would have liked to get the win, but pushing a Hendrick teammate to a win is pretty cool, and we'll try to keep the momentum rolling.
All right, keep those elbows up. You're going to need it today. We hope to race later on. You stay with us. Much more to come from Dover. You'll see Alex Bowman and the rest of the guys. Keep it right here. More to come.
The 2019 FIFA Women's World Cup kicks off June 7th, and all eyes are going to be on Alex Morgan, Carly Lloyd, and the U.S. women's national team as the defending champions head to France looking to win a historic 4th World Cup. All the matches will be live right here on Fox and FS1. Can't wait to watch that. I love watching those ladies play in these big events. All right, take a look. Denny Hamlin, driver intros, got the umbrella in hand, but nobody there.
That's awesome.
Oh, God.
That is awesome.
That is like...
They got to get it back.
It's fun that he played along.
Saturday Night Live skit right there. You see drivers out there. I mean, how prepared are they really at this point to get inside the race cars?
Well, I mean, they have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen today. And I was telling you at the break that when you have to go to driver introductions and it might rain, you don't always put all of your gear on. And so you get over there, and sometimes guys will just have T-shirts on, not the fireproof underwear that we wear underneath our suits, or the correct socks, or maybe even the correct shoes because it's raining out. And I remember being at a race and not having the right gear on, and the track dried a little quicker than expected, and frantically running back to my bus to get everything on correctly. So I never did that again.
I think Joey Logano looked like he was ready to go.
Joey Logano's been ready since 9.
I think he slept in his fire suit last night.
He did. Yeah, Denny Hamlin was not ready. He didn't have the right shoes on.
He didn't. You identified that.
But he wants to keep them dry. I understand that.
He also had no friends out there. Boo. Maybe he'll have some friends on the racetrack today. Okay, let's take a listen to what some of the drivers had to say about racing at Dover. Take a listen.
Dover is a crazy fast racetrack. Chews you up, spits you out, and laughs at you. It is the monster. It doesn't have to be a monster. It is the monster.
You really got to stay physically fit throughout that race.
It's a wild, wild place to get around in a race car. The feeling is like no other. The banks, the compression you feel in the car, lap after lap after lap after lap.
And the best way to get through it is to relax and try and get in a rhythm.
If you make a quick mistake and get a little loose, like on corner exit, you end up in that inside fence pretty quick. The grip that's in that concrete surface, there's just no feeling like it.
Smooth on the wheel, try to be as much as you can, and keep looking for grip to find.
Yeah, the whole time you're out there, you're like, there's no way in hell this car is going to keep me in this corner.
You know, you just start feeling it rattle and just shakes your head around. Truthfully, I mean, you're sitting there just trying to fight it.
I mean, literally, you thinking this thing is going to break in half, and it never does.
I'd say Dover's like the Hulk. It's just one of those places, beast mode, completely the entire race.
The king daddy of them all. It is certainly the monster of our sport.
It's funny what Clint was saying. I feel like that every time I go on a ride along with you guys at any racetrack. I'm like, there's no way this thing is going to stick as we're going into the corners. You know, we talk about physicality. We heard those guys say it a lot, and we had talked to Jimmy Johnson a little bit earlier today about the physical aspect of his career and life. But Jamie, you had a really interesting analogy in our meeting today about how this racetrack is really more physically demanding, and you kind of used a running race to kind of compare it to.
Yeah, so, I mean, I like running, and I know that you're into that as well. Larry, not
I'm all into it. I love watching you
running.
run.
He likes to run to open the wine.
That's right. He runs when he flosses. So, I mean, when I compare Dover to somewhere like Kansas, Kansas is like running 10 miles at a kind of a medium-paced heart rate. It's an event, but you know it's not going to push you to the limit. When I think about going to Dover, it's more like having to run 15 miles at an elevated heart rate because you're just on edge the whole time. And I don't know if we can appreciate what all the drivers are saying there about the load that it puts on your body. It also test the limit of your cars. For years, Dover was the place that if a part was going to fail on your car, you found out when you got to Dover. I remember 2011 or 2012 when Juan Pablo Montoya was my teammate. Both of our track bar mounts failed within like 5 laps of each other. We went back. We figured out, oh, well, the loads are a little higher than we expected, and they had to make those parts a little stronger.
Yeah, I have a few stories from Dover, but one of them in particular like that is in 1993, driving for Bill Davis, we had these race cars we thought were pretty good. We go to Dover and run like half the race. It's like, this car just doesn't handle anymore. By the time the race is over, the rear clip had fallen off of it, had broken and fallen off of it. And it's like, well, this car will run anywhere else, but it won't run Dover. Yeah. Just show you how tough it is. I guess your analogy of a marathon or a half marathon is like, or 10 miles is like, so Dover's a hilly course, and like Kansas might be a little flatter. Yeah, that's kind of how you should look at it. So in the neighborhood that's hilly is like a Dover.
I need a downhill course. But you know, Dover is so hard on equipment, and you saw some of the highlights there. When we think about big wrecks, we think about Daytona and Talladega, but you saw some of them right there in those highlights. In fact, 3 years ago on a restart, Jimmy Johnson had an issue. And we had an 18-car pileup right there on the front straightaway. Dover, you mentioned the first race there in 1969. All the years we ran there, it was an asphalt surface. But as the cars gained downforce and the tires got grippier, because you spend so much time in the corner, we'd leave there and they'd have to patch all the asphalt. Finally, Melvin Joseph, who was there, said, you know what, I'll fix this. I'll concrete the racetrack. So we went there.
I'll show them.
In 1995 for the first time on the concrete surface. Talking about big wrecks, Dale Jarrett was driving the 28 car for Robert Yates Racing. It was the year that Ernie was out with the injury, and we were caught up in one of those big wrecks coming up off of turn 4, probably on lap 15. It took us to lap 315 to even get it where we could put it back in the hauler. I looked at Robert Yates one time and I said, look, we've cut the front off, we've cut the back off. Why don't we just take the engine out and leave the rest of it here? I don't think any of it's worth taking back to Charlotte. It destroys a race car. You don't have a small wreck normally at Dover.
I love it when Professor McReynolds checks in for business, because we always get like a little bit of a history of the racetrack. It's a McNugget, but it's a history McNugget. And speaking of, we're going to head back out to the track when we come back for a break. We're going to check in with these guys, DW Mike Joy and Jeff Gordon, talk about the upcoming race. We'll be right back on FS1.
We're on the 18th tee box of the DuPont Country Club in Wilmington, Delaware. It's the 18th annual Drive for Autism Golf Tournament. The NASCAR stars are out as we raise money for a good cause.
We are so appreciative of the wonderful support that you all give us. This is much more than a golf fundraiser. As I always say, this is a gathering of friends.
Welcome to the Drive for Autism. It's hard to believe that this is our 18th year hosting this event. The big news is that I got my first paying job this past February. How about that?
I'm Joey Principe, and last year at the Drive for Autism, I let you all know that it happened. I got a job at Marshall's department store.
You see these kids out here and what they're doing, enable them to go out there and get a job and really enjoy what we all get to enjoy on a regular basis.
Over the years, hundreds of golfers have come here, raising $7 million for lifespan services for those dealing with autism.
We can come here for a great cause, have a lot of fun, raise a lot of money. That's what it's all about.
A beautiful country club. The golf course is great, but again, the kids, seeing their excitement of getting jobs.
We mark it down early on in the year. We know that Thursday before Dover, we will be here playing at DuPont for autism.
What this community has done, the money they raise, the impact it has, then it makes you just want to come back.
My golf game in one word, Titanic.
Somewhere between Charles Barkley and garbage.
Interesting. Terrible.
Frustration.
It sucks.
Iceberg, dead ahead.
If you would love to be a part of this great organization, you can contribute. Go to delautism.org.
We all had a great time. Most of us got a lot of practice, but Darryl has played in the Drive for Autism every single year since Artie started it.
Well, I love the tournament, and I love the money that it goes to autism of Delaware. And Artie, you know, everybody says that Artie is, we go there for him. We don't go there for Artie. We go there for the kids. Oh, those kids, when you sign those autographs, they had some Darryl Cartrip stuff. And they said, Darryl Cartrip, he's real. So I just enjoyed the tournament.
So Friday, the next morning, before we came to do qualifying, you know, I'd like to spend a lot of time on Craigslist looking for old cars and parts, and I find this guy's got a wheel balancer, and he's only 12 miles from Dover. So I go down to Camden, little town of Camden, Brown's resale store, and he's got this wheel balancer, and I buy it, and I'm walking out the door because qualifying's in 40 minutes, and I'm about an hour drive away. Oh, no. And I said, wait a minute, what's this?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh.
Is a double monogram kit of two of your favorite stock cars.
Oh, my.
The Mountain Dew Buick and the Pepsi Challenger. Oh. And the decals are in it. It's all brand new. It's all still sealed in the bags. So if for some reason we don't get to race today, we'll find you some glue and some paint. You'll have something to do.
I'm going to the motor coach, and I'll put it all together. And I'll have it up here in the morning, first thing.
You know, this, when we do the car auctions on TV and get to do races, when I was growing up, this was a big part of life. If you were into cars and you weren't old enough to drive cars, and Steve behind the camera there, he's shaking his head, what you did was you built model cars. And I don't know, Jeff, is in your generation, was this a big thing?
Absolutely. Oh, I can remember. I wish I would have known about this set. I would have definitely built it as a kid. I'm, now into Legos through my kids.
Well, you ought to see the Legos
some
he's
really
done.
cool
Oh, my
Lego things
gosh.
out there. But back when I was a kid, absolutely, I was building every model I could, especially if it was a race car.
That's really cool.
My son's never built a model car, and he's 20. You know,
well, he can do these.
He's
for
worked
me.
on his real ones, but
he can put those together and give
but
them to
he's
me.
never built a model. There's 100 pieces there. You're going to be a busy boy if depending. But I do hear the Air Titans out there at work trying to get the track dry and give us a raceable surface here. They've talked about competition caution for lap number 40.
Yeah.
Now, green racetrack, high grip, high speeds. I heard at least one driver say corner speed 17 miles an hour faster than we were here last year. What's all that going to mean?
Yeah, I think it means they're going to have to manage it. If I'm a crew chief, I'm telling my driver, hey, listen, that track is going to be green until it lays some rubber. It's going to chew these tires up as fast as we're going. So I think you're going to have, as a driver, you're going to need to feel how much you're abusing that right front, how much you're abusing that right rear tire, and probably, take it a little bit easy. But drivers, they don't know how to take it easy. If they have an opportunity to pass somebody, they're going to push it. But I certainly wouldn't be the first one to go to the top groove or that middle groove, because I definitely think that is even going to be harder on tires.
I just remember watching Kyle Larson yesterday. Mike, you can tell how much you're abusing that right front tire by how much you're turning the wheel. If you're 17 mile an hour faster through the corner and you're putting a lot of wheel into that thing, that means you're using that right front tire, and you're going to use it up in a hurry. This concrete, it's like going down Interstate 1 over here, Highway 1 over here. It's bumpity, 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 bump. That builds up tire pressure. That builds up wear. That causes problems.
Okay, I'll tell you what. I don't know how you are on glue, but I'm good on decals.
Well, how are you on paint?
We're going to have a big afternoon here in Dover. Yeah, there's 2 whole model cars in here in the bag. Oh, look at all the chrome. Daryl, you love chrome. Look at all the chrome pieces.
I'll handle that part. I'll handle that part.
All right, Joey Logano signs for the fans, and we'll be back to Dover right after this. You're watching NASCAR on FS1.
Returns to Pebble Beach, the site of his most dominant major win, while Brooks Koepka is looking to make history as he attempts to capture his 3rd straight championship. The U.S. Open begins June 13th on Fox FS1 and, of course, the Fox Sports app. Excited to see that as well after the big Masters win for Tiger Woods. Excited today as well for the race, which the jet dryers are still out there at Dover trying to dry that track, get drivers out there and start these engines. One guy who is looking to make history today is Kyle Busch. He was looking to be the first driver to start the season with 11 consecutive top 10s. He does start a little bit further in the field, Jamie, 22nd. How much of an issue is that at this racetrack?
Well, it's going to take a little time. We talked about it maybe being hard to pass and that you could save your tires by staying on the bottom and not moving up too quick. But when you look back to Friday, they only get like 50 minutes of practice now on Friday. We used to get an hour and a half. So if you were a team that unloaded a little bit off, you had some time to work on your car. You could maybe put another set of tires on and see what you're going to have. They didn't have that option on Friday. And when I looked, it didn't seem like any of the JGR cars were quick right off the truck. So they may be a little bit behind. Yesterday, it looked like all of those cars got quite a bit better. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a huge deal for Kyle Busch to get towards the front, but they were a little bit off on Friday.
I think what you think about, too, is the competition caution at lap 40. It's like we talked about before. So I do think that, Kyle, as fast as he is, they have caught up a little bit probably from qualified 22nd. Not a good qualifying effort. I can see Kyle as that guy that says, I'm going to go the outside a little bit, past a few cars. But, he's still got to take care of his tires and not lean on the right front or the right rear as much. But, I do think that Kyle can make the difference. When you have a caution at lap 40, it's there. You might take a little bit of a risk, but you don't want to take a lot of a risk.
Yeah, what we've seen at Dover, no matter where you start, if you start in the middle of the pack or maybe you're one of the drivers that has to go to the rear, if you've got a good race car, you can make up ground. It just seems like it's easier to do at Dover. Now, the closer you get to the front, the more vertical the mountain gets. I can't say when I looked at the final practice yesterday, that 50-minute practice we got, the only one yesterday, which was mainly obviously race runs, I don't know if I saw Kyle having a winning car. I think he's got a good race car.
He just needs a top 10 to continue the streak. I mean, he doesn't need to win.
I promise you, Kyle Busch isn't thinking about a top 10. He's thinking about that big gold monster trophy.
I know he is.
One other thing to keep in mind at the start of this race, and Larry, I think, touched on this earlier in this show, is that pit road is going to be really important today. And Kyle Busch is one of the best at doing the rolling time quick, getting in and out of his stall well, and his pit crew is really fast. So knowing that you have that caution at lap 40, Kyle Busch knows he's going to gain a few spots, or hopes to gain a few spots, on that.
I mean, I know everybody kind of looks back at stats, right? And so 4 of the last 5 he's failed to finish here at Dover in this race. What is, I mean, this is a concrete, right? So we talk about it doesn't really change too much, but what is the major difference? Is that just one of those things?
Yeah, it's an anomaly. That's all it is, because when you look at these last 5 spring races, he's failed to finish 4 of them. 3 of them has been due to a crash. That has nothing to do with spring, summer, fall, or winter.
Right.
It just happens to be the timing of getting involved in a wreck at that 1-mile racetrack.
And also, I think about, we talk about what they did yesterday and how practice looked and qualifying this and that, but when they start this racing a little bit, it's like going to be totally different. The racetrack is going to be really green, even though we talk about it's going to come back like it used to be, or like it was yesterday. But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, I think some of these guys are going to start off with a lot of different setups, or, the track's going to be different, so their setup might not be quite as good for a while. So it's just going to be a challenge throughout the first 40 laps for sure until they get a hold of it.
And that's where experience on that pit box, I think, will pay dividends, especially at the first part of this race, because the crew chief knows his driver's probably going to be screaming about something. But he has to go, okay, is it because the racetrack is green? I want to make sure I make the right adjustments, but I don't want to get greedy and over-adjust the race car based on that racetrack being so green.
Ryan Blaney qualified 11th for this race. Both of his teammates have gone to victory lane so far this season. He has a top 10 in this race last year. What do you see out of the 12? Do you think that this could be the chance for him to kind of rise to the top? We did see Chase Elliott get the victory, so the young guys are starting to show some muscle.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about Ryan Blaney, and we've talked about this before, is that Ryan Blaney is a fast driver, maybe the fastest driver.
So maybe this will...
So I think that the track being as fast as it is kind of plays into his favor. He didn't run great at this track last year, but man, he's kind of right on the verge of winning. The fact that both of his teammates have won maybe puts a little more pressure on him, but I think he's one of those guys at the end of today that if Ryan Blaney wins, that everybody says, yeah, I could have seen that coming.
Yeah, he's had a little bit of bad luck to start the year off and wasn't quite as good as the other 2 Penske drivers with Joey and Brad. But at the same time, like you said, definitely he is fast. And when you go to a fast racetrack, it seems like he excels a lot. So even though his Dover track record's not very good, but you got to love the fact that how he goes out there and attacks every track. Every weekend he goes out there. Between a Talladega, if it's Martinsville, if it's going to be Dover, he's going to be pretty quick, and he should be very competitive for the win at the end.
Yeah, Ryan Blaney has a problem that a lot of drivers would love to have. He has a fast race car. Maybe if Jeff had an additional seat in the car, Ryan would have been another candidate to taking over there where he took Kyle Larson, because Ryan Blaney, yeah, he's had a fast race car. He's led a ton of laps this year, but just wrong place, wrong time. And some of the bad luck was self-inflicted.
All right, Jeff Gordon, he did not take Ryan Blaney to the same place that he took Kyle Larson, but he did sit down with Ryan Blaney a little bit earlier this season. We saw this piece already, but we want to show it again because it was so much fun. Ryan Blaney, Jeff Gordon going through a T-shirt collection of Blaney's. Check it out.
You brought me all the way out here, literally in the middle of nowhere. You live pretty far out. Tell me about this. Like, where'd you get the idea of wanting to own a bunch of property and be isolated out here?
It's kind of the best of both worlds, I'm 10 minutes from the Penske race shop, which is great. I don't like being around a lot of people, so it's just kind of nice to hang out and be quiet. It's really quiet out here, which is what I enjoy.
I see this this cool Blaney shirt. This is what, your grandfather?
Yeah, this is Lou.
Lou.
This is one of my favorite ones.
I hear you got quite a collection. I'd like to check it out.
Yeah, come inside.
All right. Walk me through this, man. I'm already seeing some impressive stuff.
I don't know. It's just kind of a mixture of sprint car shirts and NASCAR shirts that I've collected, and this is only about a third of my collection. These are just some of my favorites that I felt like we're worthy of you seeing.
So I see a Hoddenchild, Bobby Allison. I saw one of your dad's shirts down on there. I actually had that shirt.
Did you
I
really?
was racing sprint car. You know, because your dad, when I was coming up, he was winning all the all-star races. I definitely looked up to him and respected him a lot.
Ryan Blaney is one of the future superstars of this sport.
He's a guy you want to cheer for. A lot of heart, a lot of spirit.
You've got a kind of a group of young drivers now I know you're buddies with, and I'm curious, when you guys are sitting around talking about racing, you talk about the current state of the sport. You know, what's your approach to maintain the sport or to take it to the next level?
It's important for a bunch of the newer drivers in the Cup Series and, you know, even Xfinity and trucks to sit down and kind of figure out, you know, I want the sport to be around for as long as I live. You know, I want to see it keep going and thriving. And, you know, I feel like the main thing we talk about is, you know, tracks working with teams and NASCAR working with teams and the fans and just trying to get everybody on the same page.
You're doing a great job with that and seem to be having fun on and off track. So I went to my parents and I said, what do we have? So this, straight out of the box.
It looks brand new.
Brand new. There you go.
Well, I appreciate it. I always loved that helmet, too, by the way.
Oh, that midget, I mean, that thing was incredibly fast.
So a good friend of mine who used to work at Bill Davis gave me one of these hats, and actually Bill Davis signed it.
No kidding, that's cool.
I didn't know if you had one of these.
Awesome, thank you. You sure you don't want to keep this?
No, that's all you. That's all yours.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you, man. Thanks for coming out.
I love that. I love that he gave the hat signed by Bill Davis to Jeff Gordon as well. I don't know if I would give that up. You have any racing memorabilia like that you collect and you hold on to that's very special?
Yeah, a couple things, Shannon. Richard Petty retired in 1992, and what they did that year at every racetrack we went to, they made a 1/64th die cast that actually had the name of the race, the racetrack, and the date. And you were able to buy one every single racetrack that year. And I actually ended up buying 4 sets, one for myself and one for each of the kids. And then, of course, 2 very special things that I have is we know we lost Davey Allison the day after the Loudon race at July 1993, killed in the helicopter crash. I actually have the helmet that he wore that day before at Loudon in his very final Cup race. And then Mike Skinner gave me the helmet that he wore in Atlanta in the fall of 2000, which was my last race on the pit box. And I've told my family those 2 helmets, they're never ever to be sold. If something happens to me, I want them to keep them. They're not for sale. They're very special to me.
That's cool.
For 2 different reasons.
That's good stuff.
I like that. What about you, Bobby?
Well, I had a T-shirt when I was back in grade school in Texas, and it was a Darrell Waltrip T-shirt with the Mountain Dew car on it. And I'll never forget, I took it with me to a test at Martinsville to show him that I had this T-shirt. And I liked it because my haircut was like the same as his, because I wanted to kind of be like Darrell Waltrip back a long time ago. So
Who did it?
he had really good hair back in time, and he didn't think that was that funny because I was sitting here trying to race with him. But I remember that Darrell Waltrip T-shirt, wearing it to school when I was a kid. And the other one I have is when I was a mechanic working on my race cars, when I started off in the late models to the Grand National days. We all had uniforms, and I was the guy that, you know, put all the uniforms together. So David and myself and my dad. So we got my name on it, you know, Bobby, on your uniform. It was just a rental uniform, right? Well, I kept one of them. And what was really cool was about a year ago, I still fit in it.
Wow.
It was a little tight.
Look at you. Look at you. That's not like that's cycling.
That was a great
Well,
shirt
believe me, I know how that's a good feeling. What about you, Jamie? You got anything?
I've saved a bunch of helmets over the years, but I also saved the helmets, the suits, the gloves, the shoes that I wore in any big race that I won. So Daytona 500, Brickyard 400, the Rolex 24. I have all of that, and I probably have a total of about 50 helmets at home. And a few months ago, my son Carter and little girl Hazel, we were going through all those helmets, and they were putting them on, walking around the attic, you know, checking it out. And my son was like, "Hey, Dad," he's like, "what's your favorite helmet?" And some of these have really cool paint schemes on them. And I said, "Well, Carter, my favorite one is probably from my first Cup win." And he's like, "Well, let's get it out." And if you remember, I filled in for Sterling Marlin at that point, and it was like in 2 weeks they just kind of threw me in the car. And so the helmet was just a white helmet with like a Coors Light sticker on it. There wasn't much there. And when I pulled it out, I'm like, "Here it is, Carter." And I was really proud of it. And he looked at it and he's like, Really?
This is it? That's it?
Yeah, and he just moved on to the next thing.
That's it. My memorabilia has to be my expandable fire suit from being on pit road when I had it. Was because I had the boys. I was pregnant at the time. So
that's cool.
That's one thing I'll never get rid of. I know Jamie Little, Wendy Venturina, and all the ladies who were down there on pit road have had similar experiences. So that's the one that I won't get rid of. Okay, we are continuing to get ready for the race out at Dover. Take a look. Jamie Little is handing off her audio pack to Kurt Busch. We're going to check in with him when we get back. So find out how his day is going. Waiting out the rain. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back to race day. You see the jet dryers out there. They are hard at work. It doesn't look like there's rain. It doesn't. You can see the white kind of coming up on the racetrack, which means that it's drying. And these guys here in the studio have said that once it starts to dry, it will dry very rapidly. And that's a very good thing for drivers and fans. You see in the stands right there trying to wait out the rain. So while we have some time, why don't we head back out to Dover and check in with the 2004 Cup champion, Kurt Busch, who, by the way, I was just told, let's kind of reminisce here, Kurt, all the way back in 2000, when you were 22 years old, you made your first start here at Dover. Do you remember anything about that weekend?
Boggling to have my first start here at the Monster Mile. Jack Roush was like, so what do you think? You want to go to Dover? I'm like, no. And I got a nice test session in before and qualified 10th. And when they dropped the green flag, Dale Jarrett goes zooming by. Bobby Labonte goes zooming by. Jeff Gordon, Senior, everybody. And I'm just like, guys, just don't hit me. Just don't hit me. Why is everybody going so fast? This is a 400-mile race. I remember literally going, am I 43rd yet? Am I last? And they're like, yep, you're last. I'm like, cool. Now I'm going to go try to pass them back one at a time.
Hey, Kurt, I happened to be over at Chip Ganassi Racing this week. I was walking through the shop, and I was talking to some of the guys on the one car. One of the guys I talked to does your interior, and we were looking at, like, your air conditioner, and I was asking him what kind of drink bottle you use. And he was like, man, Jamie, he said, I've never seen anyone of all the drivers I worked with in the past that sweats as much as Kurt does. So I'm just curious, I mean, what do you do kind of leading up to a race to make sure that you can stay hydrated?
For me, a lot of cardio and a lot of physical activity, but then just literally drinking water, Gatorade, Pedialyte, and getting the electrolytes beforehand. And so maybe I'm overloading, but for me, that's just been what I've liked to do over the years. And then I just get a fresh water bottle on the pit stop because I don't like any different flavored stuff while I'm racing.
All right, so Kurt, I'll have to say, you probably didn't know this, but I got my first start in the Cup Series at Dover as well, and I felt the same way my first time there. So I was like, am I last yet? But what I want to know is, you've been there for many years. Obviously, you talked about this. You're really fast there. When you unloaded there on Friday, did you have like an awe moment of like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize we're going to go this fast? Or did you have an idea, and how did it feel to you?
It's amazing, Bobby. On the speed at Dover has always felt fast for me. And then our engineer and crew chief, everybody's like, this is the pace that we think we're going to run. And when we unloaded, we were within 1/10 of a second of that pace. And I said, all right, car's a little bit loose here, a little tight there. We threw another set of stickers on it, and it stuck in the corner. I've never had it stick and go through the corner that fast. And we ran that unofficial track record. And I'm like, I don't even know if I could go back it up again because the track conditions were perfect, overcast and cool. And it's amazing that the speed that this place has. But with this package, full horsepower, full downforce, it's a ride. So I'm hoping it produces a good race.
You know, Kurt, the start of 2019, you guys have really had an amazing season. I know you hadn't found victory lane, but you've come so close, finishing second at Bristol, a number of top 5s, top 10s. But I know one thing, and I picked up on this a couple of weeks ago, and I got to say this probably was the case on Friday. Qualifying seems to be frustrating you right now. Qualified 22nd, and I feel like the race weekend kind of starts on Friday, and when you start deep, it kind of puts you behind. Where are you guys at on this qualifying?
It's been nuts, Larry. I mean, come on back and help me fix Fridays, all right? I need the crew chief and expertise on all the little things. That's what it's about. It's so hard to find the right balance all the time. And on Friday qualifying, 9 times out of 10, we've been loose. I mean, not a little bit loose, like wrecking loose, and I just have to kind of hang on to it. So we're hoping to find more patterns, but you're right. We now start 20th or 15th or 25th, and we're not getting many stage 1 points. So we have to really focus hard on fixing that, but also keep up our good success of finishing the races strong. I mean, I'm so impressed with Matt McCall, the whole engineering staff at Ganassi. The cars get better and better throughout the race, and it's a pleasure to drive that good equipment and have good, consistent pit stops, too.
Yeah, it's been impressive to see how quickly you guys adapted to each other this season. Kurt, I do want to ask you about a prop that you brought, right? You have a T-shirt over there. We were talking about memorabilia and that kind of stuff. So what'd you bring?
Thanks, Jamie Little. You should almost model this, Jamie. Come over here. This was a shirt that Samantha and Ashley resurrected, but this was Kyle and I in our Legend Car days. So I was watching the broadcast of Blaney's shirts with Jeff Gordon, and that's our old Legend Car days right there. I mean, that is straight up 90s if I've ever seen the 1990s on a shirt.
I love that. That is so cool. Where'd she find that?
Well, we had the design in some of our old, just our bins of stuff, and they're like, well, let's resurrect this shirt. Let's make some more shirts. Cool. And so the girls, Samantha Bush and Ashley Bush, put it online to sell to some of our race fans last year.
There you go. Young
old is
and
new,
old.
Right, guys?
That's right. That's right. Awesome. It's for all the new fans coming up. There you go. You can get your Kyle and Kurt Busch T-shirt. I love it. And thank you, Jamie Little, for doing your best Vanna White there.
They say thank you. Yes, I'm going to sign it for Jamie, and she gets to take it on home. There you go. See, you show up, and you get gifts.
There you go. Thank you so much, Kurt. Hopefully we race today, and if not, good luck today or good luck tomorrow when we finally get this in.
Thanks, guys. I'm optimistic. Right now, this is our best window to make it happen.
Have a great day out there. Okay, talking about Kurt Busch, right? He is the only driver to finish in the top 5 both Dover races last season. And he's been, as we just mentioned, really fast this season despite the change over to Chip Ganassi Racing. I think it's only a matter of time, and it could be this weekend.
Well, yeah, we've been saying that every weekend, and I truly believe that on any given weekend, Kurt Busch, Matt McCall, and Matt's looking for his first career win as a Cup crew chief. I do think they can pull in the victory lane. There's a lot of changes that's went on at Chip Ganassi Racing during the off seasons. It's not just been Kurt Busch being plugged into that one car. There's a lot of other changes that went on. And for the first few weeks, Chip Ganassi Racing in particular, that one car, they were carrying that Chevrolet banner. And there's not a racetrack that you take Kurt Busch to. It doesn't matter if it's a speedway, a super speedway, a road course, a short track. You know when you roll in there that you can win. In fact, his last 11 wins, they've been at 11 different racetracks. So he really does not have a weak racetrack.
Yeah, what impressed me with Kurt so much is the fact that, you know, he's been around some different teams, but every time he goes to a new team, he just comes out really strong. Yeah. He's fast, and you know, he's able to adapt. And you would think at this point in time, maybe in his career, you know, you wouldn't want to say it because he's not that old, but at the same time, is he really what's he gonna do? But when he goes to either an underfunded team or a team that's as successful as Ganassi and those guys, I mean, he just excels. And I'm just impressed with him, the way that he handles himself. He adapts really well. And like you said, Larry, I mean, for him to be the best Chevy for the many races, I've expected him to win already. So there's no doubt that in my mind, it will still come once he probably gets past this Friday deluge of not qualifying quite so good.
Yeah, so 2 weeks ago, if we had taken a poll, who's going to be the first Chevy driver?
We would have said Kurt.
Everybody would have said Kurt Busch, right? We wouldn't have said Chase Elliott because he has been so consistent. They've been pretty close to winning. I look back to qualifying on Friday, which Larry brought up, has been a struggle for the one team. And I think that's a tough position to get in because they practice on a track with no rubber and qualifying trim. And when you're the fastest, that's the hardest time to make a change to your car. And I'm assuming that if you asked the first 20 in practice on Friday, they all thought they ran the fastest lap because of the speed the track had in it. So that's a tough position to be put in. And what Kurt said, I think one of the things that has hurt the one car this year is that they haven't qualified well. And because they haven't won a race, they've missed out on a ton of those first stage points. But when you look back at that team, every stage they get better. They finish better. They continue to get better throughout the race. And that's what you have to win. And I expect those guys to be able to win before the year's over.
A few months ago, we were talking about how people adjust to all of the changes of the 2019 season. And he really set a timeline. He said, we have to act like we've been together from day one. We don't have time to build up. And I really think that attitude, you've kind of felt that across that team. Chevy as a whole, as we've mentioned many times before, finally broke that winless streak last week at Talladega with one Chase Elliott. Let's take a look back at Winners Weekend from Talladega.
It's race day at Talladega.
Bigger, wider, faster than Daytona. Each of the three competing manufacturers have their own agenda for these 500 miles.
You know, the way the Daytona 500 went and the way this race went last fall, we just realized that there would need to be an effort made from Team Chevy to try to get together.
Our competitors had a stranglehold on this track for a while, so we knew that we needed to do something to break that up.
Beautiful day. Let's put on a good show.
I just thought that people were pushing way too hard for lap 10. I mean, I can understand running and wanting to race. I think that's fine, but some of the pushes and things that were going on, I wanted out.
Turn through, Bubba Wallace gets spun.
I saw the 43, thought I could see the right side of his car. So as soon as I saw that, I checked up. I was lucky I saw that glimpse. Most of the time, you just see the smoke and you're too late.
Speeding penalty. Exiting the pits, Chase Elliott.
That one was actually by design. We wanted to see how fast we could leave that pit box.
Had a little bit of damage to fix, so we just launched out hard, and if that hadn't happened, I probably would have done it later in the race.
Green checkered flag in the air, and Ty Dillon will win stage number 1.
We were lined back up with all of our teammates, and we were making some pretty good time on the bottom. Ford and Toyota guys came down and pitted. They were coming up to speed as we caught them and was able to just carry the momentum kind of around the outside. It was really a team effort kind of all day, and you don't have to worry about the mirror as much, and you can focus on trying to get by the guys ahead. That makes a big difference.
Hendrick Chevy's 1, 2, 3. Sun back out, and Chase Elliott will hit the gas and put us under the green for stage 3.
Kind of came down to the end, and we had a plan to try to, get some bow ties together to make a run at the win.
Through stage 1 and then through stage 2, we saw we had a distinct advantage with our fellow manufacturer teammates. So we're excited about being able to put that to good use.
Chase Elliott and his Chevrolet buddies still out front.
Bad wreck behind you.
Trouble. Chris Buescher spins up and into the air. You've got Matt DiBenedetto who gets nailed by Justin Haley.
Start thinking about how you want to get with your guys there.
We'd made our bed. We were set. The key then was what we were going to do to get back with our teammates.
We have a nice contingent of cars. We're just going to have to get them together quick. Yeah.
NASCAR did a good job getting the wreck cleaned up, so we came right to 1 to go, which was a big deal, because if we had messed around there much more, I think it would have changed the complexion of the end. So I was glad we had 4 laps to race it out and not just be over in 1 or 2.
The guys did a great job executing that, really better than I expected, so we put ourselves in a great position there at the end.
Here comes Chase Elliott. The battle for the lead is on.
We were just trying to get some power in numbers and get things lined up to shake a couple of those guys off and get around them and then shake them off the top. I wish I could tell you there was something spectacular I did, but things worked out for us.
And here comes Elliott to the lead at Talladega with 3 laps to go.
Had some good pushes. Alex did a really good job sticking with me and being selfless, and that's a tough place to be, so I certainly appreciate his effort today, and he deserves a lot of credit and rolling with it.
Here they come, Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, Ryan Preece, Logano on the outside, and Byron's around. He crashes.
Caution is out. Got a wreck on a backstretch. Caution is out. Good job, fellas. It should be us there.
I just knew the caution came out, and the last time I saw our car, we were leading. So I was kind of waiting to hear the official word, and we were clearly ahead, so that's good.
Well, these 3 Chevy drivers did as ordered, worked together. And with the checkered flag, Chase Elliott has brought the Elliott name back to victory lane at Talladega.
Yes! Awesome job, guys. Thank you. That was Chevy domination.
That, of course, is Winners Weekend, which you can check out every Monday on NASCAR Race Hub. Take a look. Clint Boyer making some new friends out there in the infield. Love it. We'll be right back here on Race Day.
And welcome back to Dover. You see the cars being pushed onto the grid right now. I'm happy to report track drying continues. There's the 18 at Kyle Busch, the pedigree car. It is not raining right now. That is great news. And if you're watching just moments ago, showing off the shirt, the Busch brothers from Las Vegas, circa, I don't know what year. So we made our way over to Kyle. So here's the shirt. I'll have you sign it later, but what kind of memory does that bring back for you, Kyle?
Well, this is I guess it's a throwback. It's a remake of our shirt from Legends Cars Racing back in Las Vegas from 1998 when Kurt and I were running against one another. he won a few, and then I got better, and then I won a few, and we went back and forth. But that was probably the maddest we've ever seen our dad at us, which was there was a night where I set a new track record, qualified first. They inverted the whole field, so we started in the back, and we ran to the front as hard as we could, and the race went green the entire time, but I didn't want Kurt to catch me, so I ran hard all the way to the finish, and I finished, I don't know, half a straightaway or so ahead of him, and our dad was so mad at us because we ran his equipment too hard and didn't put on a good show, so it was an interesting time, that's for sure, back with the Legends cars.
Family affair. So Kurt just promoted this thing and said that it is available, so how does that work? How do people find that shirt?
Well, you can go to rowdybush.com. We just did the research. There's only one available there, but apparently there's more available on kurtbush.com. So go over there and find the size that fits you. It looks like men's is sold out. So if you're a girl, Kurt's got your hookup.
Yeah, and I believe you said that's because you have maybe more fans than him. Is that right?
Stronger following was the correct term.
Stronger following. All right, so the good news, we just saw your car being pushed out to the grid. We're getting ready to go here, but let's talk about your stats at this track. Pedigree on here. We need to get them a finish. What has been the difference for you in the spring race versus the fall race at Dover?
I'm not sure exactly. You know, we run really well here. Last spring, we were running third or fourth pretty much the whole day, and then we had a drive shaft explode on us. So that took us out of the running, but we had a really good car. We were pretty fast. And this time, since being here, for some reason, we just haven't had speed. We just haven't been very fast. So I was hoping it was going to be hotter out and it was going to be slower out. So then there'd be more slipping and sliding, guys moving around, moving more around the racetrack, and just then being faster around the bottom. But that's typically what Dover's all about, and it's a track position race. It's hard to pass here. So, you know, we certainly didn't do ourselves any favors by qualifying 22nd here, but we were a little bit loose, and, you know, too loose is too slow. So we needed to be on the little bit snugger side for that. But hopefully the Pedigree Camry will come to life today, and we can have a good, strong run.
What are you up against here? You talked in the media center. You're always great for quotes and giving your opinion about the speeds. They're so high. So what do you have to do as a driver just to last to the end, and especially where you're starting mid-pack, what you need to do to take care of your equipment?
I mean, taking care of your equipment, yeah, you got to stay out of the stuff. You know, hopefully, I don't know, you never know what's going to happen, but obviously when wrecks here happen, typically they're big. You know, we've seen some big ones happen here at Dover over the years, and that can certainly be a problem where I'm starting. You know, you have something kind of happen in front of you, guys get out of shape or whatever. Things happen fast, and you collect a lot of guys really quick because you just don't have the opportunity to slow down. And I think it was Harvick who said mid-corner speeds are up like 17 miles an hour or something like that from last year, so you're just rolling speed here. It's super quick, and, you know, that's just a product of Dover. You know, the banking's pretty high here. It's a big momentum racetrack. Straightaways are short. You're constantly, you know, just trying to keep that speed rolling as much as you can. And the downforce being so high, you can really, really get a lot of speed through the corners here. So it's going to be a challenge for the drivers to sustain that load for 400 laps around here. It already was beforehand for 400 laps, but we'll see what happens today.
All right, it's going to be a green racetrack when we get started here. Competition caution, lap 40. You have any concern there for your tires for that first run and maybe not having the competition caution sooner?
Yes and no. I mean, I think 40 is probably about the right number. You know, typically you try not to venture too far out or be the first guy to venture out in order to lay rubber down and spread that groove out, because you're just putting rubber down and you're wasting your tires. And 40 laps is a long time to be doing that for. I don't know if you'll be able to do that and pick off positions and go forward. If you start doing that and widening the racetrack, you'll probably start going backwards. So you got to pick and choose your battles and kind of see what's going on around you. If there's an opportunity there in front of you where you're kind of stuck behind a guy in front of you, then you got to move and go somewhere to try to get by him if you can. And the more spots we can pick off early and get ourselves closer to the front, then that's just going to be better for my pit crew when we come down pit road to pick us up some spots while we're sitting still.
All right, he's on a heck of a streak for top 10s, hopes to make it 11 here at Dover. We have plenty more to come. We hope to go racing. We're getting ready. Cars are gridded. The teams are out there. You'll see Rowdy Bush in the 18, Kevin Harvick's team getting ready. Stay tuned. We're racing, hopefully, coming up after this.
Coming off his huge win at Talladega, Chase Elliott heads to what is arguably his best track. In 6 career starts here, he's only finished outside the top 5 once. Incredibly, he's never finished worse than 12th on the concrete high banks.
Topped off by his victory in the playoffs last fall, Elliott has compiled an average finish of 4.3 at Dover. First among active drivers and best all-time of drivers with more than 2 career starts.
Another young star who has shown he's not afraid of Miles the Monster is Daniel Suarez. Driver 41 has posted a top 10 in each of his 4 career starts in Delaware.
Finishes of 6th, 8th, 3rd, and 10th have propelled the 27-year-old to a 6.8 average finish, a mark second only to Elliott. Dover joins Watkins Glen as one of 2 tracks where Suarez has a perfect top 10 streak going.
A third driver with a career average finish inside the top 10 at Dover is Kyle Larson. The California native has fought his way to 7 top 10s in the last 9 races, a stretch that includes 4 top 5s and a pair of runner-up finishes.
The Monster may just owe Kyle one, though. In the last 5 races, Larson has led 85 laps or more 3 times, but has failed to find victory lane in any of them.
Last year's winner, Kevin Harvick, seems to have a love-hate relationship with Dover recently. Happy has won 2 of the last 7 events on the concrete, making him the only repeat winner in that time frame.
Harvick also dominated the 2 races here 1 year ago, leading 200-plus laps in both and sweeping all 4 stages. However, in the last 6 events, Kevin has 3 finishes of 9th or better and 3 finishes of 15th or worse.
While these drivers may have some say in who wins on Sunday, never forget, the final word always comes from the looming monster.
All right, so when you see that group of guys that we kind of just talked about, we talked about Kevin, Kyle, a couple of other guys, do you think the winner comes from that group? Is this it's a favorites kind of day or kind of race this weekend?
I do believe experience prevails at a place like Dover. If you just look at our last, I think I read something where our last 20 races has been won 19 times by a champion of the sport.
Chase Elliott kind of
Chase Elliott being the only one. So I do believe it truly is. A lot of experience on that pit box for Chase Elliott with Alan Gustafson.
Yeah.
I do believe that's where the experience prevails.
Is it a patience thing, you think, with the veterans, or is it a I have figured this racetrack out kind of thing?
I would say I've figured it out. I mean, there's as a rookie, I went there the first time and I was pretty quick, but yet it took me a while to figure out how to finish that, you know. So it was a little bit of that, but I think experience does pay off.
Yeah. All right, one guy who hopes that that's not the case, right? Because he doesn't have a ton of experience, but he certainly has a solid finish. The last time we were there is Eric Jones. Hey there, Eric. I know that you guys are waiting out the rain just like all of us are right now. We were just kind of talking about how maybe Dover favors some of the guys who have more experience here. You had a solid finish last year at Dover. So is this a love-hate relationship type of thing with Dover, or is this a place that you enjoy to go to and feel like you can really move forward this weekend?
It's kind of a love-hate for me. I was able to win an Xfinity race here, but you know, in the Cup Series, it's kind of been up and down. So it was nice to get a good run last year and end up, I think, 4th there in the fall. And we've had another good Sport Clips Camry here this weekend. So I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I feel like you know, we can go fast here. We just need to put the whole race together and figure out how to be really good on the long run, which is always a challenge at Dover. But been pretty happy with my car and been pretty happy with the weekend so far.
Well, Eric, you'll be happy to know as I've been doing a little work around the house, I've been wearing my T-shirt that says "That Jones Boy." So I'm waiting for you to get into victory lane. But about a month ago at Bristol, and I know you let your crew chief, Chris Gale, and your pit crew take care of business. You worry about running that race car. But about a month ago at Bristol, another concrete track with a lot of loads, you had a lot of loose wheels. And as we left there and we had all these loose wheels, I started thinking about, oh my gosh, Dover is the next track we go to with all the loads. Did you guys ever figure out exactly what was going on with all those loose wheels at Bristol?
Well, I don't know if we were able to exactly pinpoint it. We had a lot of meetings with the pit crew after that and talking about it and seeing what we can do to make it better. And I think we were able to work through some stuff over the last 2 weeks. The off week came at a really good time for us to really work hard on our pit stops and getting some improvement there and working on some things we needed to. So we weren't exactly able to pinpoint it, but I think we've got a good, solid group. Talladega last weekend was a good race on pit road for us, and we just need to keep it going. We need to keep that trend going in the right direction.
Eric, your season started off really strong at both Daytona and Atlanta, and then it seemed like you guys have been really fast in every race, but when you get to that final stage, things just don't go the right way. And you said that, you know, earlier in this interview that you've had good speed. I mean, what are you guys missing in that final stage to go ahead and put that whole race together?
Yeah, we've had good speed every week. That hasn't been our issue. We've been able to go up and lead some laps and run well. And that last stage, we've been struggling to put the end of the race together and get the finishes I feel like we're capable of. So some of it's been on us, some of it's been on the pit crew, and we just need to iron out the small issues. I guess it's more the special team stuff than really the things that make you go fast and can hurt your day. So as long as we can continue to work on it and improve the special team side of things, I think the whole race is going to come together. When you have fast cars, eventually that rest of the race is going to start to come to where you want it to be.
Eric, listen, we would love to hang out and talk to you all day long, but we have heard that they're starting to call drivers to their race cars, which is a very, very good thing. So we're going to let you go and get out there to your car. Good luck today.
All right, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
All right, so as I mentioned, they have said that anthem and opening ceremonies will start at about 3:45, which is in about 4 minutes, 3 minutes. So you see drivers get into their race cars. Good sign, race fans. Come on back.
Last night because the rise beheld a near sight. For this monster of a track began to rise, and suddenly, to our surprise, the monster mile, and all the fans went wild. Jimmy hasn't won in a while. He owns the monster mile.
Miles the Monster doing the what there, Larry McReynolds? The
Monster
floss?
Mash.
Yeah, the Monster, the floss. You said earlier it was the floss. So there you go. You see drivers, they're doing some jumping jacks, waiting out the rain. So we are going to head trackside because we're going to pray, sing, fly. We're going to go down for opening ceremonies. It is happening right now out at Dover. Let's get to it.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats as the Dover Air Force Base Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as Dan Schaefer, pastor of Calvary Assembly of God in Hightstown, New Jersey, offers today's invocation.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, we pause to thank you for this great country, the United States of America. We thank you for our military, land, air, and sea. We pray for our president. We pray for his cabinet. We pray for our Secret Service. We pray for his generals and those who lead this country. And Lord, as we stand here this afternoon, we want to remember the family of Riley Howe and Ellis Parlier from the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, who sacrificed their lives in attempting to help others that were in danger. And we also want to remember the family and the loved ones of Dean McNulty and Bill Fleischman from NASCAR. Thank you for this great time, this opportunity. And now we ask you, as we always do, for a great race, for a safe race. We pray in Christ's name, amen. Shalom.
And now, race fans, please welcome one half of the multi-platinum duo, Big and Rich, and founder of Redneck Riviera Whiskey, John Rich.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
look at that. So you're saying there's a chance has turned into, yes, there is a chance. We're going to fire engines from Dover when we get back right here on FS1. Because the rain has gone away and is not there at Dover right now. We've seen driver intros, we've seen invocation, and we're currently getting ready to start engines. But before we do, we are going to make our race picks one more time. We told you earlier who we thought we were going to win, but it was like 2 hours ago. So we're just going to remind you. My pick for today's race is Jimmy Johnson. I'm going to be on the 48 bandwagon. I picked him last week. I think they're going to get the breakthrough this weekend. They've shown speed, and I think he gets his first gold monster trophy out in Delaware today.
Well, I'll go to the complete other end of the spectrum because your driver has 11 wins there. My driver has 0 Cup wins. In fact, he's the only active championship driver that has not won a Cup race at Dover. Joey Logano qualified 4th. Loved the long run speed he had yesterday. My man right there visited that Victory Lane in Cup for the first time today.
I'm going to go with Kyle Larson. I spoke about him earlier, and I picked him this morning before I even knew that he went and had a special candles and everything made for him that's going to get all the bad luck out of his way. He's got 2 runner-up finishes here. So I feel like Kyle Larson, as fast as he was in practice, today's one of those days that he can get it done just for the fact that the track's going to be different for everybody.
We're hoping those candles work for Kyle Larson today. My guy got his first win here back in 2007, and unfortunately, he is going to have to go to the back. But he's got a really good car. His lap times look great in practice. Martin Truex Jr. is who I'm picking today.
Has it been difficult, you think, for the drivers emotionally and physically? Now the preparation has been thrown off on Sundays. You said you guys are so routine, and it's been a really long day.
Well, I mean, look, there is some rain coming right now, and so essentially we're racing to get to the end of the second stage. So this might be a little bit crazier at the beginning if they think we can get to the second stage than what it would be if you're going to run the whole 400 miles.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do find it interesting what Kyle Busch told Jamie, though. He said, I have to be careful and not run this car too hard. I want to make up as much ground as I can before that competition caution. But as we have promoted this entire show, no rubber on the racetrack, and that's going to be high tire wear without that rubber.
And you know, with the spotter and the crew chief and everybody's telling the drivers, you know, we might be only going halfway. We got to get it done. We got to get it done. It's ramped up at that point in time, so you might not be able to worry about that right front, right rear as much. So it'll be interesting to see how this is going to form out if rain does start to come.
Yeah, and there are 4 drivers, as we've mentioned before, who do have to start from the back of the field. We'll pop those names up one more time and show you those. One of them is Martin Truex Jr., who will have to start in the back. We heard him during the rain delay talking about how this is going to be tough for him, one of the toughest races. And if we're only getting to halfway, it'll certainly add for Martin Truex Jr., Ryan Preece, Matt Tiff, who, by the way, has to do a pass-through penalty after the green flag, and Alex Bowman, who we know has a fast race car, qualified in the top 5, but will have to drop to the back. All right, the words we've been waiting for the last 4 to 5 hours. Gentlemen, start your engines. Let's go out to Dover and hear those words right now.
Race fans, he's here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome today's Grand Marshal for the Gander RV 400, 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and 7-time Monster Mile race winner, NASCAR Hall of Famer, Richard Petty.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
It's the 50th anniversary of NASCAR racing in Delaware. The first state's first race, 1969, had asphalt origins, but now a concrete monster has emerged. Friday, Chase Elliott followed up his Talladega win with a pole run. Kyle Larson had a hair-raising incident a week ago, but looks poised to flip the script. Does Kevin Harvick have enough to tame the beast? Or will Jimmy Johnson slay Miles the Monster for the 12th time in his career? Who will take home the Golden Goliath? Next on FS1. It's a 400-mile thrill ride in the first stage. I mean, it is brutal.
It eats up race car.
That's fast.
Real close.
engines have fired at Dover, and Chase Elliott leads them off pit road. We're ready to start the Gander RV 400. It's about time. Love this place. Darrell, the speeds are so fast this year, and we see the drivers taking all sorts of different lines to find their way around these concrete canyons.
Yeah, you know, Mike, one thing that concerns me are the high speeds. We broke the track record, the all-time track record here. Drivers are talking about the cars being 15 to 17 miles an hour faster through the corners. We're averaging 160 miles an hour around this joint. Those high speeds, we got to have a caution of 40 laps. A little bit worried about the tires making it that far, but hopefully they will. But Jeff, what do you got on your mind today?
Well, something else that's going to be coming up really fast for these drivers is this pit entry. When you're on this 24-degree bank, very fast corners, 160 plus miles per hour, and then you come off that bank and on that flat slick apron all the way down to 35 miles per hour, it's really easy to get it wrong and ruin your entire day. All right, crew chief, now I'm on pit road. Now I'm coming to you, Larry.
Yeah, I do believe pit road will be a huge difference maker today. Christopher Bell, who won the Xfinity Series race yesterday, said there's no way I would have won that race had my pit crew not got me off pit road first on that very last trip to pit road. But I also think when we get late in the stages, you're going to have to maybe pull strategy because, Mike, track position will be king all day.
Oh, absolutely, Larry. Both races this weekend, the trucks and the Xfinity Series, were won by who got off pit road first on the last stop. Here's your starting lineup down at the bottom of the screen. It will scroll across as the first half of the field comes by. Drivers getting a chance to set and recheck their pit road speed with the field split in half with 2 safety cars. All Hendrick Motorsports front row. Chase Elliott, William Byron. There's a Chad in there somewhere, Jeff.
Yes, there is. What do you say we dial up an 11-time winner here and crew chief? Hey, Chad Canals, this is Jeff, the guys up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Yep, loud and clear, Jeff.
Well, Chad, you know what it's like to come here with an 11-time winner. You're an 11-time winner yourself. I'm just curious, how has the preparation been different this weekend, knowing you've got a young up-and-coming driver like William Byron?
Honestly, Jeff, it's been really good. William did a really good job studying over the course of the last few weeks to get prepared to come here to Dover. He actually enjoys this place. Ran really well in the Xfinity race, so it's been pretty seamless for us. Really fast off the truck, fast in practice, and man, we're just waiting like everybody else to get the green flag flying so we can get out there and race.
All right, well, car's looking good up front there. Have a great day.
Thanks, buddy. Enjoy it up there, gang.
Pole sitter Chase Elliott has chosen the outside lane for the green flag. Let's get down to pit road where hopefully things are dry. Vince Welch.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, it is dry, but it has been a frenetic pace down here as everyone's hurrying about trying to get this race underway. And then Chase Elliott walked up to his car as calm and as cool as you could imagine. And why not? He's coming off a win last week at Talladega, and the last time we raced here at Dover, he was the winner there too. His crew chief, Alan Gustafson, told me the key at the beginning, let's just get a clean start and run this thing to the competition caution at lap 40. Clean and fast it surely will be for the 9 of Chase Elliott. Jamie?
Well, Vince Welch, it has been a tumultuous season for Kyle Larson and the 42 team. 2 top 10s this season. He's ready to put that all behind him. Today could be the day. The car is the best car they have had this year. He had a little voodoo good luck. If you saw our pre-race show, you saw him. So he's all about it. Best qualifying position of 3rd this year. Keep your eye on the 42. Matt Yoakum?
Now, earlier you heard Chad Canals talk about pitting right off at turn 4, which is an advantage. But a little bit farther down pit road in the curve will be Brad Keselowski and the 2 team. Now, Brad was confident about the changes they made in the race car today because the car, although they had speed on Friday, it was way too tight during practice on Saturday. But there's so many questions, Mike Joy. We're still waiting left to be answered here at Dover.
Absolutely. Pit crews with the leaf blowers out drying their stalls. And NASCAR looking at pit road. You can see the gray in a lot of the asphalt on pit road. Not sure if that's quite completely dry. Second pace car comes down pit road at the entrance, which is one of the trouble spots of this track. Right there where you see the orange commitment box. And then getting down onto pit road. As we get ready here in Dover, the 2019 Toyota Camry XSE leads the field. '50th anniversary of Dover International Speedway, originally known as Dover Downs, along with the horse track that lines the inside. Since 1969, they've been racing here with 1 horsepower or 800. Dug up the asphalt, converted to concrete in '95. The Monster Bridge, that's a suite above the entrance of turn number 3, and the 20-ton, 46-foot-tall Miles the Monster that greets the fans on the front stretch, the hotel and casino over on the backside. Now the safer barrier with the gold lettering, as Miles the Monster has been gilded, and he awaits the winner.
DW, was that your hotel room over there? You got
No,
a nice view.
It's actually Mike Joy's hotel room over there. But I will tell you this. You think the mile track, this concrete's fast? You ought to ride one of those sulkies around that little inside track right there. If you want a thrill ride, let me tell you. That baby is, I'm telling you, no banking, flat.
There's the harness track that I say that they race on. They don't call it a race, Gerald. They call it a trip.
Well, I tell you, I went on a trip. I can tell you that. It wasn't a good one either.
It's gravel. It used to be made of cinders. One time, they tried flat track motorcycle racing on the gravel, on the horse track, during a Cup weekend, and the dust that blew into the garage area, oh my goodness.
Yeah, we came in on Sunday morning. We couldn't find our cars. They were covered up with dirt.
Well, they might need to bring them back because there's no dust flying here today.
Nope. An extra pace lap or two here. Here's today's Sport Performance Track Facts. Yes, Richard Petty was in a Ford for the inaugural race here. He had left Plymouth because they wouldn't build him what became the Superbird later, but he won here in a Ford Torino, and there's the King signing autographs for servicemen and women. That was 1969. And the last Ford win was here 1 year ago, Kevin Harvick.
Can you imagine how many autographs Richard Petty has signed in his lifetime?
Oh my gosh. I remember when I would be worn out. You couldn't hardly drag me out of the racetrack. Richard would be sitting on the wall with that big smile on his face signing autographs for fans.
And hasn't stopped.
But he set the standard for driver behavior.
Oh, he did.
That persists in this sport to this day. I still don't know of a NASCAR driver who would dare charge for an autograph.
No, sir. Richard is, you know, always wants to. Well, so why do they call him the King? It didn't take me long to figure out why they call him the King.
A couple of raindrops on the windshield of the safety car. That is why we are still awaiting the green flag. And one of the jet blowers making a final run down pit road.
Yeah, there's just one little cell that's just kind of skirting across the track right now.
Yeah, we're just kind of in a box here at Mike, Jeff. You know this. With the weather, you know, we don't have lights at this racetrack, so we can't run into the evening hours. So kind of we're at a real crossroads right here.
Well, the other difficulty here is these rainstorms come up out of the bay from around Annapolis. And there's nothing in the Delmarva Peninsula higher than about 50 or 60 feet, so there's nothing to break them up. That gives a good predictability of the weather as it comes this way, but there's nothing to break those showers.
There's one thing.
The vortex.
If we could get if we could get these cars going under green, I guarantee that vortex would open that sky up. Probably be blue right above the track.
You better get your mojo bag out, Jeff, and see what we can do there. Okay, always entertaining. Flip the switch on Team 14.
That's a lot more coherent update than we all thought we was going to get out of you.
Yeah, glad I could chip in.
We thought the only chips is going to be in your vocabulary is at a Mexican restaurant.
Well, I think in about 10 minutes I'll be heading that way based on what my phone looks like. We get that vortex spun up here. Yeah, you better get the bill.
We got him convinced, too.
Everybody knows.
We just needed to get that green flag and those cars going.
Hey, Jeff, you don't want to know. Nobody believes in the vortex, but they all talk about the vortex.
Okay, so they're going to bring the cars down pit road. Scientists dispute the vortex theory, but anecdotal evidence every time proves it works.
I'm a believer, I can tell you that.
And we'll stand by that.
I'm a believer.
Right after this. Welcome back to Dover, where the winner of today's 400-miler is Mother Nature. We have lost the track, meaning right now it is too wet on the track surface to race. And here is what's coming. So NASCAR projecting ahead, they would not be able to dry the track if this rain shower stopped now and still get the race in before darkness. There are no lights on Dover International Speedway. So 12 noon tomorrow is the rescheduled time and date, and the forecast looks marvelous.
We're going to have a beautiful day of racing tomorrow.
And sadly, we didn't get it started today. So likely the same script, 40 laps, competition caution, as we begin the 400 miles. And this, now the old rule was you had to get to halfway for the race to be official, 200 miles. But the new rule with stage racing is you must complete stages 1 and 2, which would take us 240 miles into the race.
You know, Mike, I was talking to Jeff about this. Drivers have a routine. We kind of have this thing we go through before the race starts. You know, whether it's a food you eat, something you do to get ready for the race. And when things like this, when these weather delays pop up, it takes you out of your routine. And I don't know about Jeff, but sometimes it just almost dampened my spirits, if you will, because I was expecting to start the race at a particular time, and now I'm going through this track drying thing and waiting to see if we're going to get to race today or not. But with that being said, I go and I get a nice night's rest, good night's sleep, and I'll be chomping at the bit in the morning.
Yeah, it probably didn't bother me too much to go to Monday, especially when the weather was looking good. What bothered me was when it would start to dry, then it was wet, then it was dry, then it was wet. Oh, we're going to get it in, we're not going to get it in, and that routine is what gets broken. And those types of days, you're really not fully prepared to get in the race car.
The uncertainty, that's kind of what it is.
So tomorrow at noon, the cars will likely be rolling when we come on the air, and we'll be ready to go and run 400 miles here at Dover tomorrow. For the rest of this afternoon, we're going to give you a look back at last year's 400-mile spring race in Dover, and we'll see you live here on FS1 tomorrow at noon. It's everything we hoped for yesterday. It's a beautiful, bright, sunny day in Dover, Delaware. A great day to go racing. It's the 50th anniversary of NASCAR racing in Delaware. The first state's first race, 1969, had asphalt origins, but now a concrete monster has emerged. Friday, Chase Elliott followed up his Talladega win with a pole run. Kyle Larson had a hair-raising incident a week ago, but looks poised to flip the script. Does Kevin Harvick have enough to tame the beast? Or will Jimmy Johnson slay Miles the Monster for the 12th time in his career? Who will take home the Golden Goliath? Next on FS1. Fox Sports welcomes you to the Gander RV 400 on FS1 on a beautiful spring Monday in Delaware. As Yogi Berra said, it's deja vu all over again. But it's a great day for a race. A green racetrack from a lot of rain all night long, all afternoon and all night long, and fast race cars. But here we go.
Yeah, you know, yesterday we talked about drivers are creatures of habit. Well, listen, you know what today and yesterday have in common? It's race day, and I'm ready to race. I put on my work clothes this morning, and I'm ready to go out there and drive 400 miles and get the job done. How about you, Jeff?
Well, with all these changing conditions, and you talked about it, Mike, all the rubber's been washed off this racetrack. The handling of these race cars are going to change constantly. Every 10, 20 laps, it's going to change. The rising temperatures, I think it's going to change throughout the day. So what these drivers do and the information that they give back to their crew chief, I think could make the big difference of whether they win or lose. And speaking of crew chiefs, let's hear from ours, Larry McReynolds.
Yeah, Jeff, I am concerned about this race car because it sat out in most of this rain yesterday afternoon and throughout the night. The only thing these teams could change about the race car was the tape on the nose, the air pressure, warm the engine up, and change the radios, anything to do with driver comfort. But the biggest thing I'm concerned about, you just talked about it, the difference in weather from yesterday to today, and it's going to change throughout this race. So I've got to keep up with what my driver's telling me, and I got to keep watching the sky, too, because I'll make adjustments based on both those things.
Thanks, Larry. Bright sun right now, but clouds rolling in from the west. The temperature is going to make its way to 70 by race end, and the sun's going to play peekaboo with those clouds and just confound drivers and crew chiefs. They have fired the engines. 37 cars at the ready. As the pace car pulls out, we'll roll the starting grid across the bottom of your screen. Hendrick Motorsports on the front row. Chevy, 3 of the top 4 positions, 4 of the top 5. Highest qualified Ford was Joey Logano in 4th, and Denny Hamlin in 8th is the first Toyota on the grid. Congratulate Kevin Harvick on his big win here yesterday because after NASCAR called the race, we ran a replay of last year's spring Dover race, and we'll have more on that later.
That's hilarious. Oh, let's talk to William Byron. What do you say? Let's get today's. Hey, William Byron, it's DW, man. You got a copy?
Yeah, 10-4, I got you.
Hey, now, get up on that wheel, brother. You got the winningest crew chief here, the Chad Canals on the box, show on the front row. How you feel about today's race?
I feel great. Obviously, had to kind of wait out the weather, but feel good about our car, feel good about what we got on the racetrack here, and just excited to get going. It's been a couple days, so ready to go fast.
All right, brother, you good on the long run? How you feel like things going to stay with you all day?
Yeah, I think so. Track's definitely going to change, so looking towards lap 200 or 250 to kind of be our number to start going, and hopefully we're good then, so looking forward to it.
All right, pal, you got a couple of fans up here pulling for you, so get the job done.
Appreciate it.
Now, they'll be interesting, those front row drivers on pit road. Chase Elliott has pit number 1, while William Byron's crew chief Chad Canals, as he usually does, took pit 37. Let's get late-breaking stories from a sunny pit road and Vince Welch.
Yeah, good to be standing in the sun today, too, Mike. Hey, a couple of concerns for pole sitter Chase Elliott. The first of which, he's going to be the first guy diving into turn 1 on this green racetrack, and that can be an attention getter. Also, with his teammate William Byron starting on the inside of him, they had a conversation about Byron not being too aggressive or overly aggressive into 1 and sliding up into Elliott. The second issue, take care of the tires, especially the right front. And so for Chase Elliott starting on the outside, he wants to get to the bottom as soon as possible and stay there until that competition on lap 40. That's going to preserve the tires the best. Matt Yoakum.
Vince, 12 years ago on a Monday here in Dover, Martin Truex Jr. scored his first career Cup Series win. But today, speed and track position is not indicative of just how good of a car he has. He qualified 13th. He's dropping to the back, serving an inspection penalty, but he had one of the top 3 cars in final practice, and he wasn't even really pushing it that hard. Now look for Cole Pern, where the cautions fall, to play some strategy to earn some track position. Jamie Little.
Well, Kurt Busch is starting back in 19th, mid-pack, just like his younger brother, Kyle. Now, his cars seemed to be decent on Friday, but it was extremely loose in qualifying and practice on Saturday. But his crew chief, Matt McCall, told me he's confident in the adjustability they have built into this car. The setup that they've brought today, that will play out in this race today. Now, keep in mind for Kurt Busch in the 1, when it comes to rain delays, he has 3 wins on Monday. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Ready to go racing in Delaware as the field now is formed behind the Toyota Camry XSE 2019 that leads the field. 1 lap to green. 400 laps takes 400 miles here. Stages 1 and 2, 120 laps each, so the race would be complete after stage 2. Rain not a factor today. Pit road speed 35, fuel window a little above 80 laps. Grip level of 3 to 4 on a scale of 5. Here are the drivers who are going to the rear. And Matt Tifft, because he flunked inspection 3 times, will do a pass-through penalty after he takes the green on the racetrack. Let's listen in on the pole sitter.
400, good one, fellas. Let's get it. Okay, 10-4. Thanks for the effort on this thing, fellas. Now for brake, Chevy looks good. Execute our plan. Just race our race. Let us know where the track involves Chase. We'll try to do our best to keep up with it for you. Roger.
I like Chase. I like you said, let's get it.
Well, and he knows what that feels like here at Dover. Last time these cars were here in the fall race, we kind of took one away from Kevin Harvick.
He did.
Competition caution on lap 40 because of the overnight rain.
I'm always anxious at this on a Monday like this. Those guys are sitting there going, I'm going to catch some of these other guys sleeping on these opening laps. I'm going to be aggressive versus those guys are sitting there going, I'm going to wait for the track to come to me.
You know what I'm saying? Go right ahead.
What else do you say, Darrell?
Well, you know what? It's Dover. It's Monday. It's a beautiful day. And I say, boogity, boogity, boogity. Well, let's go racing on the concrete, boys.
Suarez and Stenhouse 3 wide. As up front, William Byron did not get a good start off turn 4.
No, that outside has been the real preferred line in the last couple of races we watched here. Not surprised that car jumped out the way he did.
Well, I'm not surprised. We're already seeing some guys further on back trying to make it 3 wide in just the first couple of corners.
Well, you're right about one thing, though, Jeff. When you got them bunched up like this is a great opportunity to pass a bunch of cars if you can find a spot to pass them in.
And we're riding, our shot here with Denny Hamlin and also with Ryan Blaney. And you know, what you can do as a driver is you can lock that car down on the inside and really make their life really tough if you get on that outside. They just can't get the throttle, and that's what Denny Hamlin did right there to Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, I think you're going to see most everybody fight for the bottom right now, Mike, because already you can see a black groove in the corner, and you want to take care of that right front tire. You're going to want to stay in that black groove for a while.
Exception, Ricky Stenhouse all the way up to the top very, very early, trying to gain some ground, and he has picked up 5 from his 20th starting position. Ryan Preece has had a tough weekend. The JTG Doherty team, both the 37 and the 47, changed setups completely after practice, went for all mechanical grip instead of aero. They're kind of struggling even in the early going here.
See the 38. David Reagan gets up the racetrack. The 47 season opening tries to take advantage of it. But that's what I'm talking about. When you're on the bottom and there's a car on the outside of you, it's really easy for the back end to step out and for you to lose a lot of momentum.
Yeah, it cost Priest, but he made a good decision right there. It's early. Let's don't push the issue.
Now, we talked about this green racetrack and how it's going to lay rubber and how tires, even though it's a 40-lap run here until that competition caution comes out, I would be a little nervous if I'm Alan Gustafson on the box right now. Chase Elliott has a blistering pace right now that he's setting.
And remember, 40 laps, so that's 40 miles. That's a half the way to a gas stop.
Here's Ty Dillon's view with our Fox Visor cam.
Feels like you're in the corners forever here. And this track's almost all corners, high bank, really fast. Got to put that wheel like he's doing right there to it and then hard in the throttle.
Jeff, that lap by Chase Elliott is faster than the pole for this race was last year. That's how fast these cars are running around this racetrack.
I'm reminded of the old nursery rhyme about Jack and Jill went up the hill. Well, Denny Hamlin went up the hill and almost came tumbling down.
So you see he's on the outside, Ryan Blaney. Right there, the car landed, and it just, when it landed, it just looked like the back end wasn't real stable, and he had to walk that thing up the racetrack.
Yeah, it just never took a set. It just kind of went in there loose and stayed loose.
And he's still in trouble. He lost a spot to Eric Jones, and now another to Jimmy Johnson.
You know what? That's a smart driver. He says, I'm not right. My car's not right. I don't need anybody on my back bumper right now. I got to find a hole to get into here.
I got to believe this track's going to tighten up as rubber lays down. So being loose right now, I don't think is a bad thing for later.
If you make it to later, I agree. I think that's the only problem.
Alex Bowman is one of those drivers, had to go to the rear for inspection issues. He has made up 10 positions, make that 11 as he passes Paul Menard.
Yeah, car looks really good right on the bottom.
Well, you got two teammates starting on the front row. Surely you can get a little information from him to help you in the race today.
Yeah, right behind him is Mark Truex Jr. making his way up through there right along with Alex Bowman.
Yeah, Truex has got a great race car. He was good in practice yesterday. Had some issues, but he'll be all right. He'll be up there before the day's over. And we see our... Hang on, Jimmy.
Man, that was so close. Jimmy Johnson tried to squeeze up right in front of Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin was not backing out.
Well, there's 4 drivers that aren't happy about that.
Wow.
Yeah, those other 2 guys almost got caught up in that if Jimmy Johnson had gone around.
You know, I said to Lemon didn't want anybody on his rear bumper, but he didn't mind getting on Jimmy's rear bumper. Wow.
Lap 11, a little early for that kind of thing.
I agree.
See, Jimmy jumped in the throttle trying to squirt through the middle to get up in front of him. He just wasn't quite clear, and Denny didn't cut him any slack there either.
I think it was a tail wagging.
There's Matt Tifft, who did that pass-through penalty and is 2 laps down as a result.
And Mike, the fastest car in practice was Kyle Larson. And right now, he's up there trying to get around the 22 of Joey Logano. We expect to see Kyle Larson really have a great day here today. He's got a good race car.
Stenhouse to the bottom this time to try to get past Denny Hamlin. This is for 12th.
Stenhouse led some laps here last year in this race, so I think he really is a big fan of Dover.
Hamlin now down 5 positions from where he started.
I think you're right, Jeff. I think guys like Stenhouse, dirt track experience, leaning on these banks, back in, hung out just a little bit, doesn't seem to bother Stenhouse much.
Yeah, you almost slide that right rear through the corners here.
16 laps complete. Chase Elliott stepping it out in Dover.
Say it once, I'm saying it twice. Somebody gonna pay the price. Somebody better lose their head.
Still under green at 21 laps in Dover. Today's Ford Performance track backs. The one season that Richard Petty drove a Ford was 1969, and he won the inaugural race here.
One of those laps.
Torinos. Wow. Kevin Harvick went to victory here last spring and yesterday, if you watch the replay. And, oh, we're going to have some fun with that. Biggest movers. 2 of the cars that started in the back under penalty, Alex Bowman and Martin Truex, have gained the most spots in this race in the first 24 laps.
These
Ricky
guys have
Stenhouse.
they've been flying up through there. I've been watching both the 88 and the 19 right up until they caught the 18 of Kyle Busch, and now they've just been following along in his tire tracks.
Well, I thought Kyle was kind of riding until they caught him, Jeff, and then he lit the fuse and went to work.
Started out tight, center off. Second apex, real tight, real tight in traffic. Entry 30 to 70 kind of come to me a little bit. Still tight, back up the hill.
I'd say he's tight.
Yeah, Larry Mack, how tight is 5 reels and a tight?
5 reels and a tight.
Real.
I get a feeling that is really tight.
Thank you for that expert analysis. Our crew chief, America's crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
But you look at Kyle Busch's results here in this spring race compared to you'd swear it was 2 different guys, 2 different cars. Because his fall race here is incredible. A lot of single-digit finishes. His spring race here, a lot of double-digit finishes. Look at these numbers, Mike. I mean, this is pretty hard to believe. Look at spring race. Best finish, 16.
Nothing in the top 15.
But look at the fall. That's amazing.
Yeah, and I believe it's last year. I think they broke a drive shaft last year. They had some weird things that have happened that have contributed to some of those bad finishes.
He is 15th right now, 13 seconds off the lead. Competition caution coming 13 laps from now. Kevin Harvick from 6th, riding 4th. Matt Yoakum.
Mike, a year ago, Kevin Harvick dominated this race. He also dominated it yesterday. If folks by chance missed that, we were actually in rain-filled coverage, and they were not alone. Sponsor Jimmy John's was confused. Eric Stonestreet, Harvick's friend, the actor, he was confused. Now, they sent congratulatory texts on Harvick's, what they thought first win of the year, to Harvick and his agent Josh Jones yesterday. And then they realized, wait a minute, it was rained out. But his sponsor also Outback, because on Monday they have the Bloomin' Monday promotion. If he scores a top 10 finish, they sent out a company-wide email to help lessen the confusion. As you see the 24 get loose, to help lessen the confusion. If they stop in today, they still get the Bloomin' Monday from a year ago or yesterday. I'm not sure.
Big moment for our outside pole sitter, William Byron, or inside pole sitter, as Chase took the outside lane. Watch the 24.
Yeah, it's a pretty heavy traffic following Kevin Harvick through there.
Man, that is frightening right there. And a car right to your outside, the 77 car, he was lucky he saved that.
You think it was frightening? How about Quinn Houff?
Yeah. What's that guy
Just
doing?
minding his own business.
Yeah. But that's kind of Dover in a nutshell, Mike. You get down under another car and you get that air coming off that car in front of you, and it really upsets your car and can make you get loose like that.
Now, Bubba Wallace wants to avoid going a lap down before the competition caution that's coming in 8 laps.
Oh, yeah. When you're that last car in the lead lap and the leader's coming, you fight as hard as you can. You do not want to go a lap down here before we get to 40 laps.
Well,
Vince?
Well, it's tough enough because the car's starting to lose grip for Chase Elliott, but he's really been asking Eddie DeHaan to help him with the lap traffic, and you see that's exactly what he's dealing with right now. A little frustrated with some of these lap cars, but as you guys indicated, right now with the competition caution so close, you want to do everything you can to keep from falling a lap down, but Chase has got him.
Larry, what are you seeing with the track in these opening 30 laps?
Mike, I'm amazed, but I'm probably not completely surprised. With 37 drivers out there in 33 laps, I'm seeing a lot of rubber already going down around this 1 mile racetrack, and I think that's why now, before this competition caution, we're starting to see the drivers move around, just trying to search other grooves on this racetrack.
You know, Larry, I heard a lot of the crew chiefs say that this tire combination was laying down rubber better than they remember it doing in the past. And I talked to Mike Joy here. I said, Mike, you see that black groove already coming in? That was about 10 laps into the race.
Well, you know what that means? If it's laying rubber, that means it's taking it off of those tires. I can't wait to see what these tires, especially that right front tire, looks like off of some of these leaders that have been setting a pretty fast pace.
Boy, a couple drivers really need a caution. Denny Hamlin is one. And Jamie?
Kyle Larson would like a caution as well. Extremely loose. Best start of the year for the 42. But Jeff, as you guys talk about tires, this team a little bit concerned. In practice on Saturday, they ran 17 laps and corded both right side tires. Chad Johnson, the crew chief, told me he was going to start getting nervous about the 30 lap mark, especially early in this race.
Well, the average pace, to your point, Jamie, is equal to last year's pole qualifying speed for this race.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, just sitting up here in the booth watching these cars go around the track, they are flying around this racetrack. I've never seen cars this fast.
Well, nobody should know this Goodyear tire better than that 42 team. They're one of the 3 teams, I believe, that came and did the tire test here.
Well, you know, we watched his in-car camera yesterday, Jeff, and I commented a couple of times how the car was fast, but it was locked down. There was a lot of vibration in that car. I was worried about how it was going to act on this surface today as the rubber builds up.
And that will wear those tires out a little bit more than maybe somebody that's got a little bit more compliant setup.
All right, hold your breath and hold your position for 2 more laps. That'll be the NASCAR-mandated competition yellow at lap 40. Kyle Busch wants one more. Lapped car up high, Reed Sorensen.
Well, look for some big adjustments to come to the 18 and Kyle Busch's team. If he's real tight, they're going to make some big adjustments.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, Mike. Think about this. There are going to be 25 cars on pit road. Pit road's going to be crowded. We know how tough this pit road is just to get on. And then what's going to happen once you make your stop and start down pit road? Is somebody going to pull out in front of you, block you, or, you know, what's going to happen? Pit road's going to be interesting today.
Chris Buescher is in the free pass position as we come around to complete lap number 40. Chase Elliott has led them all.
Put it out. This is the competition caution.
Lap 40.
And Mike, if NASCAR doesn't just pull 40 out of the air, they take the entire field. They don't take one car, two cars. This guy might be good. This guy might be bad. They look at the entire field and they felt comfortable that 40 laps was a good number.
And now a quick word from Duracell.
This is the #1 trusted brand.
Well, Chris Buescher almost got there at the moment of caution. Michael McDowell had just been lapped by Chase Elliott, so McDowell will get the free pass. And when we restart, we'll have 25 cars on the lead lap.
Well, we've talked about how the outside line, Mike, has been a big advantage if you can restart on that outside. Jeff, what do you think? Are you in a position to start counting cars here, or crew chief, spotter, somebody help you?
I think you might, because we even saw at the start of this race William Byron lose positions, lost 2 or 3 positions just getting down into turn 1. So I do think that inside line is not the lane you're going to want to be in.
Here they come, Matt.
Harvick pitting off turn 4. His spotter, Timmy Fidoa, will indeed be counting cars, trying to get him that outside lane for the restart. They're going to make a slight chassis adjustment. Harvick a little free a couple times in traffic, but primarily, Jamie, it was too tight center to exit.
Kyle Larson in the 42, just too loose, especially on entry and exit of the corner. A 4-tire stop here, a wedge adjustment as well, and a little air pressure. Vince?
Well, as far as the 2 of Joey Logano is concerned, Logano starts tight and then turns into a 4-wheel drift, so he needs some help there. 4 tires and air pressure. Chase Elliott, no changes, just 4 tires, says he's got good ability to move that car around, and that's a good sign. He's going to be the first one off pit road.
And that will be so important here today, because Saturday and Friday, the truck race and Xfinity race were both won by the first driver off pit road on the final stop. Chase Elliott retains the lead at 42 laps.
Listen to the rain, rain, rain. Oh, listen, listen, listen to the rain, rain, rain. Oh, children, rain, oh my Lord.
It was a soggy Sunday here in Dover. But look at these hardy race fans, many of them out here in campers that have braved the rain all night. They're back for Monday. Thanks to them for coming, being part of the show as we get ready to restart at lap 45.
I love listening to come up through the gears. Engine sounds so nice and clean and crisp.
Boy, Logano got a great restart there. Almost took advantage of Chase Elliott to get by him. Going to fall to second here, and Larson getting to the outside.
Crossover for Larson.
Still there, 42.
I don't know what they did at 42, but they fixed it for now anyway.
Well, and if your car's a little bit loose on the long runs, it might take off pretty good here.
Oh, Jimmy Johnson just booted Ricky Stenhouse as they accordioned in front of him coming off turn number 2. They're still single file there.
Jimmy's having a tough go here. He gets hit in the back. He's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it looks like Stenhouse really struggling, maybe down on the front splitter. The car's just not able to carry speed through the center.
Kyle Busch coming from 13th.
Mike, Kyle Busch just has a theory. You go where they're not. And that usually works pretty good for him. And we saw tire wear. That didn't seem to be an issue. 40 laps, everybody's tires look nice, no problem. So that's comforting for these drivers. They'll drive a little harder.
Yeah, even drivers that had been complaining about handling did not appear to be showing excess tire wear.
Look good.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised how fast that pace was and how clean this racetrack was. Matt?
Looking at the tires that came off Harvick, Byron, Truex, and Boyer's cars, talking to the Goodyear engineers, expected wear, so things look pretty good for a green racetrack early on.
Alex Bowman, 18th against Paul Menard.
Bowman's got a pretty good car. He's kind of started deep in the field, but he's worked his way up through here pretty good. But I'm going to tell you something, Mike. Unless something happens, that 9 car, I mean, he is in a league of his own right now. His lap times are a good bit quicker, and he's really putting on a show right now.
We saw Denny Hamlin struggle through the first 40 laps. He restarted 23rd, and he's picked up 1 spot. Jamie?
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for him. He started 8th, but it has been a struggle all weekend, Mike. They have worked on this car. They've been on the loose side, the tight side, adjusted a lot. Got him similar to the 19, and it's just not working. They made an air pressure adjustment there. Denny came on the radio and just said, I don't know what I can do. I can't get in or off. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, said we have worked on it all year. Remember, we make stuff out of nothing. Stay with us.
And he's right. I mean, I can't tell you how many times have we heard that 11 car in trouble. Get pit road speeding penalties, get a lap down, get in trouble early on. But they always fight back and usually end up in the top 5.
He was second here last fall.
Somebody who's fighting is that 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. You know, I think he's just been waiting for the air pressures to come up, for that car to come to him. So he's really trying to maintain track position here ahead of Jimmy Johnson and Mark Truex Jr.
That was always my favorite. You know, you'd be driving a car and they'd have real low air and they say, man, I'm going to wreck this thing. Just hang on to it. It'll be okay. It'll come to you. Well, it better come in a hurry because I'm about to wreck.
And of all the racetracks out there, I think this might be towards the top of how important track position is and how hard drivers will fight to maintain it.
Yeah, and the other thing, Jeff, I think you'll know is low as you can start these tires, the better off you're going to be. Because, Mike, remember, the expansion joints in this concrete, it makes these tires overwork and build up air pressure.
And the length of these corners, how much speed you're carrying. So, you know, that's also putting a lot of load into those tires and building those air pressures up quickly.
What do you think? I'll ask you this question. Would you rather run 400 miles in this car at this speed, or would you rather run 500 miles in a little bit slower car at the speed we used to run? What do you think?
I like to go fast. What are you talking about? Hey, as long as my car was out front, I'm good with it either way.
It don't matter.
How about Daniel Suarez passes his teammate Almirola? That's for 15th place. And here comes Bowman.
Yeah, I think Alex Bowman does have a good race car. Certainly on the short runs, we saw that at the beginning of this race. Might have to work on a little bit on the long runs, but right now, all these positions that he can pick up, he's got a pretty good pit stall because of how well he qualified. He should be able to continue to make his way forward.
And remember, we had an in-the-car camera with Clint Boyer, and you remember, he looked like he was swatting flies. I mean, he was all over that steering wheel, and that was just in qualifying. Imagine doing that for 400 laps.
Now, during final practice, Kyle Larson had the best 10-lap average speed. We're going to put that up against, with our Fox Ghost car, against last year's. The car in front is this year.
Yeah, we've been hearing drivers talk and engineers talk about 15 miles per hour, carrying 15 miles per hour more speed through the center of the corner this year here at Dover than last year. Obviously, last year the cars had very little downforce. This year they've got a ton of downforce.
I just always remember what Sterling Moss said. They look like they're a rope, like a rock on the end of a rope.
Rock and a rope, Steve Burns would say. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeff, last year we came here with about 1,700 or 1,800 pounds total downforce, front and rear. These cars this year, with the bigger rear spoiler, with the radiator pan, with the bigger front splitter, over 3,000 pounds. And this is a 1-mile track, so this is the exact size tapered spacer, 750 horsepower that we ran. So the difference is all the downforce, but the same horsepower.
Chase Elliott has led all 60 laps so far. Last year, in winning in October, he led only 11. 67 laps in the books in Dover with just the competition caution at lap 40. And Chase Elliott is trying to run away from the field. He's 1.3 seconds up on Kyle Larson in second place. And what a year he has had. One trouble-free race, and that was Phoenix. Otherwise, a lot of difficulty of his own making. Here's today's Ram built for the playoffs with Kyle Larson 21st in points right now, 10 spots below where he was last season. Going to be tough to point your way into the playoffs from there.
I agree. Unless he can put performances like he's put together so far this week, and they've started to make their own luck. We've talked about how bad of luck he's had, but honestly, if you look at it, he qualified up front. They were fast in practice. They tested here. He's up front right now. Kind of actually, I think, closing in on our leader, Chase Elliott. I think they're poised in a good position to even point their way in if they keep running like this.
Darrell, just his last 6 weeks, contact, accident, tire vibration hit the wall, contact, cut down a tire, and the flip at the end of Talladega. As a driver, how do you keep that out of the cockpit?
Well, see, I really like, we talked to Kyle yesterday, as you know, and Jeff's talked to him quite a bit over the weekend. I've been around him a couple of times. You know what I like about him? It's not poor, pitiful me.
Right.
I mean, he points out the same things we're looking at, bad results. But also see a guy today when he got in that race car that really had a good attitude. He knows this is an opportunity, and I think he maybe will capitalize today without any problems.
But you know, Darrell, how hard it is, sorry, Mike, to not get caught up in that. What's going to happen next?
Oh, yeah, I know.
Well, I saw that in-car shot, Jeff, but I didn't see that mojo bag you bought him down at Madame Rouge down there.
I have a feeling he's got it filled up in that car somewhere.
So back behind Larson are 5 Fords in a row, beginning with Logano, Harvick, and the 2 of Brad Keselowski.
Good lap. Chase has moved up to 50% both ends. I haven't seen no benefit in lap time. You're just as good where you're at. When he moves up, does he diamond or run the radius? He might move up a half car length from there to there, but it's pretty close to this run of the radius. It isn't much of a diamond at all.
So I love race car drivers when they want that much detail. We hear that sometimes out of Kurt Busch, Kyle Busch, and now Brad Keselowski. He doesn't just want to know when a car is running up high. He wants to know exactly where they're putting that car every foot. As we see a potential pass for the lead here. Larson got a big run off the top.
I think traffic played a little bit of role in that, but Larson definitely got a heck of a run off too over there.
Played a big role. He got a big run off Reed Sorensen way around the outside, and it brought him right up to the leader.
But I would even say 8 or 10 laps ago, and this might actually make it happen if Larson could get to the outside here, but I saw about 8 or 10 laps ago the 9-car Chase Elliott starting to move around the racetrack. That tells me the handling on that race car is going away a little bit.
Kyle looking high, and in the double box you will see a replay of Kyle Larson's move.
Yeah, there's just heavy traffic right there. So that had a lot to do with this. But even when they were in clean air, I thought I saw Larson have a little bit better balance and his car turning just slightly better than the 9 of Chase Elliott.
But you know what I like? I think Chase Elliott, I don't think he's run 100%. Because when that 42 looked at him, got close to him, you see he gapped him again. So I'm not sure. What do you think, Vince?
Well, I think that's a great point, DW, because Chase, prior to that challenge from Larson, was constantly getting updates on what the lap times were of Larson and the other fast cars on track, and letting Chase know that he was just fine, how hard he needed to run the car, and also the line that Larson in particular was taking in relation to his own. So I think right now it's the lap traffic that's the biggest issue, not necessarily the car or the 9.
Yeah, don't punish the car, and by the way, don't punish the driver. Save a little something.
Chase Elliott trying to hold off a fast closing Kyle Larson after 77 laps. 83 laps complete in Dover, where aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear. Win your battles, earn your name. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. Turn 3, turn 4 for third place, Logano and Harvick.
Yeah, Harvick got down under Logano, Mike, but again, it gets loose when you get under somebody. He got a little bit loose, had to let Logano go.
Yeah, and also the 34 there, McDowell was in that preferred lane on the bottom that Harvick was trying to run, so that stalled him out a little bit too. But I think the 4 car is one of the best cars out there if he can get up towards the front.
7th place here, Blaney and Byron.
Yeah, I think they may have made some adjustments on that 24 car, William Byron, on that last pit stop, because they definitely lost some track position coming off of pit road, and now he's trying to make it back up.
Here comes Truex. After starting in the back, he's slowly but surely, he's in 9th place right now and got a couple of cars in sight. That's a good race car, that 19.
Oh, he was really strong in practice, thought it had good balance. He felt really confident about it.
I think that bad pit stop for Byron, I think he lost 3 or 4 spots. That really put him back in the field here a little bit, but I think he'll be denying that 19 here in a little while.
Larry, we're saying that the race pace has picked up about a quarter second a lap from that first 40-lap run. What do we make of that?
Well, I just think now that this track has taken some rubber, I think that the grip level has went up. You know, Jeff and I talked about this about a week ago, and you did the grip level of 3 to 4. And what that grip level is based off of is air pressure buildup in the tires and the track taking rubber. That's where the grip comes from.
Well, here's a look at it. The track started out white at the top of your screen, and look at it now as it picks up rubber.
That's amazing to me, just how it does that.
It's as if you could see the car's tracks go through there every single lap.
That's the difference in asphalt and concrete, Mike. Rubber lays on top of concrete. It goes down into asphalt.
Alex Bowman up to 10th place over Ricky Stenhouse. Matt?
A great run, dropping to the back, serving that penalty. You mentioned, Mike, he has made it into the top 10. And I talked to his crew chief, Greg Ives, and he told me last week, yes, it was a super speedway. But getting that second place finish, that positive vibe is infectious, not only for the driver, but throughout the entire team. They came here, had speed every session on the racetrack, and that's why they knew they had confidence. They could come from the back to the front, and he's checking them off in the 88.
Now, here's a Larry Mack nugget about Bowman. He has finished in his Cup career in every single position 2 through 43. He's finished everywhere in one race or another, but first. Yeah.
Wow. That is a Mack nugget right there.
Heck of a stat. Of course, I think you'd rather have just finishing first instead of the other positions.
Right. How about Denny Hamlin, who has now gone a lap down? He is running right where he restarted, 23rd, but the race pace is about 0.4 of a second faster than Hamlin's able to manage right now.
Yeah, that's just crazy when I think about that. Even the type of year that Denny Hamlin's been having, they've been really fast. It's a pretty good track for him.
I think,
surprising.
Jeff, you come in, you know, with that 40-lap caution, you make some adjustments to the car. Driver gets comfortable, track tightens up a little bit, and you can hammer the throttle a little bit harder and make some fast laps around this joint.
You're riding with Clint Boyer, who also jumped on Twitter to admonish his followers yesterday afternoon. That's last year's race you're watching. Cut it out.
We got a doubleheader this weekend.
Yeah, people wondered why Martin Truex was in the 78 car. And somebody tweets, hey, that's not Jamie McMurray in the one. Was last year's race.
You know what I like? It was just a race. It was fun to watch. Kind of reminiscent, bring back some memory to what we saw here last year.
Now here's another in-car shot with Clint Boyer. We watched him through qualifying and watching his eyes. Right now you get a little bit better idea. Look at his eyes as he looks up into the mirror. And usually what a driver does is they base what's happening behind them, maybe looking at a different line that a driver's running, or if that driver is closing in on them, it gives them a bit of an idea of what their pace is.
Yeah, you know, I know we're racing. I don't see the intensity that I saw in those eyes on that wheel when he was trying to make one fast lap around this joint. So he's settled down, just running a nice pace.
Well, and you have to. I mean, 400 laps here at Dover, it will wear you out. So you have to find a comfortable pace you can settle into.
Kyle Busch around Jimmy Johnson around the outside. He got a run there with traffic.
I really, with the way that Jimmy Johnson's practice went, and of course how good he is at this racetrack, I thought Jimmy Johnson would be a real factor in this race, but so far a little work to do.
And we listened in on Stenhouse.
Be watching SMT. I can't turn the steering wheel any further to the left. Yeah, Dimple, we know you just got to keep making time right here. Just focus on getting this to the stage. We're still in good position right here. Gonna get you through the stage. I'm giving you feedback. Making sure you're looking at everything.
14th for Stenhouse right now. He restarted 8th.
And Mike, you hear that Stenhouse, he and the crew chief talking, and the engineer, I'm not sure who that was. But a driver is on edge. He's edgy. And when he makes a comment and you don't come back with what he wants to hear, he might fire something back at you don't want to hear. So really got to cool it out when you're talking to your driver.
Mike, the 17 team and Brian Patty made an adjustment on that first stop, an air pressure change, trying to help get more grip to the nose of that 17 car. But Stenhouse is saying the car is still tight on the splitter early, and it's just simply plowing now.
21 to go in stage 1, Matt. They'll get a chance to work on it. As Chris Buescher about to go 2 down. We're going to take you double wide here on FS1 at lap 100.
NASCAR racing is back. The 60th running of the Coca-Cola 600 this Memorial Day weekend. The most patriotic day in racing kicks off with a free concert by Rock and Roll Hall of Famers Cheap Trick. Then NASCAR's best battle it out for the right to be called Coca-Cola 600 champion. Tickets start at just $49 and kids tickets are just $10. Experience race day for yourself at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Get your tickets today. Call 800-455-FANS.
Thanks for coming.
No problem.
Welcome. This is the Durabit of the all-new Chevy Silverado.
Looks real sturdy.
That is huge. It has available LED cargo area lighting.
Lights up the entire bed.
It even offers a built-in 120-volt outlet.
Wow.
Plug that in for me.
Oh, holy smokes.
And the all-new Silverado has more trim levels than any other pickup.
Oh. Very cool.
There's something for all of us.
Absolutely.
It's time to upgrade.
What if I wielded the power of the Infinity Gauntlet? I could bend reality to my will with a snap of my fingers.
I just saved money with Geico.
I saved hundreds of dollars.
Nice.
That is a lot of money. The power is exhilarating. I just got something in my throat. Yeah.
Marvel Studios Avengers Endgame in theaters April 26th.
You have to be perfect. Every week matters, every one of them. Nothing ever goes to plan.
I can't see.
I put a helmet on and I become a different person.
It's gonna get crazy.
Being able to go that fast and make split-second decisions. It's 140 degrees inside the race car and you can't afford to make a mistake. If you're not tired, you didn't drive hard enough.
104 miles complete in the Gander RV 400 in Dover. Caution, Ricky Stenhouse, turn 1. Caught the wall down in entering turn 1. Well, he said he couldn't turn the wheel anymore to make it turn. Let's see what happened.
I don't know if the tire went down first or that's the cause of him hitting the wall, but definitely right front tire is down. Oh, yeah, that looks to me like the right front tire went down.
Definitely a tire.
Hey, Larry, we've been hearing Stenhouse complain about being on the splitter. What do you think about that?
Well, let's go to our Ford Performance Cutaway car. In this year, in 2019, I spoke earlier about how big the front splitter is. And on low air pressures, basically this whole part that's yellow right there, it was bottoming out on the racetrack, and it was making the tires, the front wheels, light, and he was turning the wheel, but the front tires weren't digging into the racetrack. And it's even more critical this year because that splitter is so much bigger this year versus last year.
As fast as these cars are traveling here at Dover, a hit like that, you really feel that impact.
Yeah, it's at the highest point of speed, and in that corner, right front goes down. It goes straight right into the wall.
Ricky said on the radio that was a big hit. Let's see. The free pass car will be Denny Hamlin. Matt DiBenedetto stayed on the lead lap. He had earlier had to serve a penalty for over the wall too soon on the pit stop at lap 42. Here they come, Matt.
And Clint Boyer will pull around his teammate, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. He still has his hands full slightly, the car on the tight side. Meanwhile, Harvick pulls into his box gently, an air pressure adjustment on the 4. He felt like they made some good headway, headed in the right direction, but he still needs some center turn from center to exit, Jamie.
Kyle Larson in the 42, he's been in the top 3 all race long, but still a little bit tight loading and tight landing, so they'll free him up a little bit. There's that adjustment in a 4-tire stop bin.
You see the 22 of Joey Logano pitted from 3rd, says it's just still building a little bit tight. Right sides only. As for the 9 of Chase Elliott, calling for an air pressure adjustment and 4 tires. He just needs a little bit of security, a little too free. You see those 2 tires allow Logano to be the first one off pit road.
Well, Kyle Larson did not get a good launch out of the concrete in his pit box. And you see him dropping 3 spots on that one. In due in part to Logano and Byron taking only 2 tires. Joey Logano with just a 2-tire stop. There is the difference that has put him into the lead for this restart that will come with 10 laps to go in stage 1. He's opposite William Byron, then Chase Elliott and Brad Keselowski. Logano is only the second driver to lead laps here today.
Interesting call. 2 tires. See how that works.
Yeah, only, 10 laps to go to this stage.
That outside man, it gets such a huge jump over the guys down on the bottom.
Well, especially when you got your teammate Brad Keselowski pushing you from behind.
Well, the 24 had to know behind him.
Still out there. Still out there. Bottom's good.
Nice rebound for Byron after a slow pit stop back at the competition caution.
Yeah, Byron, remember, he is another one of those cars along with Joey Logano that took 2 tires. And this really hurt the 9 car of Chase Elliott because he was in that inside lane with those 4 tires and was able to, he lost that spot to the 2 car and the 4 car of Kevin Harvick.
Kyle Larson may have brushed the wall in the back straightaway. Coming up off turn 2, it was very, very close for driver 42. Let's take a look at the top of the frame.
Well, first, the 24 car jumps out there, almost gets the wall, and the 42, boy, it was inches.
I think the right rear might have a smudge.
He touched it.
Wasn't that what you did to him Saturday? Smudged him? Goodness.
See, if we hadn't have done that, he would have been in the wall. So.
Oh, well, okay. The mojo is working. 4th place. Let's check with Larry for today's Duracell Driving Trust.
Yeah, let's take a look at William Byron in that 2014. Talk to him under the pace lap. It's his second full-time season in the Monster Energy Cup Series. He won championships in the K&N East Series in 2015, Xfinity Series in 17. In 2019, Rick Hendrick decided to put veteran crew chief Chad Canals with this young 21-year-old. Chad has 7 championships, 81 Cup wins, and as documented, 11 wins at Dover. I'd say that gives William Byron a little bit of Duracell Driving Trust, and caution's out, Mike.
That he has, Larry. I watched Quinn Houff between turns 1 and 2. The car just sailed up to the wall as if he might have cut a right front tire. Made a pretty good amount of impact and then settled down here to the apron.
It sure has all the indications that it was right front tire, the way the car turned. You see that tire's soft.
And I'm not so sure they came down pit road and put tires on that under that last caution.
Spire Motorsports entry and the young short tracker from Virginia bringing out the 3rd caution flag of the day here. And it looks like this time Chris Buescher just might get the free pass and get back on the lead lap.
You know, guys, it's going to be borderline getting this thing back going. The only thing they could do is call a quickie yellow, which means everyone could pit when pit road is open, but at most, we're going to have about a 1-lap shootout. It's going to be real borderline, though.
Larry, I get, is it a possibility they don't even open pit road?
It's open this time.
Then
yeah, it's open this time.
Thank you. That's not a possibility.
No, Mike.
No, that would not be.
And it is a quickie yellow, which means everyone can pit, whether you're on the lead lap or a lap down.
Well, this is
most of the leaders will stay out.
Yeah, Larry, I was going to say this might be interesting to see some of those further back come down pit road, get tires. We see Kurt Busch is one of those takers, and then they'll stay out when this stage is over.
That's right. These cars on pit road now will be the cars restarting up front for stage 2.
Kurt Busch.
Good call.
Yeah, Kurt Busch, that's a good call. And also the 11 car Hamlin, Ryan Newman,
Ty Dillon, and Daniel Hemrick. Should be 1 to go when they get back to the line, and that will give us 1 lap to race in stage 1. We've done this before. This fall, Fox becomes the new network home of WWE's SmackDown Live. Catch all the action every Friday night beginning October 4th. Only on Fox. check in on your Koch family of drivers and see how they're faring today. Joey Logano is your race leader. Kyle Larson 8th. Daniel Suarez 13th. Austin Dillon and Denny Hamlin on the lead lap, as is Ryan Newman. Bubba Wallace is in the free pass position right now, 1 down.
Now I'm going to say with only a couple laps here to go, and Larry, I'd love to bring Larry in on this. I mean, even if when this stage is over, these guys are up front here, other than maybe those that took 2. These guys that took 4 up front, they're going to stay out. Is that right, Larry? You feel that way?
I would think, Jeff, because, you know, with this caution, we only had 5 laps on the tires when this caution came out. So I think Logano and William Byron, I think they're going to be forced to pit, Jeff, because of only doing 2 tires. But, you know, it was a no-brainer for those drivers that pitted right there, and we're going to get back started with 1 to go. But, yeah, don't abuse the tires for 1 lap, and you stay out at the end of this caution.
That's it, Larry. If I'm one of those drivers that stopped, I'm not even going to put any heat in my tires under green. I'm going to kind of coast around here to the stage-ending caution flag and get ready to line up for stage 2.
Well, now we're going to have a bit of the opposite type of lineup here as we had the last time. Now you got Brad Keselowski's on the inside, Kevin Harvick's on the inside, and now you've got the 9 of Chase Elliott and the 24 William Byron in that outside lane.
Daniel Hemrick took the wave around on the last caution, so that puts him in position back on the lead lap for a good end of stage 1. Eric Jones right now is the 10th place car looking for stage points. Joey Logano looking for a stage win. They're going to race 1 lap to the green and white checker.
This ought to be interesting and entertaining.
Here we go.
See Larson rewind to the outside of William Byron, going to make up some spots.
And look at the launch he gets. He's going to steam past Kevin Harvick up into 4th place, entering turn 3.
Nice job of Brad Keselowski being able to jump up in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott in the 2nd.
Logano to win the stage, then Keselowski, Elliott, and Larson prevails for 4th. Kyle Busch gets the final stage point. Stage 1 complete. Joey Logano's 5th stage win of the year, tied with Kyle Busch for most stage wins. It's here and it's available today at your local Chevy dealer. The all-new Silverado. The strongest, most advanced Silverado ever. 123 laps complete. Stage 1 ends with the first 18 drivers being those who did not stop on the caution for Quinn Houff at lap 115. And the free pass car at the end of stage 1 will be David Reagan. We'll get back up on the lead lap, so we'll restart with 26 lead lap cars. Notably, William Byron was 8th before making that two-tire stop and net gain of 2 positions. He is 6th in the running order right now. Joey Logano's led more laps at Dover today than in his prior 20 starts here combined.
Wow, that's crazy.
16 laps.
As good as Joey Logano is, this has just not been one of his favorite tracks, or at least hasn't been the results of the track.
Look at only Logano among the front 7 comes to pit road.
Some fakes were thrown, but William Byron, they were for sure coming, going for 4 tires this time. What a great job he's done. Impressive, holding on to that excessively free race car. Chassis adjustment already completed, trying to tighten him up for the next run. Mike?
That is a lonely group on pit road. It's just Logano, Byron, and 2 more, Vince.
Well, it's going to be a wedge adjustment for Joey Logano, and 4 tires was way too tight after they took those 2 tires. So they're going to fix him up. As mentioned, 4 tires and wedge for Logano, the only one to lead today other than Chase Elliott. Clean stop, and there's that chassis adjustment and a little extra time.
So only 2 lead lap cars stop. Larry, you surprised?
No, they were in a box, though, Mike, because they were the only 2 that had changed just 2 tires earlier. Everyone else pitted on that last caution or the caution before, so the most laps anybody had was 6 laps. Not a bit surprised.
I'll dial up our stage 1 winner. Hey, Joey Logano, Jeff and the guys up in the Fox Sports booth. You got me?
Loud and clear. How are you?
Well, I'm pretty good. Not as good as you. Congrats on that Stage 1 win. But I'm gonna take a little bit different route here. We got a bunch of fans that came out here on a Monday, and you did something yesterday when this race was canceled and postponed until today, that you went out there in the rain and signed autographs for these fans. What inspired you to do that?
I was able to do that one time before the rain delay in Daytona, and it was a really cool experience to see everybody. And, you know, we have so many diehard fans that come out to watch our races, and I felt bad. They're all sitting out there in the rain, and chances were they weren't going to get to see a race yesterday. So the least we can do is go out there and sign some autographs, say hello, say thank you, and put on a good race today for them.
Well, we all thought that was super cool, so thank you for doing that. I'm sure the fans thank you, and good luck the rest of this way.
Thank you. We're going to need to get back through this field. There's a lot of cars in front of me now.
I was going to bring it up, but I thought I wouldn't.
It was so hard yesterday, leaving the track, watching the folks, cold, wet, disappointed, that had to go home and be at work today. Hopefully some of you have a chance to watch us as Joey Logano has won Stage 1. Laps complete in Delaware. Brad Keselowski's Ford in front of Chase Elliott and Kyle Larson's Chevrolets. First Toyota is Eric Jones in 7th place. We're going to restart to begin Stage 2 with 26 cars on the lead lap, including David Reagan, who got the free pass.
You know, Mike, not too physically demanding, so 428 laps. We've had the stage breaks, a couple of cautions. The drivers had a chance to catch their breath. Saving a little something for the end here. When the end gets here.
And it's a ways out there.
Kevin Harvick will roll off 4th. Kyle Larson 3rd. Clint Boyer 8th. And there's Ty Dillon 18th as they roll into the Geico restart zone for Stage 2.
Kevin Harvick's going to work really hard to try to get to the quarter panel at 9, but doesn't get that opportunity. Chase Elliott able to carry good speed around the bottom.
Logano went 3 wide to make 1 pass in turn 2. Going to try it again up in turn 4. And here comes Blaney to the outside. Alex Bowman for 5th place. Boy, look at Logano work the top.
That's a gaggle.
Woo.
Fast race car, 4 fresh tires. Whoa, 4, 5 wide.
Goodness gracious.
That won't work here.
They figured that out in an instant.
Jamie?
Well, just to update Denny Hamlin, it has been a struggle so far this race. Remember, he was really loose early on. And then Larry noted that on that stop on lap 108, he made a right rear shock adjustment. Guys went underneath the car to help him. Well, that went too far, too tight. So on the last stop, he came in a wedge adjustment. He's having a hard time keeping his head in. He's pretty frustrated.
Thanks, Jamie. The 2 drivers that stopped, William Byron and Joey Logano. Byron's only gained 1 spot since the restart. Logano has already picked up 5.
Yeah, Logano chose the outside. The 24. William Byron seemed to favor that inside lane. He comes up on Daniel Hemrick. Now, see, to me, that's a product of this racetrack sometimes where you lose the nose of the car with the aerodynamics of that car in front of you, but then it snaps loose as you come up off the banking.
Yeah, we've seen that 24 car sideways a couple of times, done a nice job of catching it. So those quick hands, those young hands, stay on top of the wheel.
Saw a little wiggle right there out of the back of the 24. Looks like his car getting in the corner and on the exit of the corner might be a little bit too free.
The fight for the free pass is intense. Ryan Preece in the 47, Bubba Wallace in the 43 were battling for it, and look at the contact there Priest has since been able to drive away from Bubba. Corey LaJoie in the picture. Although a little further back.
Kind of remind me of the Kentucky Derby the other day.
It didn't.
A little juking and jiving going on.
A lot of the drivers tweeted about the Derby finish. Most of them said, "Rubbin is racing." Monday on FS1. Well, we held over a couple of Sunday crank it ups for you for today.
Last lap was a 04. Like I said, he beat you through the middle. You beat him on the exit. There's the 18's lifting earlier. We got back to gas a little sooner. Waiting on an exit.
Yeah, I was really surprised.
That's right. Run up 15 behind you. 5 car lane gap. You're all good there. Here comes the big run. Stalled 1.5. He's moved 50%. Turns down at the 2/3.
Chase Elliott has run down Brad Keselowski for the lead.
And Mike Chase is really dominant in the corner. He's going in low, letting the car wash way up in the middle of the corner. And he gets a whale of a run off of turn 4, really fast off 4.
Meanwhile, the third place car may have an issue, man.
Mike, a concern with Kevin Harvick a few moments ago. He came on the radio, told his team, I think I have a loose wheel. The guys put the helmets on. They're on the wall at the ready. Rodney Childers, his crew chief, told him to ride it out to see if indeed that's what we have, because if we pit, we'll for sure lose 2 laps. And he hasn't said anything yet, so they feel like they're going to be okay.
Larry, was that a big concern for crew chiefs coming into this weekend?
Mike, it was. And if you remember, we talked about this on our Fox conference call last Tuesday. Go back to where we were about a month ago at Bristol Motor Speedway. Another concrete racetrack with high banks with a lot of loads. And it seems like at those 2 tracks with the loads that these drivers are going through and these race cars, it's always a concern about having a loose wheel, especially when you're trying to change 4 tires in about 12 or 13 seconds.
Yeah, throughout this race so far, I felt like the 4 car of Kevin Harvick was one of the best race cars. So him being up front, I was anxious to see if he could stay in the tire tracks of the 9 of Chase Elliott and the 2 of Keselowski. So obviously that tire is causing him a little bit of issues right now.
Well, they're about halfway through a fuel run. We'll see how this plays out. Brad Keselowski leading Chase Elliott by half a second. Kevin Harvick in 3rd. Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman are the top 5. There's our top running Toyota, Kyle Busch. There's today's Toyota top performers. Kyle's got quite a string going here of top 10 finishes to start the season. 10 trying today to match the all-time record, and Morgan Shepherd was driving for Bud Moore when he set that record in 1990. Kyle could tie it today.
When you think of all the different types of racetracks we've gone to already, other than a road course, we've been on every shape, size, banking, That's a tough thing to accomplish, and just goes to show you how strong that team is and what kind of a race car driver Kyle Busch is.
You know, think about Morgan Shepherd, and Bud Moore's car was, I mean, it was so dependable. And Morgan was a guy that knew you had to finish to put bread on the table. If you wanted to eat meat and potatoes, you had to finish the race. And that's why I think those two really put that streak together and did as well as they did.
It's quite a record. Here's a race for 19th. Kurt Busch, Ryan Newman, William Byron, Denny Hamlin.
Logano and Byron haven't made a lot of progress up to 20th. Logano just ahead of him there, but that traffic and coming off pit road after those 4 tires put those guys in a bind.
Yeah, if we go on a really long run here, then you might start to see those 4 fresher tires and these grooves widen out. They might start making some progress, but riding on board here with Kevin Harvick, we talked about him maybe having a loose wheel. That's obviously gone away. He might even make a pass here on the 9 of Chase Elliott. Whatever he was feeling, it's either leveled out or hasn't gotten any worse, so he started putting those lap times back together.
You know, I think a lot of times, Mike, during the race, the concrete, again, I know I speak of the expansion joints in this concrete, but it creates a chatter in the tires sometimes. Kevin may have felt that for a lap or two and had to realize what it was and reevaluate whether he had a loose wheel or not, because he is closing up on the back of Chase Hill here. Matter of fact, he's going to make a pass.
So does that change as there's Harvick to the inside of the second place car, as the track takes rubber, and then as that rubber gets picked back up during caution periods, does that feel change?
I think what changes is the air pressure in the tires. When the tires are low, they feel one way. When the pressure builds up, particularly they build up a lot, then the car feels a little bit different to you. So the concrete racetrack creates a lot of tire buildup, a lot of tire pressure buildup in the race.
And sometimes when you run for a short period of time on fresh tires and then they're hot and they get built up with rubber, sometimes it'll feel like a vibration, like a wheel's vibrating. Little bump and run there by the 88 of Alex Bowman to Kyle Larson as he goes to the outside.
Wow.
4th place.
That's aggressive.
And that's impressive. Bowman, remember, he started all the way in the back, and he's passing one of the fastest cars out there, so they're having a good day.
Hello, I'm here. Excuse me, coming through. Thank you.
Did you say aggressive or impressive?
Both.
Well, he was aggressive and not reckon the 42 was impressive.
But it did the job. Look at Kyle Larson on the next straightaway set. Go right ahead.
So Joey Logano plus 6 positions since the restart. William Byron plus 5.
But just, Mike, again, to show you pits and track position, all that, he came in as a leader. 22 car did, and you see where he is now. I mean, he's hung back here in 17th place. Still got a fast race car, but got a lot of work to do. Vince.
You know, they do indeed have a fast car, and they had some extra confidence coming in this weekend, maybe that they haven't had in previous years coming to Dover. They feel like that they've just got a better understanding, he and crew chief Todd Gordon, of what it takes to be good here. And he feels like they really learned something here last fall, had a good run, and they felt like they unloaded better this weekend, and that's been key to where they are right now.
Second place is the battle.
As these leaders have gotten into lap traffic, you can see it's allowed others to really close that gap, like Kevin Harvick. But also, if you look right behind Kevin Harvick, Bowman's coming into the picture, and in a few more laps, Larson might be there too.
Now, Bowman is really closing in a hurry here. Got a pretty good race car right now.
How about Alex Bowman's day after he was penalized for failing inspection and started way in the back?
Well, you know what I'd like? I mean, I'd like to see my portfolio look like that.
Yes.
It hadn't looked that way in years.
Trending upward.
But remember, I mean, that kid finished second last week. That's a huge confidence booster to him and that team. I think that's really what he needed. He needed a boost, and this might just, that last week might be just what it took.
Keselowski's opened it up now to 3/4 of a second.
Keselowski's going to probably try to show us one of those trick pit stops here where he turns around backwards in pit pocket.
Can you believe that? Talladega.
I can't believe it. I still can't believe it. What I can't believe even more is that he said he could do it 7 more out of 10 times if he had to.
That's what I could. Come on, man. Give me a break.
Denny Hamlin gets past Ryan Newman. as they battle for 21st. They're both back on the lead lap now.
Now, Denny Hamlin's car's looking a lot better. Whatever adjustments they made on that last pit stop, as Jamie was mentioning, that it's obviously improved the car dramatically now. Now he's got a car. If he can just stay on this lead lap, now he's got a car that he might be able to move forward.
Well, before Larry opens the pit window, let's take a break from Dover. 166 on the board.
Dover is probably the hardest place on the schedule to get on and off pit road under green. It's just a very challenging, slick apron. You got to stay on the banking until the last minute and then hope that you can kind of get off and peel off to the apron, not lock up the tires and miss pit road.
So the 16 drivers that all stopped at lap 107 are due on pit road in about the next 25 laps or so, and they are in the top 16 positions.
And we've been talking all day about how pit road's going to be the game changer, but we're not just talking about the pit crew on pit road. It's these drivers getting on to pit road, and I agree with Eric Almirola. This is the hardest track to do it right.
th place.
Daniel Suarez working on his top 10 here at Dover.
Yeah,
he likes this track.
He just got around the 3 car there, Dylan, and doesn't have his car looks pretty decent right now.
14th. Alex Bowman just went past Kevin Harvick into the corner for 3rd place, like heaven was stopped.
Hey, that 88 car is on. He's on a rail right now. He's going somewhere.
This is a career day for Alex Bowman right here. I mean, he's not had the best start to the season. You go back to that race he had at Phoenix a couple years ago when he performed so well, and everybody said Alex Bowman needs to be the replacement for Dale Earnhardt Jr., and it just hasn't gone that well. But boy, today, man, he is on fire. You can hear Harvick get out of the throttle right there. So we talked about Harvick having that tight condition through the center. It sounds to me like they're still going to be able to need to make some more adjustments on Kevin Harvick's car to get him through the center of the corner.
I bet you that 9 car doesn't put up a real tough battle right here because he knows that Bowman's got a fast car, so why hold him up?
Well, the other thing that the 9 car of Chase Elliott has in his back pocket is that #1 pit stall that he can take advantage of when pit stops do happen, if they happen under caution.
Vince?
Well, Chase Elliott just told crew chief Alan Gustafson, he said, I don't know what to tell you that I need. It feels pretty good. That last adjustment, which is the only adjustment they've made, which was air pressure, helped the car and the handling because he was just a tick free. So right now, they're pretty pleased with the way the car's rolling.
Brad Keselowski, boy, those Chevys are just about to catch him here.
Venturing to say that Bolt might be the best of the 3 behind you. Just like I told you earlier, he's very patient, showing the least amount of concrete in the center of the corner. Wrapping it super tight. You're all clear.
Spotter Coleman Presley to Brad Keselowski.
Boy, I see that 88 car. One thing he can do better, and I think the other 2 cars in front of him, he can get down in that corner.
Martin Truex begins the march to pit road under green. Last in at lap 107.
Such a risky place to be the first car on pit road because you lose so much time here on this 35-mile-per-hour pit lane. The 9 car, 2nd place Chase Elliott now on pit road.
88 coming in.
88 as well.
Bunch of front runners.
Matt?
And Truex was the first one to open that door. Others will follow. They don't want to lose that much track position. No chassis adjustments expected here on the 88. They have really dialed that car into the ball game. Going around the left side, the 2 of Brad Keselowski. He'd been very consistent, but this run, the car was going away in the middle of the corner, especially on exit, Vince. It was on the tight side.
Working the right side, now the crew over to the left side. No changes, just the 4 tires and gas for Chase Elliott.
Kyle Busch moves up to 2nd behind Kevin Harvick by 4 seconds.
Harvick's in.
Harvick, Jimmy Johnson. A lot of shuffling here on pit road, and Kyle Busch picks up the lead, becomes the 4th different leader today. Almirola finishing up on the left sides. So now just Kyle Busch, Matt DiBenedetto still on track without making a stop. And here's Kyle. Jamie?
Kyle was really tight early on, but they got the car a little bit better, worked his way into the top 10. Says he's tight all the way through the corner this time, so they'll adjust accordingly. And a 4-tire stop. There is the track bar adjustment for the 18.
So we cycle around to the two drivers that went off sequence with 2 tire stops earlier, William Byron and Joey Logano. 1-2.
And if you look right here in this picture, the 2-car Brad Keselowski, remember, he waited an extra lap to come to pit road. That 9-car Chase Elliott was able to get back in front of the 2, so if this thing cycles out, he will be your leader if the caution doesn't come out. We bring Byron and Logano and Kurt Busch, some of those others down pit road.
But if they get a caution, Larry, they could pin all but the first 7 cars a lap down.
Well, I think Joey Logano's on pit road now in that 22 car, but you're right. They can go another 10 to 15 laps, Mike, but they're giving up a lot of time on the stopwatch.
See if Chad Knaus brings his young driver. Not this time.
The 24 is loose. Okay.
But he is the leader, and right now he is the first of 7 cars on the lead lap. On the radio, they're telling Byron, give me 2 more laps.
And I say the 24 is loose. I remember when Jimmy Johnson drove for Chad. I never saw anybody that could hang on to a loose car like Jimmy Johnson could, and that's what made that car so fast. This young man here, he might have to learn to hang on to that loose car.
Well, you can be assured that crew chief Chad Knaus is pushing him to learn it.
Got it.
He'll be in next time. That will leave only Daniel Hemrick and Michael McDowell out there along with David Reagan.
There's your distance back to Chase Elliott. She goes by.
24's in, but yeah, he gave up a ton of time getting to pit road. And he got down the apron early. Not going to make a mistake, driver in, but he gave up a lot of time.
There's such a balance between being smooth and getting onto pit road without making mistakes, but not being aggressive enough and losing a lot of time, to your point there, DW.
So Daniel Hemrick did also pit, and that will leave just Michael McDowell, the new race leader, on the racetrack without having made a stop, and now he's in.
But Mike, in Byron's defense, he's a young man. He's got a fast car. He started on the front row. He's got great crew chief Chad Knaus. He doesn't want to be the guy that makes some mistake and takes him out of this race. So he was being cautious, but I think it was the right thing to do.
And for the front row cars, Michael McDowell and David Reagan, their best opportunity to guarantee themselves a good finish. Stay out as long as you can and try to catch that caution.
Stretch it.
And I love this shot from the visor camera. It shows you this really is a roller coaster ride of a racetrack. How you drop down, slam into that banking, how rough this concrete is, and how long these corners are.
Second place, Alex Bowman, Brad Keselowski, just kind of where we left off almost before pit stops.
This 6 car is going to really make a big impact on the progress of that 2 car trying to get by Ryan Newman.
I think Bowman wasn't sure he was going to go by on the outside. That's Ryan Newman. I think I'll wait.
I think it was a good decision because
it was a great decision.
That was going to squeeze him into the wall.
You've got 208 laps to make a different decision. If you make the right one right there.
You make the wrong one right there, you're going to pay for it all the rest of that day too.
Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman. They were a little closer last Sunday on the last lap at Talladega, but they were in the same positions. 1-2.
And I think we talked about this Talladega, our biggest racetrack. Now we're at a 1 mile concrete oval. I believe it's safe to say that the Hendrick cars and the Chevrolets in general have gotten their cars where they need to be now. I don't believe we can blame their lack of performance on anything. Now it's just going out on the racetrack and getting a result.
Fifth place, Kyle Larson. Martin Truex, who is the race's leading Toyota, now moves up into the top 5. Closing in on the end of stage 2 with 205 laps to go in Dover. We'll take you side by side.
Beautiful but very warm Sunday afternoon.
Campgrounds are full. Happy race day, everybody. It's going to be a great afternoon for racing.
You can't ask for anything more special than what we have here tonight.
Drivers, start your engines! Let the party begin.
You heard that right. From the green flag at Daytona to the checkers of Homestead.
In the car, under the hood, and hanging with the drivers.
We've got the drama, the stories, the science.
NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights at 6 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
You have to be perfect.
Here's the big one. The pack is flying apart.
Every week matters, every one of them. Nothing ever goes to plan.
I can't see.
I put a helmet on and I become a different person.
It's going to get crazy. Idiot.
Being able to go that fast and make split-second decisions. It's 140 degrees inside the race car, and you can't afford to make a mistake. If you're not tired, you didn't drive hard enough.
Welcome back to Dover. The Gander RV 400 has just passed the halfway mark. 81 of 120 in stage 2, 39 laps to go there. Let's go 3 wide, sponsored by John Deere. Chase Elliott, your race leader, looking to go back-to-back with Talladega. Kyle Larson having a great run and certainly needed one, and Eric Jones trying to hang on to that final spot in this stage.
Bunch of young men right there. Well, Chase, I guess Larson will be the oldest. Chase, Jones are young guys.
Yeah, all these guys under the age of 30. It's a young group of talented race car drivers out there right now, and one of them showing the way.
But I always kind of laugh when I hear, you're exactly right. The other guy that's under 30 that is very impressive and has a championship under his belt, though, Joey Logano.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
He's been around so long, we don't think about it.
And I've been predicting for the last couple of years that we're going to have a champion under 30, and finally Joey Logano pulled it off.
And I tell you what, he and Todd Gordon and really Roger Penske, that whole group, I love the way they're representing our sport. I mean, you know, Joey comes in the grandstand yesterday and signs autographs. They go to the White House and represent our sport in a first-class manner. I mean, they really look good up there. And I think they're a concerted effort on these guys' parts to be good champions.
That's right. Joey Logano, Todd Gordon, Roger Penske, and their team were honored by the president at the White House last week. Gave the president a replica of the NASCAR Cup trophy that he said he'd find a spot for in the Oval Office. That is just pretty cool on any level. And come here right now in the top 15 and trying to close. Now, Elliott the leader, Bowman second, And the first forward is Brad Keselowski, who's currently third, Larry.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about their last pit stop. They pitted with 58 to go in this stage right here. So the fuel window's about 80 to 86 laps. But watch this fueler right here as he puts a second can in. Look at all the fuel that's running out right there. They didn't have to get it completely full, but I'm questioning, do they have enough to go 58 laps to the end of this stage? A lot of fuel.
Oh, that was huge,
not
Larry.
going in that car.
Oh, it was all running out of that can, Larry. I don't think much went in the car at all. That second can.
It's almost like a weld broke there in the vent tube where it meets the can. But he did keep the can engaged and the fuel flowing, but as Larry points out, that wasn't his primary concern right that minute.
Well, we know it can't be full because too much of that fuel ran out of that can. So the question is, how far can they go now?
And here comes Truex.
Yeah, don't count Martin Truex Jr. out. We are at Dover. This is like a home race for him. He won his first race here, runs extremely well here, and they are making their way right into this thing.
Yeah, on Saturday, I just saw that car. It looked really, really good and consistent.
All right, let's check further on the Keselowski fuel situation with Ben.
Good observation by Larry Mack, but they feel like that they are going to be able to inch it to the finish of this stage on fuel. They're not going to have a lot extra, but they feel like they've got enough to make it to the end of the stage at this juncture.
You know, Matt and Larry, what I'm very curious, how do they even measure? They know they have one can. Okay, so we know we have one can, but I can't say they got much of that second can. So how much does it take, Larry, to get to the end of this stage?
Yeah, again, the fuel window is 80 to 86 laps. They are trying to go about 58 laps, so they needed about a can and a third, close to a can and a half. I'm like you. I don't know how you measure fuel when that much is on the ground.
No, but I feel pretty. Look, they weigh the cans. That's how they know how much fuel's in the can. That's how much they know when they empty the can. They kind of look at what they got out of that second can. If they got everything in there but what they spilled, I think they're fine.
Yeah, who weighs how much is on the pavement or the concrete down there?
The guy was trying to put his hand over it. How much weight is on that scale?
They're going to weigh his driver's suit and how much fuel soaked into it.
The fueler.
Yeah, the fueler. Sorry, driver.
Well, it's not a science, you know.
It's a theory.
It could be a theory.
And you better weigh it before it evaporates on that concrete.
That too.
Y'all are not helping me.
26. Stick to the weather, Darrell. 26 laps to go in stage 2. Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, half a second apart. Harvick, Keselowski, Truex, the top 5. 2 Chevys, 2 Fords, and Martin Truex trying to move up into the front 4 here.
Well, one thing I noticed about Martin Truex Jr.'s car right there, you saw how much fast that car rolled through the center. His car's loose on entry, loose on exit, especially around other cars. But I haven't seen another car that rolls through the center of the corner as good as Martin Truex Jr.
I don't know how they run this track now, but I used to drive in, get off the gas, let it roll a bit, get back in the gas, get off the gas, and come off the corner. Kind of broke it up into 3 parts.
Well, what I love about watching a race here is you can tell which cars are handling. They're the ones right around down the bottom. You can tell which drivers are searching. They'll try the high groove 1 lap, they'll try the middle 1 lap, and they'll hunt around until they find the groove that the stopwatch likes. And then you can tell the fellas that just wish this track was 40 feet wider than it is. And they just can't wait to get on pit road.
And you know the ones I worry about, Mike, are the ones I can't see, and I wonder how hard they're driving. These races are grueling, and they're physically demanding. I want to know if anybody's saving anything or not.
Let's find out about our leader who's led 135 laps today, Vince.
Well, and the only adjustment they've made is an air pressure adjustment all day long. It's been spot on for crew chief Alan Gustafson. By the way, it's just a real blessing that Gustafson is even here. On Friday, he was on a bicycle ride with Jimmy Johnson and a couple of others, and they were hit by a dog, and Gustafson was launched from his bike and hit the pavement at 25 miles an hour head first. It destroyed his bicycle helmet, road rash across his face, his nose, heavy damage. Took a lot of road rash down the right side in his back. A very serious cycling accident, and very fortunate that Alan Gustafson is even here today, and he was counting his blessings, that's for sure.
Wow. Mike, that's why I don't ride bikes. Road rash.
It's a great way to get outside and exercise, but it can be dangerous, as Alan Gustafson found out.
Alex Bowman is right there. That's how close he was last week at Talladega on the final circuit.
He said he could have passed Chase, but caution had to come out last week. Well, now you got a chance to do it today, so go ahead.
And that was a heads-up move by Chase Elliott right there. He saw Alex Bowman was getting a run on him as Chase is trying to get by the lap car and the 3 car of Austin Dillon. And he knew that if he just moved up and blocked the air onto that 88 car, it was going to prevent his or slow down his momentum. It did just that.
Matt?
Great observation by Jeff, Mike, on what just happened between the 9, changing up his line on the 88. Alex trying to go even higher. He said this run, his car started out much tighter on the front, losing that nose, and has come in a little bit, but he's still working over the 9 for that lead.
Alex Bowman on the high side. His car works well up there and gets a launch. Harvick has the best view of this battle for the lead.
Harvick says, y'all just go right ahead because I'm going to slip by both of you here while you're playing around.
New leader, Alex Bowman. What a run he has had today coming from the back. Actually, I think 2 of our top 4 cars, Truex and the 88 of Bowman, both came from the back.
But now they're going to have to battle every car because with only 17 laps to go in the stage, nobody wants to fall off the lead lap.
And I said that the 3 car of Austin Dillon was a lap car. He's not a lap car yet. He's battling to try to stay on that lead lap. Harvick going by the 9 of Chase Elliott.
Alex Bowman looking for his first Cup Series stage win.
Has never won a stage.
Yet.
Putting himself in a pretty good position to do that today.
Well, we had Ty Dillon win one a few weeks ago, and he quickly picked up a second.
Yep.
Well, right now, Alex Bowman, he's checking out. He got by the 3 of Austin Dillon. Those other guys, the 4 of Harvick and the 9 of Chase Elliott. Now the Truex is coming into the mix. They still are fighting to get by the 3 car of Austin Dillon.
4 cars within a second and a half for the lead.
You know who's enjoying this is Alex Bowman, obviously, and his team. But you know who another guy probably at home really enjoying this? A guy named Dale Jr. He's probably saying, that's my boy right there. That's the guy I wanted to drive my car.
Well, he had a lot to do with getting Alex Bowman behind the wheel of that 88 car full time.
Bowman had been in the series for a couple of years on and off before being tapped by Dale Jr. and by the Hendrick organization. In fact, a lot of folks, when he climbed into the 88, thought he was a rookie because he hadn't attracted much notice with the rides that he'd been in. But they're noticing him today as he's about to put a lap on Kurt Busch, Jamie.
And Kurt Busch hasn't had the best car today. He said, basically, I can't be aggressive. I have to wait for others to make mistakes. But they've been working on it. He said this run, it's a little bit loose throughout the corner, but it's the best it's felt. But you know he's got to be pretty hot now, knowing he just went a lap down to the 88.
Boy, I tell you, Bowman's having a little trouble here getting around Kurt Busch, and a couple other cars on the have impeded his progress because the 4 car of Kevin Harvick is right on his back door.
Well, you know that this stage is coming to an end. There's only 10 laps to go. So if you're about to go a lap down, you're going to fight that leader extremely hard. But once you lose that lap, you kind of make it a little easier on those guys that are behind him. So you'll see those gaps really decrease to the leader because of it.
I think Kevin Harvick wants to help Alex Bowman keep his record intact.
Of never winning a stage? Pretty good gap now. More than half a second, Bowman to Harvick with 9 to go in the stage.
But a lot of traffic, and boy, God, it's just watching this. Another eager Beaver is that 19 car, Martin Truex. He's up to third place and got these 2 leaders in his sights.
Now remember, he and Bowman started in the back under penalty at the start of this race. And Chase Elliott, who's led 141 laps, more than anyone else today, currently fourth. Most he's ever led in a Cup race. Brad Keselowski fifth. And Harvick is there. 7 to go in stage 2.
He's got him.
Well, look at how good Harvick's car rolls through the center. I think Alex Bowman's car works a little bit better up top, but he's trying to get this stage win, so he's trying to run the same lane as the 4 of Kevin Harvick, not having as much success, and he's coming up on lap traffic, heavy lap traffic.
Yeah, this lap cars are going to be a factor for sure.
David Reagan going 2 down. Reed Sorensen and Paul Menard trying to stay on the lead lap.
Here he comes.
Yeah,
the 4 got a run on him.
88 of Bowman can't close up on the 21 Paul Menard. Really lost the air off the
look
nose
at
of the car.
Bowman launch into 3.
Oh, he sailed that baby off into 3. That's no question about that. Can he hang on to it off 4? He did.
Still got it.
Well, the guy that's right here knocking on the doors at 19 of Martin Truex Jr. He's in the picture.
5 to go, stage 2.
Boy, that 19 is coming fast. He's going to get around Harvick, I believe.
Bowman prefers the top side. Harvick likes the bottom.
And right here, they come together briefly.
Saw the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. got a little bit in the wake of the air coming off that 4 car of Kevin Harvick and lost a little bit of his momentum. I still think he's got the best car through the center of the corner of anybody out there.
And you know who else thinks that? Kevin Harvick, because he just let it. I just think he dropped down a little bit and let him go. Maybe you can get him. I couldn't.
Hey, if this stage went another 15 laps or so, they would lap Joey Logano and William Byron.
You don't think these stage wins mean something to these guys and these stage points? They absolutely do, because these guys are battling it out like it's the last lap of the race.
Truex with a run.
If I'm Bowman looking at the mirror, I said, where'd that 19 car come from?
Who's he?
I wasn't racing him.
Top 2 started at the rear of the field. I think maybe I would have wanted to start the back today.
2 laps to go, stage 2.
Look at that 19 car roll through the center.
Oh, wow. He almost ran over him.
Now Harvick has the run. Truex had to hit the brakes on a 2.
Yeah, I think Bowman must have gotten loose or couldn't get back to the gas because 19 closed, baby.
1 to go.
Gonna be close.
Bubba Wallace just ahead. Oh, Bowman way up high. Too high.
Oh, no.
And he just drove in there too hard, got the back end around. It's not over yet, though.
Nope, he got up and out of the groove, and he's coming back. Can he use Bubba Wallace as a pick?
That 43 car might hold up the 19.
Truex has room underneath, and Martin Truex gets to the flag first.
Well, that was fun.
Did you see that coming? I know Alex Bowman didn't.
And for the final stage point, Eric Jones ahead of Jimmy Johnson.
That's fun right there.
First stage win of 2019 for Mayetta, New Jersey's Martin Truex. The 2019 FIFA Women's World Cup kicks off June 7th. All eyes on Alex Morgan, Carly Lloyd, and the U.S. women's national team as the defending champs head to France looking to win an historic 4th World Cup. And all the matches will be live here on Fox and FS1. So we complete stage 2 with 16 lead lap cars. Paul Menard will be the free pass.
They're getting all that build-up, all that rubber they picked up off the racetrack. They get that off their tires before they come down pit road.
I don't know if there's any other track as bad as this one for picking up that rubber under caution.
I've never seen it before. I remember the first time we saw it, I said, no, it's got to be something. That can't be true. These hot tires, they just pull it right back up off the top of the track.
Martin Truex leads them in, Matt.
Truex, Bowman, and Harvick down pit road. Now Bowman keeping the bigger picture in mind, although disappointed, didn't get the stage win. They're going to make another track bar adjustment, trying to get him more grip. Meanwhile, the 4 of Harvick is in. He's much better entry to center of the corner. And then looking at the 19, no adjustments on the previous stop for Martin Truex Jr. and air pressure change this time. Vince?
Well, the 9 of Chase Elliott, it wasn't too bad. He said it swung a little free late in the run, so they're going to go a half round down on the track bar. But otherwise, Chase said it was pretty good. It just got edgy in traffic. 4 tires, no other adjustments. He's led the most laps today, but he pitted from the 4th spot. And the battle off pit road is going to be a close one, but Martin Truex Jr. will get it.
Chase Elliott picks up a spot from Harvick, and Ryan Blaney gets one.
See what the 9 did? He stopped.
Yeah, he stopped so that he would be in 4th on that outside lane.
Right here. Y'all go right ahead, go right ahead, go right ahead. Okay, now I'll go. Pretty smart, huh?
Little gamesmanship there. You bet.
All right, let's talk to Martin Truex. Hey, Martin Truex Jr., STW and the boys up in the Fox booth. You got a copy?
Hey, DW, what's happening?
Man, you are. We were so much enjoying that little battle you had there with the 88 and the 4. That had to be fun. It was fun to watch. How did it look out there?
Yeah, it felt good. It was a lot of fun to be able to get up front and get a stage win. It's been a little while since we've done that. So, Sirius XM camera is really, really good. It just took us a while to get that track position. You know, it's had to start in the back. So, it was pretty tough, but I think it's pretty high. It's pretty awesome right now. And hopefully we can stay up with this racetrack and see if we can go to victory lane in 200 laps or so, or 180, whatever's left.
Yeah, whatever's it. Hey, do you happen to know anybody that's ever won a race here on Monday?
Yeah, I think the last time we raced on Monday, I won here. So that was a lifetime ago. That was my first Cup win, and sure be awesome to get another one here at the Monster.
Looked to me like you got the car to do it, and I know Cole Pern and you got something working, so good luck, buddy.
I appreciate it. You guys have fun up there.
We are. We'll come back and ask a couple other fellows about wins on Monday here. Martin Truex Jr., Stage 2 winner. Well, let's go back to 2007 and the COT with that wing-dang doodle on the trunk. And Martin Truex taking the win, beating Ryan Newman to the line for his first Cup Series victory.
I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but that's the ugliest race car I ever saw. Back of it. I said it from the first time I ever saw it, and I don't change my mind.
Well, let's have a look at our Xfinity fastest pit stops from that round under caution. Chase Elliott, Alex Bowman, top of the chart. Truex in 3rd. Hamlin, Blaney, and Kyle Busch.
And I mean, even as good as that pit stop was on Chase Elliott, I don't think he was going to beat Martin Truex Jr. out. And so he knew that. He didn't want to be in that inside lane and see how that works out for him. But he is in the inside lane. What? Oh, you know what? Maybe he crossed that one. Is the white line? Yeah. Oh, the white line is actually the line to line them up on the exit. So he didn't quite get
white
there. He
line
thought it
is
was
the exit line. Yeah. Yellow line is the end of pit road speed.
And I wonder if he thought it was that yellow line.
By the time he got the message, he was over that line. I've been there before.
Dare you to step over that one? Now step over this.
There's a song, isn't there?
Here we go. Truex and Bowman on the front row. Elliott and Harvick. Keselowski and Blaney. Larson and Kyle Busch. Boyer and Jones, the top 10. Hamlin to the top 3 wide.
Don't count my boy Hamlin out. He did what he did. He got a lap down. He got it back. They've been working on it.
He's still 3 wide.
He'll be in this safe before it's over with. Not sure he's got a winning car, but he's got a good car. Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, pretty sharp kid. They'll figure it out.
Chase Elliott for 3rd underneath Harvick. There he goes. Kyle Busch may have brushed the wall.
And you know, Kyle Busch is the kind of guy where when he's having the kind of day that he's having here, he's got a top 10 car, but just hasn't been able to have that winning car. But he'll take a lot of chances on these restarts to make up some spots.
Man, he is headed right for it. Yikes. Ooh. Pretty hard lick.
And we know with these bodies on these cars and those flared fenders, when you push it in on those right side tires, doesn't last long before you have an issue.
Jamie.
And Kyle Busch, you guys were talking about how he got the wall. So the team was trying to take a better look at it. And Kyle said, it's killed. We're done. We're done. And keep in mind, every time he has run this pedigree paint scheme, something strange has happened. And Kyle wanted to desperately break that. The best finish he's had with this paint scheme, 16th.
Yeah, last time I heard Kyle Busch said, we're done, I'm taking it to the garage. They said, bring it down here and let us work on it. It's Talladega. They taped it up and he wanted to race. I think I heard his brother say at Martinsville one time, we're done. He fixed it and they wanted to race.
To Jamie's point, do they always run this paint scheme in the spring race? That's where he's never had a top 15.
Well, somebody ought to figure that out pretty quick.
Kyle Larson now in 7th.
It just seems like after about the second or third run today, Kyle Larson, he's been good. He's been really good, but he just hasn't quite had enough to be able to go back up there and pass some of those cars to get that track position back.
After the last 6 races they've had, Jeff, to finish in the top 10 would be a win today.
Just to finish would be a win.
Now, boys, calm down. We got 145 laps to go, so got a ways to go. But I'm telling you, I watched him in practice. I know the car was fast. I didn't like the way it looked.
Only one Cup driver in history has led more laps here than Kyle Larson and never been to victory lane. Ernie Irvan.
Wow.
Now what a crowd here from 6 seconds on back. Beginning with Denny Hamlin in 10th place. Johnson, Almirola, Logano, and Byron and Suarez all in one big pack. Jamie.
Well, Mike, finally they got the 11 car in the ballpark, but on that pit stop they had an issue. When the rear tire changes, Steven Crouches was running around. He rolled over the hose, fell down, hit his right arm, and it went completely numb. But he got up, continued to finish the pit stop, and sat there on his knees in pain for about 15 seconds. There he is right now, continuing to work, but has a sore right arm.
I know we talk a lot about these drivers and what they have to go through physically on the racetrack and being pretty tough, but nobody is tougher than some of those pit crew members down there changing tires or jacking up these cars or carrying tires.
Unsung heroes, all of them.
Almirola 13th, side by side for 14th. The two tire boys from earlier.
Just, you know, they need laps. I think they both have very good race cars, you know, good pit crews, and had that track position earlier. They just need to get it back. Suarez doing what he does very well here at Dover. He's just really consistent, stays out of trouble. Oh, the one car of Kurt Busch had a little issue off of turn 4. Vince?
Well, you said it, Suarez, this is the place. Oddly enough, you think that it really takes a lot of great experience to be good here, but Suarez, 4 races here in a Cup car, 4 top 10s. They've had a little trouble finding the sweet spot with it today, though. Several chassis adjustments, track bar on the last stop, trying to get the car drivable for this final stage here for Daniel Suarez. It's been a solid run, but they need a little more here in the last 140 laps.
Thanks, Vince. Alex Bowman has cut Martin Truex's lead in half in about a lap and a half.
Yeah, that happened a little bit, Mike. A little traffic. The 19 car ran up on a car going in turn 1. And that allowed Bowman to close up a little bit, but Bowman's he's still right there, I'm telling you.
The only thing that might hurt the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. here today is he loves that bottom lane. He wants to be right against the apron. And there's a good, if he has to run that, Hamlin having an issue.
Yeah, he almost stopped high up in turn number 2, Jeff.
Well, I thought I saw some damage on the right rear earlier, like he brushed the wall. I don't think he's going to be able to make it to pit road.
He's got a tire down.
But I think he's got a right rear tire. I saw a little damage there earlier.
I think it's a right side tire.
Missed the entrance to pit lane. 2 more cars, then he can get to the bottom.
Clear low right here, clear low.
You can see where he's had, yeah, might even be a right front. He's got damage just like the 18.
Leaders are coming hard.
Oh, down there. We can't hang on to it.
Well, it's all done.
And that's
Caution waves.
Caution.
Caution.
Right rear tires down on the car.
I really think that saved the 18 of Kyle Busch from having the exact same issue.
Probably. Come in and at least take a look at it.
This all started down in turn 2. Hamlin way up high.
Yeah, I think
with the tire going down.
I think he either got the wall off of turn 4 a few laps ago, maybe even on the restart. Jamie?
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was about 10 laps ago that he reported that he had gotten the wall, but didn't hear anything about the tire. And of course, 10 laps later, he thinks it cut that tire. As he brings it on down, he saved it. Nice save for the 11.
6th caution of the day. Coming at lap 265. Yeah, plenty of damage there.
A lot of damage. Be careful with that hammer. Knocking it toward.
Well, especially with that elbow. You know, Jamie told us he hurt on the last stop.
If you happen to miss that fender, guess where the hammer goes? Right into your head. I did that one time.
Oh, we got some takers on pit road. Kyle Busch, Joey Logano, Jimmy Johnson, Eric Almirola. Among those taking this pit stop under the 6th caution of the day. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Win your battles, earn your name. Goodyear, official tire of NASCAR. 133 laps to go. See those campgrounds full. Boy, they got drenched last night, but those fans got to the grandstand and ready to go. Now, Denny Hamlin's been down pit road for damage control. Got that repaired. And also Kyle Busch came to pit road and got the fenders pounded out. We appreciate all those folks who stayed around to see the Gander RV 400 in person here at Dover, and those of you watching at home on a Monday. Now, I believe both of you have won rain-delayed races on Monday, correct?
Well, I know I have. I'm not sure about him.
When was that? Do you remember?
I think I won more than him.
I don't remember when it was. I wasn't even sure I'd ever won one.
How about where?
Okay, Michigan in 77.
Thank you, Stat Boys. Jeff,
Stat
you want
Boys,
to...
I'm still waiting.
Jeff, you want to weigh in?
Come on, they can't write fast enough.
They can't write 5 of them fast enough for you, Jeff.
5?
5 times.
Hey, I like Monday.
You were Mr. Monday. Oh. Mark
no wonder
Truex.
I can't remember all those.
Alex Bowman.
You dog.
Elliott and Harvick on row 2. Blaney and Larson. Keselowski and Jones. Boyer and Logano. Kurt Busch got the free pass, so we have 17 lead lap cars. It'll be 131 to go as they take the green.
Oh, not a good start for Alex Bowman.
He didn't get going at all.
But this is, you know, when you don't come down pit road, you pick up all that rubber. Real easy to spin the tires and not get up to speed, and then that outside lane, like we see with Kevin Harvick taking over second, becomes the best lane.
So there's Logano, the 22. He's the first car with new tires.
And look at how fast he's flying by these guys.
Yeah.
He heard the turbo.
It's not even so much about the tires being that much better. It's just you have so much debris on those hot tires.
Well, while the other guy's pedaling, you're not. You're in it.
So Joey Logano jumps to 6th. There's his teammate Ryan Blaney against Brad Keselowski, neither of whom got tires. Boyer did not. Suarez did, along with Kyle Busch.
When you get those tires, Mike, you got to do what they're doing. Take advantage of them.
Early. Yeah, take advantage of them early on those restarts.
Oh, big trouble. Almost off the 2 over there. Suarez got in the back of the 12 car. It really broke the momentum, but no accident.
But you got 18 of Kyle Busch. He's pulled those fenders out. He's got 4 fresh tires.
And he almost ran over Almirola and had to hit the brake so hard that William Byron almost hit him.
Kyle Busch's fenders are flared, and so are his nostrils. He's going somewhere.
You're at a horse track, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Woo-hoo. Getting crazy off turn 2 over there.
this is going on. Martin Truex Jr. stretching out that lead. Man, his car's so good. I really thought as good as his car was on the long run, how good it was turning through the center, that we would see him struggle on the short runs.
Paul Menard just hooked Austin Dillon in turn 2.
Man,
that could have been big.
I don't know. It's like the last 10 laps of the race right now.
Here's a look.
Take a look at this.
Yeah, I think he just lost the air off the nose. The 21 and Paul Menard did. Went up the racetrack. The 3 was holding them pretty tight.
See, you know, Mike, it's funny. We talk about air and aero and all that. We talk about aero as if it comes out the same on both sides. When these cars are in yaw, that air comes out a totally different way than when they're going straight.
Yes. Now, Ryan Blaney has dropped 5 spots since the restart, Vince.
Mike, that all of a sudden the car has started shaking really badly, and they talked about possibly pitting. He's going to stay out right now, but he said it has definitely changed for the worse all of a sudden.
I think we heard Harvick mention that earlier. I got to think it's low air on this concrete racetrack. Just give it a little bit of time, see whether it'll get better or not.
Well, and remember, they picked up all that rubber under caution. He did not come in on that last caution. So did he pick some of that up and create a vibration? If it gets worse, he's going to have to bring it down pit road.
I mean, Byron might have got a little bit of the wall there as he battled Daniel Suarez.
Well, he's rim riding up there and certainly got a chance of getting up against it. That's for sure. He's right up there with it.
Watch, you'll see him up there in the Harry Gant groove.
Woo! He's right to the edge of where the rubber's on the racetrack, and he gets the paint. He got the paint.
A little flaky over there.
And Jeff, he's been four-wheel drifting it. He's been pushing terribly. They just can't get the great balance. Now, Cal Boyd has suggested several times when he starts to really go wicked tight to move around, see if he can find another area of grip, a grip strip to try to help him until they get to their what could be their last stop. They've got to stop at least one more time.
You know, Manny, that's a good point, because young driver, not a lot of experience here. I think he's had a couple of runs here. You got to experiment. You got to go where the car needs you to go. Go up high, go down low, do something. You think that was DuPont paint that came off that wall back there?
Maybe Exalta paint.
Exalta, I mean.
Yeah, a local company out of Philadelphia. So this is kind of a home game for that Exalta Chevrolet on William Byron's car.
Here's Byron's spotter.
Deep breath here. Nice and smooth. Long way to go. You're good. Just remember, we got to finish this.
Well, let's just keep listening, Jack, and us, because 5 laps later he's going to say, let's go. Let's get going.
Martin Truex now has 1.5 seconds on Kevin Harvick. Toyota, Ford, Chevy in the first 3 spots with Bowman and Larson.
Mike, my favorite thing as a driver, always love to use the start-finish line as a point of reference. When Martin Truex comes to the line, and he's coming off 4 now, I want to know that Martin Truex is at the line now, and then that's my point of reference. I know where I am on the racetrack. I know where he is on the racetrack. I know how far behind I am and how far ahead of me he is.
And that pretty well works for any size racetrack?
Anywhere. Oh, yeah. That's just a good point of reference.
Let's check in with our pole sitter, Chase Elliott. 4.2 seconds off the lead now. Third Chevrolet in line behind Bowman and Larson.
Yeah, we had heard earlier that they didn't make any adjustments, but Vince, I got to believe they're going to need to make some adjustments if they're going to get back up to the front.
Yeah, Chase said that he felt like it was a little too heavy on the right front, and eventually it began to free up, but he didn't like the feel of the right front, especially early in the run. So I would, Jeff, I would agree. I would look for them to make a change here on this next stop. Remember, and as Matt pointed out, everybody's got to stop at least one more time.
And Mike, Jeff, I think what most drivers worry about is that right front. They know how fast they're going. They know how hard they're driving. They know how hard they're leaning on that right front. That's the first thing that's going to pop in your mind when something doesn't feel exactly right. I got a right front problem. I got a loose wheel. I got something going on.
Now, most everyone today that has brushed the wall has done it coming up out of turn 2. Have the optics of that corner changed since they put the pedestrian bridge over turn number 2, as far as where your track out point is and where you're looking?
I mean, I'll be honest, when I was racing here and that bridge came in, I didn't even notice it. You're going so fast, you're so focused on what's out the windshield. It's just you carry so much speed off of these corners that if you lose any bit of grip in the tires, you're right there, right up next to it, or maybe even in it.
Yeah, you don't really, I know that this does something, you don't really look up and you don't really see it. You're focused straight ahead, and you're always looking what's up ahead of you, anticipating maybe any trouble or where you're going to end up when you get to the next turn. That's one of my favorite words about being a great driver is anticipation. Anticipate where I'm going to end up.
Victory lane?
Hopefully that's where I'd like to be.
Right.
How you doing?
Hey, how are you? My guy here has had the worst luck this season. It's been terrible, right?
Bad. Bad. Really bad.
So we need to know what you got that's going to help turn his luck around.
Lucky rabbit foot.
So that really does work?
Is this a real rabbit?
Rub those toenails every time you're like, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna win.
I got a Buddha here for you. Drum is always good, right? I mean,
Heck yeah. Going into battle.
I think we got this guy covered now.
I think we do. Thanks for coming.
So guess who Jeff's pick is on today's Credit One Bank Ones to Watch.
Mike, how can I not go with Kyle Larson? I mean, all that money I spent over there trying to get him some luck, and he's got that rabbit's foot. He's got all kinds of goodies, but he also has more top tens here at Dover than any other track. He's led a bunch of laps. He's in fourth position. I think luck is coming his way, and he might get a win today.
Yeah, Jeff, Kevin Harvick won this race a year ago. It was one of 8 wins in 2018. He led 61% of the laps here in 2018 as well. For a man that's winless, I think we knew this would be a good measuring stick. Finally, Happy Harvick gets happier today.
Okay, so my man has won a couple of races here at Dover, and one of them was on Monday. What day is this? Monday? Martin Truex and Cole Pern to victory lane.
Well, Joey Logano has never won here at Dover, but he's got the best car right now that he's had all day long. He led some laps earlier in the race. If he can get some track position, remember, we've got one more pit stop. If he can get the track position, he just might finish the job today.
Well, I got a bowl of Lucky Charms right here for Alex Bowman. Last time we ran here on Monday, a Cup driver got his first win. He's finished in every position, 2 through 43, but first, Bowman will show him today.
Yeah, I think that some of that good luck's going to rub off on Larson today. Why not? I mean, he spent a lot of money.
Yeah, I think he gave you. Yeah, he showed you some of those good luck charms.
Yeah, I don't know.
How you feeling about that, Darrell?
Well,
we all know who got
him and Jeff. You know, I don't know how I got involved in this.
We certainly know who got to choose first.
Jamie.
Well, the bad luck hasn't just been on the track. Last week, after barrel rolling down the backstretch at Talladega, his coach driver is driving the bus home. He's home on wheels, and it blew up. Engine expired. Larson said, that's it. We're turning it around here. And Jeff, to your point, Larson is taking home the candles, the rabbit foot, the crystals. He's got it all together, and he's taking it home after this race.
I hope it wasn't in the coach.
Well, let's see how this race ends up before we commit to taking any of that with him.
Wouldn't he want to take that up to Kansas with him next week? Just in case it works. I'd fill my pockets up.
We're watching the battle for 12th place. Suarez, Blaney, and a high-riding Kyle Busch. .98 laps to go, Larry.
Yeah, you've heard Vince, Matt, and Jamie talk about one more stop, and that's going to be interesting because those 9 drivers that stayed out on that last caution, like Truex and Harvick, Bowman, Larson, and Elliott, they're going to have to pit somewhere around 75 to 80 laps to go. Now, the other drivers that pitted on that last caution, like Logano and Jimmy Johnson, William Byron, they can go roughly to somewhere there around 15 or 20 more laps than that. But I think that's going to be the key. We talked about it yesterday in the pre-race. The key could be strategy late in the race. Who gets those tires first and rolls the dice? That could be the difference maker.
I totally agree, Larry. I think no matter what happens, whether this thing goes caution-free or not, I think there's a good chance this race is won on pit road.
So here's when the top 10 were last on pit road. Won't be long before that. Well, William Byron has picked off 2 in the last 2 laps. First Clint Boyer and now Brad Keselowski.
Yeah, they got him tightened up a little bit, Mike. I don't see the car stepping out quite like it was most of the day. So they definitely, Chad has done a good job of getting the car better.
Well, that move puts all 4 Hendrick Chevrolets in the top 10.
No doubt that, I mean, this has been traditionally a great track for Hendrick Motorsports. Certainly this guy right here leads away with 11 wins for Hendrick Motorsports and Chevrolet. But no doubt they're having a great day today.
Well, we still got about, I don't know, 95 laps to go here. This is when the race is decided. Hendrick Motorsports got 20 wins here at Dover, so they obviously know this racetrack very well. Had a lot of success here. But let me tell you, these last 90 laps, these are the ones where you really got to bear down, not make any mistakes, because you're getting tired. It's all on the line.
With 93 to go, Martin Truex up by 1.1 seconds on Kevin Harvick and another 2 seconds on Alex Bowman. Matt?
Mike, if you ask the fans, they would tell you without a doubt Phoenix will be Kevin Harvick's best racetrack since the formation of the 4 team. But if you ask Rodney Childers, he feels like that they've had more speed over the years right here at Dover. They just haven't had the same win tally. You go back to last year, dominated this event. In fact, both races combined led almost 500 laps here at Dover. They had the lead last year, a 10-second lead. Then on a pit stop, a valve stem got knocked off on the stock. 72 laps to go. They feel like they've had so much speed here. Maybe today's the day they can put it together once again like a year ago.
Well, since coming to Stewart-Haas, Kevin Harvick has led more laps at Dover than at any other track on the circuit.
Yeah, one thing I see between the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. and the 4 of Kevin Harvick, Truex seems to get through traffic just a little bit better than Harvick does. Harvick struggles a little bit when he has to move around and try to get by the cars. Truex, on the other hand, seems to be able to get him, pass him wherever he wants to. So Truex still got the best race car. They're nip and tuck for lap times, but Truex still a little bit better.
Teammates battle for 8th.
Whoa, that's where that 24 struggled off the corner, get a little loose.
You know, he's still just looking for a little spark out of Jimmy Johnson, this 48 team, Kevin Meendering. I mean, this was a big test for them, right, to come into this track, which is one of Jimmy Johnson's best tracks. And you know, to see him the 4th out of those 4 Hendrick cars tells me that they're still searching for a little bit of something.
And here's Boyer blasting on by. Eric Jones has been a top 10 car all day.
Yeah, he's just quietly been running in, 10th, around 10th place, having a pretty good run. He's running 7th right now, and he's been right near the top 5 all day long.
Well, you know what that means? You know whose top 10 streak is in jeopardy? Kyle Busch started the season with 10 top 10s. The all-time record, Morgan Shepherd with 11, but Kyle right now is in 13th position.
When I look, and we've already done it a couple of times, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, but when we look at his numbers in this spring race, Kyle Busch's numbers here, he's never had a top 10.
Jamie?
Well, when Kyle Busch got the wall, he said, "I'm done, we're killed." Well, of course, Adam Stevens, his crew chief, never gives up in those situations. They went to work on that car, took a big swing at it, cleared the fenders, and now Kyle said, "Hey, it's getting better. It's pretty good right now, but we still need to free this car up some more."
Mike, I've never had a top 10 in this spring race. He's had obviously a top 10s in the fall race, but this spring race has been his Achilles heel for some time now.
But that's the emotional roller coaster you're on here at this racetrack. You know, he brushes the wall. He knows those fenders are flared out, probably going to cut a tire, and we're over. We're done. They get down on the pit road, fix that damage. We're back in it.
Well, I say he's running 13th. That is better than he has ever finished in the spring race here.
Yep. Which is unbelievable. That's unbelievable to me, of all that Kyle Busch has accomplished and what he's accomplished at this track in the fall.
And Mike, I know what do we got? About 85 laps to go here yet. But let me tell you, those arms are getting a little weary now. You've been fighting this thing now for 317 laps, getting a little weary.
And I said ever on Kyle Busch? No, just in this current streak of the last 5 years or so, where he's had great fall results and horrible sprint results.
Yeah, same.
Not ever.
Brad Keselowski is, faded here. Obviously, that number 2 car is not to his liking right now. Boy, Kyle Busch almost brushed the wall again off of turn 2 right there behind Brad Keselowski. But yeah, going back to Brad, he led this race earlier. He looked like he was in position to really be a major threat. And ever since then, they've just lost something. He and Paul Wolf just have not been able to keep up with this racetrack.
No, in the 18 now is working underneath the 2 of Keselowski, and I think he'll make that pass. So that moves Kyle up another spot.
Here comes Larson to pit road. He is just before the start-finish line with a big opening in front of him. 4 tires. Jamie?
Kyle Larson leads the charge as you saw the 19 follow suit down pit road. The 42 has been really tight. More adjustments there, more wedge adjustment. A 4-tire stop for Larson.
The 19 is in. A little bit tight on exit for Martin Truex Jr., one of the best cars in final practice. Not even pushing it. 2 wins here, 9 years apart. Great stop by Cunningham and Robinson.
Alex Bowman getting left sides to go along with those rights. Brad Keselowski getting service. Larry, they opened the pit window. Everybody wanted to jump in through it.
Well, I was just telling Barry Landis, our producer, Kyle Larson is the one that played the game first. When he came, to my point earlier, this could be the last stop. You can't afford to sit out there and run laps and be way off on the stopwatch. You had to come, as we saw all these drivers do.
Chase Elliott, the race leader. Byron and Logano coming in together. Vince.
Well, the 22 of Joey Logano, we told you just a little bit ago that the car really has been as good as it has been all day long. It's just a matter of track position, so it's just going to be tires and gas for Joey Logano, and hoping that they can get some of that track position as they go here in the closing laps of this race. 4 and fuel for Logano. Now, as far as the 9 of Chase Elliott, you saw him on pit road as well, and Chase said that the entry has stayed fairly free, but it's not gotten worse, and he really told crew chief Alan Gustafson, I'm having trouble telling you what to do to it to make it better. It's a little snug in the center, but that's my only complaint. 4 tires, gas, and they're going to put a little bit of tape on the front for the 9 of Chase Elliott, who's led the most laps today.
So we've cycled through to Jimmy Johnson out front from Daniel Suarez, Kyle Busch, and Eric Almirola, all of whom were on pit road at lap 266, as was Austin Dillon. Talk about how tough a pit entry this is. Watch the 12 of Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, that's about the closest we've seen of anybody. I mean, Ryan Blaney definitely attacked that entry. I think with all the downforce that these cars have, it looks to me like they're able to be more aggressive to pit road and still make it on the pit road without having any problems, far more than we've seen in the past.
Daniel Suarez wants the lead. He's going to take it from Jimmy Johnson.
I'll tell you, I've been watching this battle right here. The 88, the 4, the 42. They've run up on lap traffic. It was first it was Newman in the 6, but now there's Bubba Wallace. It kind of separated them a little bit, man, but they were racing like crazy to get around each other.
Well, that track position has been so important all day long. They knew on pit road that's going to be their opportunity to get just that, and it has worked out for the 42 of Larson to get by the 4 of Kevin Harvick.
What I like, Jeff, and this big rear spoiler really allows you to charge the corner. You see these guys drive hard down in the corner, but they're under control. They're not out of car. The car's not spinning out. They're not crazy loose or anything. They are under control.
And also Bowman also able to get by that 4 Kevin Harvick.
So our top 4, Larry, that were on pit road at 266 can go how far before they'll have to come in?
They should be able to go another 10 or 12 laps, somewhere around 60, 65 to go. But you know what? I like what they're doing. Those top 4, Suarez, Johnson, Kyle Busch, Almirola, heads up. They're not going to beat the guys that's up front. The only way you do it, you do something different, and that's what they're doing.
Well, we are by a casino. I like gamblers.
That's true.
Gamblers.
I thought the interesting move was by Cole Pearn. You know, some of those others came down to short pit our leader, Martin Truex Jr., but Cole Pearn wasn't having it. He's like, let's go ahead and get on pit road right away.
Yeah, when you have the best car, you can dictate what everybody else is going to do if you've got the best car.
Eric Almirola among those front 4. And now Harvick and Elliott, who pitted 3 laps apart, but if we stay green, it's their last stop of the day, running 8th and 9th.
Yeah, Harvick's car, I don't think it's quite as good, Mike. One thing I've noticed about the 4 car, it's good on the longer run. Seems like the longer he runs, he stays pretty consistent. But he's gotten gobbled up here by a couple of cars. The 88's one of them, and the 42 they drove by him and went on.
Beat Kyle Busch on pit road, just making it onto pit road.
That looked hot.
Giving up on the long run strategy and hoping for that caution flag that would pin most everybody else one down. And Jamie.
Yeah, not to be seen there. You saw the tear-offs, and he has clear vision till the end of the race. A little bit tighter, saying he's really getting tight in those last 15 to 20 laps. 4-tire stop here for the 18 of Kyle Busch.
So that leaves Suarez, Johnson, and Almirola on the tail end of their run with 67 to go. And Martin Truex trying to eat them up. Now Truex is a lap down because of making a green flag pit stop. And that will change once the 3 leaders come in.
Hey, Mike, if they run it as far as they can, right now, Suarez, Johnson, Almirola, they have everybody else a lap down. The caution comes out before they pit. They get 4 fresh tires at best. Truex and everybody else, all they can do is take the wave around. I'd do exactly what the 41 and 48 10's doing. Run it as far as you can go.
Ryan Preece returning to pit road because of an uncontrolled tire on his stop. Here's Bubba Wallace in.
Mike, I agree with Larry, except you got to be able to run a decent speed. You can't give up so much trying this strategy that it hurts you.
Jimmy Johnson coming.
He's looking. Here he comes.
Well, he came in hot, and
he had a lot of tire smoke locked up.
Almirola comes with him.
You want to stay on that banking as long as you possibly can. Boy, he comes so late to pit road trying to get it slowed down on that banking.
And pit road speed is measured from yellow line to yellow line. Matt.
His best racetrack, Mike. They've already made the chassis adjustment on the 48. There you see they're making another one. He just needs so much help on entry of the corner. Just way too tight, Vince.
The 10 of Eric Almirola been struggling to find where the comfort zone is with this car as well. It's 4 tires, air pressure adjustment of the 10 of Almirola.
So Daniel Suarez has the field in an enviable position, 1 lap behind him.
And going back to that pit road entry, one of the things I think these drivers are taking advantage of, that #1 segment as you come onto pit road is the longest segment on pit road. It's 212 feet long. So even if they're speeding a tiny bit as they come over that yellow line, they have time and distance to be able to slow it down.
And you know what's interesting about Suarez? His lap times are about the same as some of the guys that came in and got tires already. And so he's not giving up a lot of time on the racetrack right now.
61 to go. A 23.96 for Suarez, a 23.95 for Martin Truex. 1 lap down in second. You won't miss a thing as we go double wide.
He's in. She's in. This guy's in. So is she. In and in. These guys are in. These guys are too. This gal's in. This dude's in. So is he. They're definitely in. And they're all in. The Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series race at Kansas Speedway. You in?
When you book at Hilton.com, you get the price match guarantee. So if you find your room at a lower rate, Hilton is like, we're going to match that rate and give you an extra 25% off.
What would travel sites do if you found a different price?
That's not my problem. It's your problem. Book at Hilton.com and get the Hilton price match guarantee.
Every last detail considered, improved. One stitch, one load, one breakthrough at a time. Everything that matters, made better. You know them by their work. They know us by ours. Everything built for those who are on to bigger things.
1 part steak, 1 part ribs, 2 parts incredible. Steak and ribs starting at $14.99 with your choice of sauce or dry rub. And back again is our 3-point rib bloom topped with cheese fries and barbecue ribs. Offer ends soon at Outback.
Being a kid is all about freedom. The freedom to play. Freedom of new experiences. And the freedom for all kids under 12 to get into any NASCAR Xfinity Series or NASCAR Gander Outdoors Truck Series race for free. It's good to be a kid.
Bring any kid under 12 to any NASCAR Xfinity Series or NASCAR Gander Outdoors Truck Series race, and they get in free. Visit NASCAR.com/kidstix to learn more.
A terrific tribute.
Things change, but the racing,
big crash, turn 3.
that never changes. NASCAR Gander Outdoors Truck Series.
Welcome back to the Gander RV 400, where Daniel Suarez has a lap on the field. He and Denny Hamlin have not yet made this final green flag stop. Hamlin in 12th place, and Suarez 1 lap up on the field. Here's your Gander RV race summary. Suarez, one of 11 different leaders, 14 lead changes. And here he comes to pit road. 6 caution flags so far. Clean entry. And as he makes his stop, that will unlap the next 12 cars. So Suarez having a great run here, did not catch the caution that would have pinned the field 1 lap down. But gave it a valiant try. Here he comes with 53 laps to go, Vince.
Well, you got to give crew chief Billy Scott credit for giving it a shot. This team has done a nice job. 12th in the standings, but really the devil's in the details. They've not executed at times this season, and that's cost them some results that they feel like they should have gotten. But it's been a solid day today. Clean stop. Gas and go. 4 tires.
Leaves only Denny Hamlin and David Reagan, who have not made their green flag stop. So 52 to go, and things cycle around to 13 cars on the lead lap. Truex all the way back to Hamlin.
I think Truex can put on Cruz now. Bowman is second, pretty far back.
I've just noticed a big cloud has come over this racetrack. You see the shade. And this track, especially when there's rubber laid down in the middle of a run like this or early in a run, it really changes the grip level and changes the balance of the race car that these drivers and the teams really can't adjust for.
The ambient temperature's been coming up all day. We started at about 60, and now we're right on to 70 degrees.
Well, to Jeff's point, it is concrete, and it does affect it, obviously, but not as drastic as if it was an asphalt racetrack. So it will have some effect on these cars, I'm sure.
50 laps to go as Hamlin finally makes his pit stop. Chevrolets with 3 of the top 5 spots. Truex leading at Toyota, Harvick 4th in a Ford. But Chase Elliott in his last 25 starts versus every other Chevrolet in those same 25 races.
Wow.
And look at the difference.
Those are some big numbers.
You know, Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson remind me of Jimmy Johnson and Chad Knaus when they came to Hendrick Motorsports. They took all the resources that Hendrick Motorsports had, the success of some of the other teams like the 24 car, and they built on it and just did it better. And that's what Chase Elliott and Alan Jefferson, a big slide right there from Chase Elliott through 1 and 2. But that's what they're doing. They're taking those resources, they're to the details, and just bringing a little bit more to the racetrack every single weekend.
Yeah, 48 stayed out. I think it hurt him a little bit, Mike, because he's all the way back to 15th place with that strategy that he was trying to employ.
And Suarez has re-entered the race in 12th place, still on the lead lap.
And our buddy Kyle Busch, who's trying to have another top 10, is 10.
Just barely hanging on to Ty Morgan Shepherd's record.
Always think about what Kale told Jimmy Johnson when Jimmy won 3 in a row. Son, you only tied me. You haven't beat me yet. And of course, didn't take long, but.
Watching Alex Bowman versus Martin Truex. On the last lap, Bowman was a couple of hundredths quicker. The lap before, Truex was a couple of hundredths quicker. Their lap times don't seem to vary much one to the other, except for traffic.
Yeah, it just seems like that. I don't know. It seems like the 19 car has been able to work through traffic just a little bit easier and a little bit better than just about anybody, really. But I think that just tells you how good a race car he's got.
.44 laps to go. Time for a quick word from Duracell.
This is the #1 trusted brand.
The last time the top 2 finishers started in the rear was Talladega in the fall of 2014. Brad Keselowski and Matt Kenseth had to come from all the way back to the front, much as Martin Truex and second place Alex Bowman have had to do today.
And not taking away anything from what those guys did at Talladega, but doing it at Dover on a very fast racetrack that's been pretty tough to pass on. To me, this is far more impressive.
Matt on the leader.
And Mike, you touched on it perfectly. The fact that he's been able to gap and pace himself while working up on lap traffic. His spotter, Clayton Hughes, has done an impressive job the last third of the race, trying to work the 19 around the lap cars, because it seems like the complaints I've heard today, typically they would move more to the outside lane, like you're seeing the 38 there, but they haven't done that today. They've been staying down more in the lane, so he's been having to really pace himself on overtaking.
Yeah, Clayton Hughes, his spotter, is doing a pretty good job, though, Michael. I have watched, and it does seem that guys are aware that the 19 is there, and I have seen a lot of guys give way to him, and maybe when they wouldn't normally. So Clayton's doing a nice job of working that traffic for you.
From what I've seen, the guys that he's coming up on, they can't keep it on the bottom of the racetrack like he can. His car is stuck like glue to the bottom of this racetrack.
No, he's got a great car. I think that's why he's able to get through traffic so well. I don't think there's a car we watched all day, whether they were leading or not, that didn't have some issue somewhere, get a little sideways or maybe get a little too close to the wall. That 19 has not been out of shape one time.
So 40 laps to go with the corner speeds that they're carrying here. I've got to wonder, even at 400 laps, does fatigue become a factor?
Well, in the words of my good buddy Rusty Wallace, their guts are hanging out. I'm just going to tell you. Because look, you've been on the wheel. You're fighting the fastest cars we've had in there in a long time. A lot of downforce. You're working your tail off in that race car.
When you're working your arms, your shoulders, your legs, every bit, your neck. I mean, we were right on board here with Clint Boyer. And to me, the thing that I had to do here at this racetrack, probably more than any other, because of the grip you have on that steering wheel being in the corner so long, is my palm and the nerves in my upper forearm would start to go numb. So I would start having to move my hand around, wiggle my fingers on a long run like this.
Yep. And you're right, Jeff. Watching Boyer, he does not blink, but about once per lap. Here's what the drivers have to say about racing Dover.
You really got to stay physically fit throughout that race.
The feeling is like no other. The banks, the compression you feel in the car.
And the best way to get through it is to relax and try and get in a rhythm.
The whole time you're out there, you're like, there's no way in hell this car is going to keep me in this corner.
You know, you just start feeling it rattle, and the best way to get through it is to relax and try and get in a rhythm.
36 of 400 laps to go.
And Mike, they talked about relax, but how do you relax when you're on 160 mile an hour?
The word I heard was try.
Try, yeah.
You might try, but when you're in the corners this long and this fast, it is very difficult to relax.
Well, we're coming down to we're in the last 10% of this race, Larry.
Yeah, Mike, I've looked at the last 10 spring Dover races, and the average of the last caution is around lap 364, which we're right there, roughly 34, 35, 36 laps to go. 4 times in those 10 races. We had one in the final 25 laps, and we had a couple of overtime finishes here, 2015 and 2 years ago in 2017.
Thanks, Larry. The gap first to second has stayed quite constant between Truex and Bowman. We're going to take you Fox side by side, then we'll be clear to the finish.
You have to be perfect.
Here's the big one. The pack is flying apart.
Every week matters, every one of them. Nothing ever goes to plan.
But I can't see.
I put a helmet on and I become a different person.
It's going to get crazy. Freaking idiot.
Being able to go that fast and make split-second decisions. It's 140 degrees inside the race car, and you can't afford to make a mistake. If you're not tired, you didn't drive hard enough.
The right gear matters. Introducing the all-new 2019 Ford Ranger. It's the right gear with a terrain management system for this, a bash plate for that, the electronic locking rear differential for, yeah, this. Heading to the supermarket? Get any truck. Heading out here? Get the Ford Ranger. The only adventure gear built Ford tough.
Now I had the time of my life, and
The most delicious union of all time is back. Kentucky Fried Chicken and Waffles for a limited time at KFC.
I'm going to open up 2 beers. Okay. You tell me which sounds more refreshing. Gotcha. This one? Or this one?
Bush.
Definitely the one that went Bush. What beer is that? Are you being serious? Yes. It's Bush. Right.
Beautiful but very warm Sunday afternoon. Campgrounds are full. Happy race day, everybody. It's going to be a great afternoon for racing.
You can't ask for anything more special than what we have here tonight.
Drivers, start your engines! Let the party begin.
This year, on the track,
Contact made!
new names will become worthy of the spotlight. The NASCAR Xfinity Series. Names are made here.
This Saturday on FS1, we go under the lights in Kansas. It all starts with race day at 7 Eastern. Green flag at 7:30 on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Kansas City Star, that's what I want.
26 laps to go, 25 in Dover. And we were wondering what happened to Brad Keselowski, currently 1 lap down in 12th place, Matt.
Mike, it just has not been the day for Keselowski like they had hoped. Go back a year ago, he finished top 3 in both stage 1 and stage 2 before finishing 6th, leading 108 laps. But I talked to Paul Wolf before the race. They had to make wholesale changes. They had the speed in qualifying. They just did not have the long-run speed with this package here at Dover, and they just have not hit upon it. It seems like the longer they run, the tighter that race car gets. Entry hasn't been the issue all day. Center to exit has.
And that's why he is 1 lap down, currently in 12th place. Truex leading by 5.8 seconds on Alex Bowman. That gap has opened up just a little bit over the last few laps. Here's Larson and Harvick, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, and we talk about Harvick's car being good on the long runs. This is going to be a really long run here. You can see him starting to pull up on the rear bumper of Kyle Larson and moving around the racetrack to do it.
Okay, another guy that has done a nice job of finding another lane, because it's William Byron. You see him. He runs the bottom when he needs to, but he can also run the top, which is, I think, paying off. He's picking up a few spots here at the end of the race.
I think when this one's all over, I know they qualified on the front row, maybe had a little bit higher expectations, but this is a really solid run for William Byron. This is a tough place to be in the top 10 for 400 laps.
Now, well, you think about all four of the Hendrick cars really had a nice day today. 3 of them in the top 10, Jimmy running 14th, but pretty nice day. Set on the front row, not bad.
This is quite a scuffle here for 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Well, it is, and Williams been driving the wheels off. You see him step out the back of the car. He's driving it hard, and I think Boyer's a little bit better than he is right now.
Whoa.
We got high hopes for Kyle Larson today, currently 3rd, 12.3 seconds back.
Driving close to the 12. I don't know why they just don't give it to us. I mean, I would say the 12's not going to be any easier to pass than the 21. So, just the way it is when you get some good. It's not for a lack of effort. I've been trying, but they don't want to move. Yeah, there's nothing you can do.
Well, I don't know if the 12 is their biggest problem. Right there, you saw Kyle Larson jump sideways off of turn 4. I thought the car was coming around on him.
Matt?
Mike, it wasn't that long ago that Harvick sitting in 4th was only about 6 seconds back of leader Martin Truex Jr. Now, that's almost 13 seconds. Harvick says that he can manage his race car. You can see him down there on the bottom, but he just can't drive it like he would like to. When he does, it just develops a push and just gets progressively worse. He's just trying to bring it home, see what he can make go here with 18 laps left.
Harvick trying to salvage a top 5 here. 12.7 seconds back.
Well, it wasn't I guess it's kind of a Harvick day. I mean, you know, to finish the top 5, that's a good run for anybody. Maybe not what they expect, but still a pretty good run for him.
Kind of a Harvick year. If you think of 2019, we've just not seen him dominate this year like we did last year, maybe even the year before.
Let's show you how this track has changed as we've gone through the day. And concrete takes rubber early in the day on the left.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Much later on the right.
Look at that. I mean, you wouldn't. They're 2 different racetracks.
When that rubber lays down on the racetrack like that, it changes the grip level a lot. So, and right here, you look how dark it is in that where those right sides are. That's actually rubber built up, maybe 1/8 of an inch on that racetrack. When you hit that, the car takes off on you.
I think that's where the more experienced crew chiefs particularly, they kind of anticipate those kind of things, Mike, and kind of set their car up shock-wise, chassis-wise, so that it'll ride through those that build-up like that without any problem.
Kyle Busch, who claimed his car had been killed earlier in the race, but they cleaned it up, got him going, and he's just hanging on to the top 10. By the way, Kyle has an 8-race top 10 streak going at Kansas, where we go Saturday night.
And that wasn't always one of his most favorite tracks. That track gave him a lot of trouble for a while.
And Daniel Suarez, who had that long run in the lead, still on the lead lap. 22 back. He's about 2 seconds ahead of the leaders. In 11th place.
Mike, this is one conditioning right here. I know we've only got 14 laps to go. But the guys that are that were hydrated well, that thought this race out, were prepared for this race, this is when they shine.
Nice run for Eric Jones today, solidly in the top 10, 6th place.
I think the biggest surprise to me today has really been, I mean, I was a little surprised Truex was able to come up through there as quick as he did, but not surprised he's leading this race right now. But Alex Bowman, what a performance by that team and that driver to be able to not only overcome coming from the back, but be so solid and strong on pit road, on the track. Great drive. I said it earlier. I think this is a career drive for this kid.
Yeah, I think Eric Jones, another guy, is 6th place right now in a 20 car. Just a nice, solid run by them all day. I didn't know how he would look in the race, but he's done very well. You know, you're going back down the line. Even William Byron starting on the outside pole today. He's had good account of himself today.
Best battle on the track the last 5 laps or so has been Joey Logano, William Byron, and Clint Boyer. Especially in lap traffic, they've been changing lanes, nipping at each other's heels. And now it's settled down a little bit here with 11 to go. So pull up on Matt DiBenedetto carrying the FDNY, Fire Department of New York colors.
Yeah, you know, Mike, and right now we've probably got the most cloud cover we've had over the track for quite some time. That helps a little bit, these closing laps.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Darrell, because we know when the cloud cover comes in, what to do, it cools the track down. And it seems like the grip's maybe gotten a little bit better because I'm seeing a lot more cars, even though Suarez right there went to the top, closing in on that 10th place Kyle Busch. I'm seeing more guys run the very bottom of the racetrack more than I've seen most of the day.
And you know what? Daniel Suarez has no idea that Kyle Busch is trying to have another top 10.
And even if he did,
he would try. No, he'd even try harder.
The only thing he knows is he wants a top 10. Harvick's car all day long looks like it has a lot of security on entry. He can carry a lot of speed. He's riding behind Kyle Larson. Watch how he carries a good amount of speed into the corner and lets it drift up. So that's what his plan is I'm going to carry more speed in, use less brake to the center of the corner, and then get the throttle a little bit later, but get straighter off the corner.
Yeah, he's kind of got that diamond thing going on. You see him go in low, up in the middle, and then trying to come off the corner with a lot of speed, and that seems to be working for him right now. A little battle going on here between the 9 and the 20. That's for 5th place.
Well, Eric Jones just quietly has been solid all day long, putting a really good race together.
And Jeff, that's what I see out of him, Eric Jones. He will quietly. I just think back to Daytona. He was terrible at Daytona, and he finished up 3rd in the race when the day was over with. He does have a lot.
Well, and think about who used to drive that 20 car, Matt Kenseth. Yeah, so they didn't have to adjust much at all. They've got a very similar type of driving style and personality in Eric Jones as they did with Matt.
Agree.
Minus maybe some of the dry humor that Matt Kenseth always had.
Right. Well, the Gibbs team having a good day, but for Denny Hamlin.
Big second lead now.
Hamlin 3 laps down in 22nd.
Be catching this 00 again. That's the next car in front of you. He's running the bottom all the way around here.
The top 10, 4 Chevys, 3 Fords, 3 Toyotas, including Truex in the top spot with 4 to go.
You know, this is about the most nervous part of the race for someone that's leading it like Truex is, because you are praying that no one makes a mistake.
You're praying nothing breaks, nothing vibrates, and nobody has an issue and brings out that caution.
No leaks or squeaks at this point.
Cole Pern behind the team engineer there. He's won a lot of races in Delaware. On the Cars Tour, that racetrack's in Delaware, Ontario.
Yeah.
Similar.
Yep.
Tell you one thing, I think it just took a little bit of time for this 19 bus, Cole Pern and Mark Truex Jr. to get comfortable at Gibbs over there. But I think they're home now. I think they can call that home, and they're starting to put together some great runs and some wins. And that's a big change for them.
Yeah, but boy, they're a great combination. They showed it in Richmond. They're showing it again here in Dover.
Here comes the white flag, sponsored by Credit One Bank, for Martin Truex of Mayetta, New Jersey.
Way high. Still outside. Still outside. Got plenty of room behind him to bring it back here, bud. Plenty of room behind him. Just bring it back to the checker flag for me, brother.
9-second lead over Alex Bowman, who's going to have a career day. Martin on Monday. Martin Truex wins Gander RV 400.
Oh, that was awesome.
21st career victory.
You can breathe now.
Tells you what it meant to him.
Yeah, I can take a breath now.
And he wins the Golden Miles the Monster.
Ooh, yeah, that thing is cool, man.
That's so cool.
Way to be, James. Good job, guys.
We call him Monday Martin because now the last 2 times we've raced at Dover on Monday, there's the driver that's gone to victory lane.
Every time we come to Dover, he's going to be hoping for rain on Sunday. Might be the only one.
Started in the back after inspection issues, as did Alex Bowman, the 2nd place finisher. Kyle Larson, Kevin Harvick, Chase Elliott, the pole sitter, the top 5. Today's victory was fueled by Sunoco. Sunoco fueling victories all season long.
And burnouts.
Got his first stage win of the season and his second victory of the season, and becomes the 7th driver in 2019 to win stage 2 and the race in our 11 races so far.
And he kept Bowman from winning a stage, and he kept Bowman from winning a race. Right. So a lot of people might be happy, but I bet Alex Bowman isn't one of them.
8 wins at Dover for Joe Gibbs Racing, scoring their 7th of the season.
He's already ruined that left rear tire. I wish you would look at that.
I think who's breathing easiest right now is Kyle Larson. He had a trouble-free, error-free, nobody else's problem-free race, finishes 3rd. Nice job.
He's going to look at that as a big game. I brought up some luck.
Jersey boy salutes the local crowd. Vince Welch.
The first track in which Martin Truex Jr. has won 3 times in this series, and it's one of the places he calls home. And I tell you what, I know you're going to hope for rain every year when you come here to get a chance to race on Monday again. You won your first series race here on a Monday, and you did it today. How good's it feel to be back in victory lane at this place?
Man, it feels incredible. So thankful for this team, and what a race car we had today. Sirius XM Camry was just incredible. Thanks to everybody back in the shop, JGR, Bass Pro, auto owners, everybody who supports us and makes this deal happen. We got one hell of a team, and we came here with a new setup this time because we had kind of an older setup that we won with in 2016. We'd been good, but not good enough. And just hats off to Cole and James and all those guys. Everybody at TRD back in California, Costa Mesa for some awesome engines, awesome horsepower. And thanks to all these fans that come out today on a Monday, man. This is awesome.
Look at all these fans over here along the fence. Hey, they say this is a tough place to pass, man. You started at the back and you won by over 9 seconds. You made it look easy.
I promise it wasn't easy. It was a lot of work. It was tough, but this race car, man, it was just incredible. So just thanks to everybody that makes this all possible, honestly. And what a relief. I can't believe it. I mean, without Talladega, we'd have 2 in a row. So pretty special. New group of guys this year. Coach has put together a good bunch, and Cole and everybody. And I'm really, really proud to drive these Toyotas. They're awesome, and I'm a very lucky guy.
Well done. Martin Truex Jr. wins at Dover.
Martin Truex captures the flag and will head for Sunoco victory lane after picking up his 2nd Monday win in the first stage. He will hoist the rewards, including this, the gold-plated miles from Monster. Today's aerial coverage provided by Goodyear. Those who live up to their names make one for themselves. Goodyear, the official tire of NASCAR. The celebration begins. So here are your point standings, leaving Dover, heading for Kansas later this week. With your 6 race winners at the top, Kevin Harvick still leading those who have not been to victory lane. And nailing down the final transfer spot right now is Eric Jones.
Hey, Martin, this is Jeff and the guys up in the Fox Sports booth. Congratulations, number 1. Awesome win, man. That car looks so good through the center of the corner. You know, that transition for you and Cole Pern and others to come over to Joe Gibbs Racing is a big one. And earlier in the season, we didn't quite see the kind of speed that we've seen out of you guys. But, boy, recently we have. I mean, what has started to click for you at Richmond and now here at Dover?
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. I think just putting all the details together. You know, we've had speed all year. We finished second in Atlanta. Felt like we had the best car. We had some issues on pit road, and you know, Phoenix we run second again, and it just seems like, you know, we were just having little hiccups here and there, and now we're starting to not only make our cars a little bit faster, show up a little bit better on Fridays, and we're just a step ahead throughout the weekend, and the pit crew really is doing a great job, and that's been the difference. We had a lot of trouble in the pits early in the year and didn't really get to show our speed, but now the guys as a group are coming together and really gelling and doing a fine job, and we're able to take advantage of fast race cars now.
Well done. Congratulations, Martin. Enjoy the
Thanks,
celebration.
Yeah, impressive.
Good job,
Let's
Mark.
hear
Appreciate it.
from the second place finisher.
Thank you.
What a great example of execution. Started at the back and nearly joined Jody Ridley and Martin Truex scoring their first wins right here at Dover. 400 laps. You look like you could go an extra 100 like the old days.
I'm worn out. This is the physically hardest race of the year for me, for sure. I think we're in Martin's way. I wish I was in his way at the end of the race, but no, we at least had a shot at it. It's really all you can ask for. Congrats to them. You know, our nationwide Blue Vine, small business, pitchtowinbig.com. Chevy was really good. Cool deal they got going on. A small business owner can enter to win $100,000. So that's a pretty neat promotion for them. But so proud of Greg Ives and everybody on this 88 team. We had a miserable start to the season, and we did a really good job resetting over the off week, and you know, we've come out strong since then.
Back-to-back, not only top 5 finishes, but back-to-back second-place finishes, almost scored 2 wins in a row. What does that do for the confidence department, not only for you, but for the entire team around the 88?
It'd be better if we had a trophy, right? But, you know, we needed this for sure. So Talladega is a speedway. It's a lot of luck involved, but to come here to, in my opinion, the hardest racetrack we go to and run like that from the back of all things was pretty special. And just proud of everybody at Hendrick Motorsports for all of the improvement we've made over the last year or so, and we're going to keep it going.
Before today, his best finish at Dover was 20th. He nearly walked away with the win.
Well, Kyle Larson finally brings it home in the top 5, a third-place finish, and we had a little fun with the whole luck thing coming into it, Kyle, but finally you guys delivered and what you expected out of this car. Describe your day overall.
Yeah, I mean, it was solid. I thought, you know, we ran inside the top 5 all race long and fought tight early on with our Credit One Bank Chevy, but, you know, freed it up and got to where I felt like I was pretty good, and then the last run there, after cycling through green flag stops, I was really loose, and got stuck in traffic and then was just looser in dirty air, so just made my tires pissed off, and had to just make sure I hit the bottom, you know, lap after lap to hold Harvick off. So yeah, it was good to finally have a clean race. I don't think we've had a clean weekend all year long, and we're, I don't know, what are we, 11 or 12 weeks into the season, so it's good to finally get a clean day, like I said, and you know, thanks to our race team. Our pit crew did a good job today as well, so nice day.
Good job. Thank you.
Fun race, a lot of different leaders. There's the winner's sticker being added to Martin Truex's Toyota, but 2007 on the left, his first career win. And today. Hey, Kyle Busch finished in the top 10. He ties Morgan Shepherd's record, but Morgan, after that race, didn't get another top 10 for 6 more races. We'll see how Kyle does. Can he break the record in Kansas?
I think he does, and I think DW knows he's probably going to also.
Yeah, I think Martin Truex and Cole Pert, they found a new home, and they've won at their home track. Good job, guys.
Speak for yourself with Whitlock and Wiley, and then a special post-race edition. Well, it's at the regular time on its regular day, Monday, NASCAR Race Hub. We'll have lots more news and interviews from this big weekend at Dover. 50th anniversary celebration of the Speedway in the first state. And Martin Truex Jr., boy, he's the one celebrating. See you in Kansas.